Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Got a great show for you today. Going to talk about so much. Good morning. Hopefully YouTube chat is fine. I was hopping through streams yesterday and multiple streamers were saying that for some reason their chat was being weird, like either the text was weird or being able to chat was weird. So hopefully we shouldn't have any tech problems today, but apparently some people were able to flash emojis, but not text. It seemed fine on my end, but if anything happens, sorry about that. Let's see. Chat says, I have a follow-up psych appointment today. I'll be listening as I drive and waiting for the appointment. I'm a bit nervous, and your lives and videos help me feel grounded when I'm anxious. Thank you. Thank you. Look at you doing the work. We love it. I am excited for you. I hope it goes really well. That's so exciting. I love that. I love that. Okay, Discord. I see you, Discord. Okay, now, listen. Oh, yeah, with Honda. I was watching Dr. Kirk Honda, but I was also watching Anthony on Don't Worry, and he said something was wrong with his chat, too. So I was like, oh, that's so weird. Hopefully we won't have anything weird happen here. But I don't know. Chad says, yes, girl, thank you. It is really epic. If life is so good, life is so good. And I appreciate that optimism because God knows we need some. I overpromised you guys and I have to talk about it. Listen, I appreciate how much you believe in me. Because you convinced me that I believed in me. And then in preparation for tomorrow's workday, I was going to sit down and binge watch Love Island so I could talk about the Huda season. With Peace and Love, you guys did not tell me that season was 42 hours long. I thought it was 12 hours at most, which I can watch. I can binge watch a 12-hour show. 42 hours of content? You guys think I make that much money? I cannot believe that show is 42 hours of content. You have got to be kidding me. With Peace and Love, I'm not watching 42 hours and nothing for free. And I will never make my money back on that. Oh my God, I overpromised. I am so sorry to those of you who have been waiting months for me to get to this show. It says 40 hours of content plus the reunion, which is 2 hours. Absolutely not. With Peace and Love, yes, except anime. Unless it's One Piece, but Love Island, Love Island with Peace and Love is not a show I've ever seen. And I only want to watch it because some of you were like begging me to watch it. And I was like, oh, that sounds exciting. And I was stoked. But I finally was ready to sit down and do it. And I just checked. Am I confused? Are you guys watching a show that's 40 episodes? I mean, I guess. I didn't know Love Island was that crazy. I'm not going to lie. I'm so sorry. I overpromised. I am not doing this with Peace and Love. Open with boundaries. I'm not doing this. I will, if you guys are still interested, I could watch the Huda call her my hair just got crazy. Call her daddy episode or something, but I cannot watch 42 hours of a show. I don't even think I'll get back the price of the Hulu subscription on AdSense. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't make that kind of money. Now, if I was a YouTuber who made, you know what I mean? If I made crazy money, absolutely, I would absolutely do this. But every hour counts for me, and that $10 of AdSense isn't going to pay for the Hulu subscription that I'm going to make off this video. So with Peace and Love, I'm not doing it. But I'm so sorry that I overpromised because I hate that. I hate doing that. Chad says maybe you could react to fan edits of Huda. I want to do that. So then I was like, okay, that's a really good idea. So then I was like, okay, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do like a Huda stream, and we can do the scenes I find of them. The thing about the Huda situation is, you remember why we wanted to talk about it? There was an alleged Ethan was going crazy on H3 saying she essayed him. This is pressure. She's pressuring him for sex. I wanted to talk about the toxicity of this bubble and why pressuring people for sex is seen as like a bid for affection, or is seen as like women who make bids for affection are humiliated by men and then they turn it around on them. But I think what I would like to talk about today kind of brings this into the conversation. And I have a lot of with this new story about Selena Powell. Selena Powell's going viral on my side of TikTok, and I think she's a good example, which I think is adjacent to the Huda situation, possibly, where men love putting women through humiliation rituals and then calling them sexual predators. And I want to explain to you how women in these spaces are not only being emotionally abused by these men, but when the women engage like the men, the turnaround is, see, she's a sexual predator. See, she kissed me without my consent. Or see, like, oh, we'll put this woman through absolutely the most disgusting displays of entertainment and then call her a slut and call her a hoe and call her all these names. But all of us are exempt, even though we have been accused, even though we've been banned, even though we have sexual accusations, she's a sexual predator. And then the conversation becomes, and I'll show you today, oh, if this was reversed, if this was reversed, if this was reversed. But that's the problem. This isn't about reversing whatever gender roles. Men are not opposite of women. Women are not opposite of men. Okay? So when we have this, I think this is the conversation we should have, that I have a feeling was similar, because when I watched that Huda scene with, I think, was his name Chris? When I watched the Huda scene, she was like she was making a bid for affection. And I saw that as like a very trained into women thing by patriarchy that says women are submissive. They can't demand what they want. They have to ask like a child what they want. Hug me, kiss me, please. Like, I need my, please, like, why don't you love me? And then it's like, I'm going to fuck you up tomorrow. That turnaround is taught into us as the only way we can communicate. And the point is that we need to, as a society, maybe give up on our 45-year-old uncles, but what we shouldn't give up on is our 9-year-old nephews. We can't give up on our 10-year-old nieces. We can't give up on reshaping how children are interacting with one another, because it certainly starts young. And that's the dilemma, is like, maybe the adults, it is what it is. They can all work on themselves, but they didn't just, fall out of a coconut tree. There was a reason they were raised that way. There was a reason they express love that way. There's a reason a lot of us are product, we really are products of our environment, So anyways, with peace and love, I'm so sorry that I overpromised. I will not be watching Love is Island 40 fucking hours of a show. I did not realize it was a commitment. It was that kind of a commitment. That's a full week of work. A full week of work worth. It's not how long it is, because I guarantee you, if if it was a show, you know what I mean? I'm binge watching Love is Blind all the time. Like, I 1.5 speed. I get it. But, sorry. Feel bad. But I can't. Thank you for understanding. I appreciate you. I'm so sorry. Okay, now, with that said, let's watch a cute meet cute. A cute meet cute? Let's watch this one. You know Meet Cute NYC? You know that one, right? Let's watch. Oh, the highlighter looks amazing today. Can you see it? Wait, can you really see it? I have it. Can you see it for real? Do you see it on my cheeks? That, and I have like the tiniest bit around the crease of my eye of like a shadow, just the tiniest bit. But yeah, look at that. Ooh, 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 ooh. I love a little glitter. I love a little glitter. Love a little glitter. Okay, just so that's not just your natural glow. Stop it. I wish. Okay, look at this.
Are you two a couple?
Yes, we are.
Would you mind telling me the quick story of how you first met?
We met in an after-hours club.
What happened at the after hours club?
Oh, Hardy, that's not... I don't know, we met and hit it off.
What'd you do on your first date?
Guess.
Or your second date?
Same thing.
30 years in, what's your favorite thing about him?
His goodness. Kindness. Goodness.
What's your favorite thing about him?
Sincerity, honesty.
What are you two most excited for in the future?
The midterms. And getting rid of this whole frickin' administration.
And do you have any photos of the two of you from 30 years ago? Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me.
Anyways. Oh, so cute. So cute. Isn't that so cute? Oh, adorable. I can't handle it. It's so cute. I just thought it was so sweet. Okay, now. Uh-oh. Hold on. There it is. Ugh, adorable. I love watching old gays existing. Okay, ready? Big news. You remember how we covered Russell Brand a while back? Honestly, it's been a bit. He's finally going to court for his alleged rapes. I believe the victims. Wouldn't be surprised. He definitely had a reputation. And notice that he has a Bible in hand, as they always do. You know, the predator to Christian pipeline is crazy.
And arrived at court carrying a Bible, and he told reporters outside how he was feeling.
How you feeling, Mr. Grant?
Blessed.
The 50-year-old held his fedora hat against his chest in the dock of the courtroom as he pleaded not guilty to charges of rape and sexual assault alleged to have happened in 2009. He previously denied 5 other charges and is due to go on trial in June.
Now, for no reason whatsoever and definitely not related, I also found this TikTok the other day and thought it was pretty funny. Anyway, whoa! I hope this lady makes a shit ton of money on OF, okay? Honestly, I'm so jealous that I didn't come up with this myself. You know what I mean? I am so fucking jealous. I did not make this up. She's so fucking funny, bro. And no, it is not the same. Imagine if a guy did it. Imagine if a guy... It's not the same. It's not the same. Oh, man, so funny. Man, I hope she makes fucking tons of money on OF. Chat said, wait, it could make money on OF? Oh, girl. This could do much. She better be making so much money on OF right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, she's so good. Now, I will, to be fair, it's a very specific humiliation king, very dominant, like king. Oh, the DMs I get, the requests I get, you know, and again, most people who sign up for my OF, they know what they're getting. But sometimes people come in and I don't always know how they find me. And, you know, it's a lot of, some of the people on my OF don't even know I have a YouTube channel. It's kind of funny. And then, but they'll come on and they'll be like, oh, hey, do you do humiliation stuff? Like, could you step on something? Or like, you know, years ago, I used to get requests for people to like, can you print out a photo of me and like pee on it? And I'm like, oh, I don't do it. It's not my job, is it? I'm not interested in a little wee. It's not what I'm doing over here. I don't do that. But, you know, God bless. You know, God bless. Keep it up, kids. God bless America, land of water sports. Our president loves them, allegedly. I don't blame him. I think we've all been there. Anyways. Yeah, Chess said I do not get that. I do not get a girl that got invited. Do you say I do not a girl that got invited to kick a man in the balls? She didn't get paid. Well, I know I've seen those scenes. Now, here's the thing. I've watched men get kicked in the balls for free because I've been to BDSM events, and most BDSM events I go to, it's not active sex workers. It's not sex workers. It's just people who are doing hobbies or BDSM. I've seen a lot of kicking ball scenes. Let me tell you, people love being kicked in the balls. You know, they just love being kicked in the balls. If I had balls, maybe I'd want to get kicked in them. Who knows? I really don't. You know? Okay, speaking of kicking men in the balls, Selena Powell is trending on my side of TikTok. If you don't know who she is, she's an adult star. I think is the way you want to phrase that, maybe. Or just a Instagram girly or just a social media girly. You know, it really depends on what bubble you're in. But she has, you know, made a living. She is successful in her own right. She has a standing online. She's a streamer. She does a lot of things, okay? And then there's Deshae Frost, who also is a streamer / who knows what else he's doing, really. But, you know, these people don't have very long profiles, which is interesting to me. But they were recently doing a stream together, and it's titled Selena Powell Kisses Deshae Frost. And then I just want to show you that this was going around on my side of TikTok, and people were saying, oh my gosh, this is SA. If this was reversed, you know, we'd be saying something. But watch it and tell me what you guys think.
Chat, what is it called?
It's my chat.
Spam L.
Why? I'm just saying though, I don't know like certain, you know what I'm saying?
Let me read it. Let me read it. Do we have a connection now?
Oh my God!
You guys was gonna say no to me?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
He loved it. Don't let him lie to you. Do you feel the spark now? Take it in. You want another one? Hold my hand now. Oh my God, his hand is so wet. What is that called? Sweaty. So sweaty. Why is your hand so sweaty? You nervous? It's okay, you liked it. You are not crying. Bitch, you don't get the Yo.
Oh my God! Oh my God! It tastes like
It did not taste like You want to do it again?
no.
Stop saying it tastes like
No.
Say sorry right now.
I'm sorry.
It does not taste
Don't
say
taste
sorry.
like.
Say sorry.
I'm sorry.
Say it tastes like
I'm sorry. It tastes like fruit.
Okay, that's what I thought. Stop crying. You're such a f***ing child. Suck it up. God. I don't eat so in 10 days. I brushed my teeth. I should have big night though. It hurts. Just kidding. Are we frozen?
No.
Okay, now. A couple of things. So that happened, right? And then people were responding, right?
If the roles was switched and Deshae was the one that kissed that girl without her permission, then y'all would have been on his ass. It would have been hell and back for Deshae. So make it the same energy towards her. Ain't no way she said you thought you was gonna say no to me and she kissed Deshae on the lips. Mind you.
Okay.
Selena Powell, whatever her name is, did to Deshaun because he told her multiple times, I don't want you to kiss me. Don't kiss me. Don't kiss me. Don't kiss me. And then whenever he was showing something on his phone, she took the perfect time.
Okay, right? Like people, they're making TikToks. A lot of TikToks, right? It's commentary. It's a few TikToks. It's going around. Okay. And people are saying like, oh my gosh, look what she did to him. Look at this. This is him showing his reveal on his channel called Selena Powell Ruined My Face, It's Over. This is him after the event coming on his own stream.
But I think this is fire. This is a step I literally love, like just bettering my and putting my money into my streams. And we got the show next month with the girls. We got the show with the next girls next month. That's just coming together fine. That's just gonna be lit. Yeah, bro, I'm putting all this shit into motion. I've been feeling like the streams with like the streams since we left LA been hella good. It's been hella fire. Thank you, KB Love Speaks with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. We've been going crazy. We've been locking in, but I'm telling y'all, this would be the year for.
Okay, I'm gonna forward it a bit, just a bit, so you can see how he like. You're kind of getting a vibe, maybe.
That happened to me. Or something weird, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what the I'm gonna just show y'all. Alright. It's not that bad, right? It's not that bad, right? It's not that bad. It's not that bad, right, chat? It's not that bad. Chat. I don't think it's that bad. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad, honestly. I just woke up, bro. Selena did not do this shit to me, bro. I know for sure, bro. She did not do this shit to me. Selena is a great person. It was cool. We never fucked. We never did anything. She's a great person. I just woke up to, I don't know. I think I slept on the wrong, I think like I slept on the wrong side of my pillow or something. You know, I don't think it's really that bad. I think something with my pillow, bro. Something with my pillow kind of it up. You know, so that's just pretty much what kind of happened to me. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much what happened. I don't know, but
Okay, so I just want you to process a few things. Anytime women are in this space, just understand that they will be a part of a humiliation ritual in which they will be thrown under the bus for the sake of these men getting clips. Okay? So just for the record of who this guy is, okay? He is a banned Twitch streamer who is banned for sexually harassing women in public. This is the prank he pulled that got him banned.
I'm not gonna lie, bitch, you look good as fuck. On some real shit. Like, I'll fuck you right now. With your mom? Oh, I'm so sorry. But can I get your number and shit? We can get some food? No? Like, get some food and shit? Like, vibe out and shit? No, you not fuck with it? Like, but bitch, you look good as fuck. I'll fuck you right now, though.
Hell nah. See what's
There's a YouTuber in the bottom left. He's commenting right now.
crazy about that shit is after she said she was with her mom, he said this shit again. I gotta see what the brother done said.
For our number?
Nah, you said more than that. You look so good, I'll fuck you right now. But
Bro,
that's
we
sexual
streaming,
harassment.
bro. I'm saying, bro. Like I'm saying,
Oh,
wait. Like I'm saying, though, bro. Like
It's just
on
a
some real
prank.
Shit, we just prank like on
Wait,
some
you can't be
shit.
pranking with people like that. That's disrespectful.
But I'm saying if she
Some
would have
people
said
don't take that shit.
then that's cool. She would have said that. I
She
would have
was on the phone
respected
with my
that.
mom.
I feel that.
Oh, that's
but I'm
your
saying she would've
brother?
said
I mean,
that.
your sister. Your
Nah, I
sister.
feel that. I feel that. I respect
You
that.
feel me?
But I'm saying on some
But-
real shit. Like she was saying, I feel that. On some real shit.
But bro, that's
Not for that. I'm not
disrespectful, you
trying to
feel
be
me?
disrespectful and
But
shit.
it's disrespectful.
Nah, I
anyway.
feel you,
That's
bro.
On everything, I'm gonna be real with you.
No, I
That's
feel you. Like
Do you want us to apologize to you?
No, I
Gotta
gotta-
make you
I'm
feel
sorry.
better?
It's not even apologize.
Listen,
it's the
I got a
simple
sister.
fact that
I got a
you're a
sister.
grown ass man,
No, listen,
right?
I got a sister too, bro.
Listen,
I feel you, but I'm saying
that's,
like.
that's sexual harassment. Some people take that as like real serious, and your ass will be in trouble.
No, I
That's
feel that. I
sexual
feel that. I
harassment,
feel
you feel
that.
me?
I'm telling you, bro. Like I don't need no disrespect or
I'm just
anything.
telling
Like,
you
I'm just. You know, I'm sure. I don't want your sister or anything.
Yeah, no, that's not
I'm
my
just
girl.
vibing.
That's my little sis.
No,
I'm
I
just
feel
telling
you.
you straight
No,
up.
I'm saying on some real shit. Like
I'm just telling you straight up. That shit disrespectful.
Well, I apologize, bro. I'm not trying to
No,
be.
not touching you.
No, I'm not touching you. I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Relax,
Like, I'm telling you,
relax.
I'm saying no, bro. On some real shit. Like I feel like you over here trying to like price me on some shit.
I'm
You
not
know what I'm
trying to price you at all.
saying?
I'm
But
just
I'm
telling
saying
you, bro,
I feel you got a
that-
sister. I
We
got a
heard you the
sister,
first
too.
time you said it though.
I
You
feel
keep
you.
saying it. You
I
feel
feel
me?
you.
And he
I'm talking to
apologized.
No, listen,
You
listen,
talking
bro.
to me,
I
talking to
respect
me.
it. Like I'm saying, like
Okay.
no, I'm not trying to. You know what I'm saying? I respect it. It's cool. Like.
Okay, are we processing the information I am trying to send to you? These are men. This is a group of boys on the internet that make jokes out of everything, even sexual assault, right? Everything is on the table for them to joke about. And the person who gets thrown under the bus is women. Women are humiliated through this process. It's women who are always the butt of the joke. And yes, they do humiliation rituals with themselves. They put other men through a lot of things. They do. That's true. But remember that the narrative right now is that this slut, this woman with all these bodies, she kissed him against his consent and gave him herpes, and now he's coming on stream. And that is why I warn you against this bubble. I'm glad he's banned. I don't know if it's a perma ban, but this woman might not be your favorite kind of woman, but she definitely has a history of being bullied. And I'll explain to you how women who are bullied throughout their childhood and who haven't gone to therapy and done the work end up in these boy bubbles seeking validation. And then it's a whole toxic cycle, okay? So I don't know Selena, but I know a lot of men pass her around and then bully her for being a woman with bodies. And any man who's willing to have sex with a woman and then mock her for her body count can never be trusted. And that is this whole group of men that she's around. And I just hope one day she surrounds herself with women and goes to therapy and works on herself and deconstructs whatever she went through growing up, because she's definitely more associated with the kind of girls that go on Fresh and Fit, which we'll talk about in a second. Here, actually, let me just give you the context now. Check this out. Selena Powell's old friend reveals that she used to get bullied in school. This is Fresh and Fit, okay? And this is women talking about Selena.
Powell? Hell yeah. Went to school with her in high school, and they screeched like a pterodactyl when she would walk in the room. They were mean to her.
Oh, she was bullied.
She was bullied?
That makes sense then.
Super bullied.
That makes sense on who she is now. Do you know Selena Powell?
Hell yeah.
So here are these men saying, oh, she was bullied. That makes sense who she is now. That's the thing, though. People deserve better than this. And it sucks that a lot of girls, a lot of women grow up thinking the only way out of this destructive world I grew up in is to cater to these boys that, yes, will verbally abuse me, will physically abuse me, but at least I make money. At least I'm chasing some sense of some community, right? So this is Selena on her own live stream on TikTok. She doesn't do it often. So this is like her third time doing it. And listen to this.
Do you think you're capable of being loved seriously because of your reputation? I think everybody deserves love, no matter what their reputation is. Just because somebody has done whatever the fuck y'all think that is so crazy that I have done does not mean people don't deserve love. I think people genuinely think like I'm a serial killer and like I'm hurting people. I know at the end of the day, I'm a good person. I'm not an evil person. So am I capable of being loved? You're damn right. And I think people who even have the audacity to ask that question you're the problem. Because why wouldn't you think that somebody is incapable of being loved? What thought process you have in your little mind that thinks like, I wonder if this person thinks that they're capable of being loved. You're the problem. And I wish you the best. Yeah, that's one thing I don't do is like, I don't let people play with me. I just don't. I've never have and I never will. Tati, you are so sweet. Thank you, baby, for all the gifts. I keep seeing your name. Thank you so much.
So, okay, you have an idea, right? Again, I'm not saying that she isn't toxic or doesn't have things to work on or doesn't have stuff that she can improve on. We all certainly do. Like, here's a clip that it came up on my feed when I was looking into her. This is Selena Powell says she doesn't use condoms.
Condoms, as bad as that sounds.
You don't use condoms?
You ain't scared of disease. You ain't caught nothing?
You got kids?
Yeah, I caught chlamydia from I'm pissed.
Chlamydia from who?
Yeah. Thank God.
So you don't take
Trust me, I be scared. I be like praying at the clinic.
So why don't you use condoms, baby girl?
Cause I like raw. I don't count condom sex.
So
if
why
you
don't you just get
condom,
out?
I don't count
porn
you.
then if you into this freaky? She's doing porn. She has OnlyFans.
I don't think it's porn. I hate when people call me a porn star. I don't want to like
ain't no
a
difference.
random man. I want to who I want to.
Where your daddy at?
I don't know, but I don't think I have daddy issues.
So obviously, right, man, imagine how much women would flourish if they jumped completely into queer bubbles and got away from these people. Obviously, they're taking advantage of her, okay, because this is them 2 day or 1 day get posted on Deshay's TikTok.
I'm having such a good time with you.
Can I spend the night then?
You want to spend the night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got you.
You know what I mean? Like, they're doing pranks together. They're making videos together. He obviously did an essay prank. This is muted for copyright. Like, this is them hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're obviously collaborating. The dilemma is that both of them decided to basically pull an essay prank. And I do think that's messed up. Like, I do think ultimately, like, this does not need to be them hanging out, them deciding to do this thing together. Like, I do think it's staged. I do think this matches his reputation. It matches definitely the kind of girl in her category that she would end up most likely participating in this kind of prank. And both of them should be ashamed for making essay a joke, because it's fucking not. And I want to warn you and notice how the men are turning on her, but do they have the same heat for his sexual assault prank? Right? Okay, here's another TikTok. Hold on, let me turn it down in case it's too loud. You said how many?
How many rappers have you? How many like celebrities have you?
Okay, even that question, that is it. We need to get away from these questions. You got to stop asking people their body counts unless you are in a completely free judgmental space, like judgment-free space. Nobody should be sharing their body counts in a judgmental space, and this is a completely judgmental space. Okay, this is a deeply misogynistic space. These men ask this question to find ways to disrespect her, and the women play into it because they know it's scandalous. This is why, with all of my interesting 20 stories I could tell you, I could have sensationalized my life. I could have sensationalized all the things I've done, but I did not want to give power to these misogynists, because my sex life, my kink life, my protest life, anything I've done that could be twisted for misogyny is my business, and has nothing. I never want my story to be told through the mouths of these misogynistic men. And that, yes, has cost me money, because I certainly could have sensationalized my life and made millions of dollars, which I understand she's decided to do, but I would absolutely recommend it's not worth it. I know we think the money is worth it, but you cannot tell me you're joyful. No money in the world is worth this amount of misogyny. That's not to say you can't be an ethical sex worker that makes money in a liberated way. It's just to say that, like, this attitude is disgusting to me.
I think it'd be easier. No. I don't know. Like,
just say the number.
I don't know. Probably like 60.
See how the joke is? The joke is like, ew, she's had so many bodies. How many people have these men been with? And or why are men allowed to have a body count? Why does Myron Gaines show up on his, get as many bodies as you can, but women and men are different? Women and men are not different. We're same. We're human beings. We're not opposites. We're variations of gender expression. Like, we are not different in that literal way. Okay? So this is the same bubble.
That's not that bad.
Nigga, I didn't say how long it's been since you celebrity. I said
how many? I said 60.
See, like, that's the joke. The joke is, ew, gross. She's been like, oh, with 60 people. Grow up, bros. And then on top of that, so then you have this Drewski clip where it shows her sucking on Drewski's toes, right?
Fuck! Nah.
Okay, and everyone's showing the clip. I haven't found very many variations of it, but it seems to be real and it seems to be newish. So I'm assuming a full clip will show up. They're doing an interview in what looks like a plane. I don't know if it's real or not. And I'm not a big fan of Drewski. He has his own reputation, okay? But I will say that men will put women through these humiliation rituals, these so-called pranks, and then the only people that are seen as is the women, when the men themselves are literally trash. Okay, Look at this like 2-second interview with Little Xan, I think that's his name, and her 6 years ago on No Jumper. We all know Adam is disgusting. We know Adam 22 allegedly was texting and or engaged with a minor. So I don't want to hear Adam talk, okay? All these men who have problems, you know what I'm saying? Pretending they're better than these women. I don't want to hear it.
You're most known for being very attractive.
I know that. Keep it going. Keep it going. No, you don't know who I am.
I know you popping though.
Oh, thanks, babe.
You already know.
Like, this can't be healthy, girls. You know this is a deeply unhealthy, just like completely toxic bubble. You know what I mean? Is this Little Peep or Little Xan? Chat says it's Little Xan. The comments all say Little Xan, Little Xan, Little Xan. I don't know. You'll have to tell me. All the chat says, I think this is Little Xan. I don't know. This isn't my bubble. Okay, Little Xan. Okay, that's what the chat says. Now, let me just make it abundantly clear how pathetic these men are. You guys know who Offset is. Offset, in his struggling cry for help, okay, probably after the 20 billion times he cheated on Cardi, anyways, came to Selena for money.
The worst decisions when she's asleep. So it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up. Damn, Instagram calling me. I was like, oh my God. I was like, what's up? And I thought he was just like horny. So I was like, okay. But like, I can't fuck you. I'm on my flow. So it's like, what are we talking about? He was like, yo, I need a favor. This is a test.
Wait, let's not skip over that. He told her he still needed that. He still needed that.
Oh. So he was like, I did a favor and this is a test. I was like, okay, what? He was like, how much money can you get or are you by? And I was like, I mean, like I sent him the video, like all that money that I have in my safe.
You're rich.
And he immediately called me. He called me back and then he was like, bring all of it. And I was like, I don't even know how much this is. He was like, bring all of it because I have a shit ton of 20s and then like hundreds.
At the time, not now, currently.
No, no.
Because, continue. Keep going.
Because now, so then he was like, yeah, bring all of it. So I actually did.
Selena Powell.
This is Hotik. I want you to watch the way he talks about her. This is a YouTuber, I don't know, responding to this clip, but listen to the way he talks about Selena.
Listen, man. Selena Powell in 2025 is wasted goods. Of course he did it. Selena Powell is like 30 plus years old right now. Don't really have much options. Selena Powell was tricking and taking care of Lil Meech because she felt like he's the only man who was willing to take her seriously and wife her up. But he made it very clear to her that he never wants to go public and let the world know that they're together. She had to expose the fact that they were together, and that's how they broke up. So because no man wants to take her seriously, no man, right, wants to be seen with her, that she is thirsty, she is desperate.
Do you know what I'm saying? Instead of caring about this woman and getting her help and getting her therapy and saying, we love you, you're better than this, we want to dignify you, they're willing to fuck her and drop her and then talk about her. Do you get what I'm saying? This is a disgusting group of men. This is exactly the problem with misogyny. This is exactly the entitlement to women's bodies. And the women that are trapped in these bubbles are victims of patriarchy. And yes, they are upholding and maintaining it in different ways. But imagine what her life must have been like for her to be in this position. Okay, that is not to say, because conservatives will say, oh, see, this is where all sex work goes. Or see, this is where all Instagram baddies go. No, this is the version of Instagram baddie that I have a problem with because it maintains patriarchal power and standards. This is not a good Instagram baddie in the healthy sense. I want you to be a healthy Instagram baddie, and I want you to be an Instagram baddie that isn't seeking validation by how many rappers will fuck you, or how many rich men will pay you, or how many men on YouTube talk about you, or ask you how many bodies you have. Because you are so much better and more dignified than this, hopefully, right? And so that's the problem. This woman needs a group of feminists, intersectional feminists to come through and give her a space, and she needs to recognize that these men will never bring her liberation. Her liberation is within her consciousness, her spirit. And this is why I say liberate your spirit from the system, because the system is constantly ready to take advantage of you, okay?
For any type of attention she can get from any celebrity dude. So of course she got up at 4 a.m. in the morning and took a dude who's not her boyfriend, who's not anything to her, $15,000 for him to gamble it off. Now, she made the mistake that a lot of us make, which is we think that these celebrities, because they're famous, got money.
But in my mind, I was like, I can't give him the 20s. Like, let me just give him the hundreds. He was like counting out in the car. I went to the casino, by the way. I'm not going to do every single detail and have this.
She's working on her 40-minute straight drag.
Yeah. Because it gets worse, y'all. So then I get to the casino or whatever. He gets in the car. And then he's like we talk or whatever. He gives me a kiss. I was like...
If there's any part of this story that proves how disgustingly down bad Offset is, this should be the part you really focus on and hone in on. This man is so down bad. He's so disgustingly broke. He's so down to his last that he gave Selena Powell a kiss on the mouth.
See how the worst thing they can do is kiss Selena? They're not Offset's reputation, not his pathetic cheating, not the way he treats women. The most disgusting thing Offset can do is kiss this woman.
Because she brought him money. I don't know a man in my life who I know, whether it's a brother, whether it's the homie, whether it's my uncles, my nephews, whatever. I don't know a man in my life who's that down bad that they would kiss Selena Powell on the mouth for any amount of money. You can't pay me $10 million to kiss Selena Powell on the mouth, bro. Do you know how many beef sticks have been on those lips, bro? Are you out of your mind? So obviously, right, he's so desperate, he takes the money, right, and he lets her know, I'll pay you back. But she began to realize very quickly.
You have to understand, in this bubble, in this man bubble, they literally think she is nothing. They look at this woman, a real person, as nothing. She is an object to be passed around. And then have the audacity to talk about dignity, have the audacity to talk about I'm better, to take some moral high ground. How can you sit there and think you're a good person and talk about another person's body this way, another person's consciousness this way, another person's spirit this way? Like, how could you even sit there and think with and that's what they do. They sit there, and they come up with all of these reasons why they're good people and she's a bad person, right? And it's disgusting. And this is why I say, please liberate yourself from these bubbles. No matter your gender, if you are watching this content, liberate yourself, because this is keeping you trapped. It's keeping you in depression and anxiety and generational curses. It is not liberating your spirit. And how? How could you sit there and think I'm a good person? Also, this is how I'm going to talk about this girl. And that's what I'm saying. It's very hard to be a good person, right? We do philosophy through pop culture here. And this is what I mean to say. When the world sits here and thinks I made it, I'm rich, I'm famous, I have status, look what it got you. And this is why I say money cannot liberate you. It can pay your bills, but it's not going to liberate your spirit. And that's why I think she's trapped, because here she is making a lot of money, but also look at what she has to do it. The money is not worth it. It's not the sex work I'm saying, by the way. It's hanging out with these men. Just to be clear, it is not any of the sex she's having. It's not any of that. It's specifically, is the money worth hanging out with these disgusting men? Because you couldn't pay me enough to be in a room with any of these fucking losers. And that's the point. They might be grossed out at kissing her. I would be grossed out at even being in the same room as these people. They're so disgusting. Okay? That's the point. Is your spirit is disgusting. Your values are disgusting. You are, I don't believe in human monsters, but you are dangerous. Because ultimately, if you can think this about anybody, you could think this way about anybody, right? And that's the danger of these men, is the entitlement.
Offset has no intentions of ever paying her back whatsoever, based on his actions very shortly after taking her.
Oh, great. So this man who's now he's saying, oh, Offset's going to steal from her. So to be clear, Offset is a thief and a cheater and an abuser, allegedly. And she's still the most disgusting part of this story. Got it.
Money. She's thinking they're working towards a relationship. A couple days later on Christmas.
Oh my God, this stupid woman. She thinks a man is into her because he called her and DM'd her. Oh no. And I don't know if she's cheating. I don't know. She's probably done a lot of really bad things. But the point here is, for these men to sit here in this bubble and think they're better than her is crazy.
Or no, on Christmas Eve, she gets a call from Offset. She's thinking he's calling to check up on her. They're starting to work towards a relationship.
Oh my God, how stupid of this woman. Whoa. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, she thought somebody was interested in her. God forbid the woman want love.
Dating now officially. But when he called, his first words made her realize very quickly that whatever is going on here has nothing to do with love now, bruh. She is being used.
Call. I was like, oh, my man's calling me on Christmas. He's going to say Merry Christmas. Hello, Daddy. You got PayPal?
On Christmas.
On Christmas.
That's wild. On Christmas?
You got PayPal? I said, for what? He said, because I need money. I said,
look at these men, sugar babies, all of them. This is why a lot of baddies in the bubbles talk about like, I'm rich, I don't need a man, but all these men want me because these men don't have money. These men, you know what I'm saying? Look at these men begging women for money and then being like, I'm better than her.
Kid.
Only
at
Zelle.
this point, you are a crackhead.
No, he asked me for Cash App. It was Cash App. Then I said, I only have Zelle. He said, okay, so Zelle me. I said, my limit is like so low. He said, it's okay, just Zelle me.
Do what you can.
Send it. 25 cents. I said, just wait. I'll be home tomorrow or whatever. Like, I just lied. And he was like, because he came.
Because at this point, I'm telling her.
He took a private jet to Miami, but it was a Hard Rock.
Yeah, and I just want to say, because Jess said it wasn't she kissed me without consent. It was Selena, the grossest person, kissed me. Exactly. So just a reminder, going back to the initial prank, this initial prank, he wasn't grossed out that a woman kissed him because God knows he's in a bubble where he probably would have liked it from the right person. Not that I'm saying it's okay. I believe in informed consent, but playing by their rules and their expectations, I don't think, according to him, he would have processed it that way. But the thing that was gross, the thing that was the planned prank is that her mouth tastes like dick. I'm going to get herpes from this prank and then I'm going to come out on my stream and pretend I have herpes. Okay? That's the point. The point is that not only did they make a prank out of SA, both of them are accountable for that, but more than that, like, I don't know what he told her, but this is his second time doing an SA-related prank. So he now has a reputation as he is a banned Twitch streamer, right? So now it's like, oh, she's so gross, she did this. Like, this is the layered part of this that I think is so important. And just, well, actually, hold on. Let me, no, let's finish this and then I'm going to show you something else.
Private jet. I guess they give it to you when you're about to spend money. And then he posted like hella racks.
Okay, so here, Offset Finsta account. Here we go. Bunch of money. Why are there children? Are these his kids? What are these children doing in here? Celebrities are the worst parents. I said it. Celebrities make the worst parents. I'm sorry. Like, the fuck? I mean, there are worse parents for sure, but like, the fuck is this? I guess it's muted for copyright, probably, right?
So it's like, okay, like, I just got to keep it cool with him, and he's going to give me the money. And you told me, like...
That's why I kept telling her. I was like, we don't want to give him any reason to not get the money. So play everything cool. Don't go off. Don't nothing. It's like, everything is cool. It's fine.
I don't know who's goofier, Offset for getting in business with the literal devil. Like, you don't do business with the devil. Like, you don't get him.
Okay, what did Selena do? Can somebody give me... Is he talking about Selena? Can somebody tell me what she did?
Involved with the devil, right? Selena Powell is the devil that you don't get involved with, bro. It always ends badly. Or Selena Powell for thinking that she was getting her money from Offset. But you know how many...
What did she do with these men? Did she do something? Like, did she kill somebody? You know what I'm saying? Am I missing something with Selena? Because I Googled her and I didn't see anything, unlike Deshae, who I did Google, and he has sex work, right? That's it. She's a sex worker. Selena's the devil, but not Offset himself. Selena's the devil, but not the guy who orchestrated a whole prank. What is it? I don't get it. I Googled her. I didn't see anything. But it's funny because if you Google the men, a bunch of stuff comes up. Allegations, so many stuff. What does she do?
People Offset owes. Do you understand this? You had the minute that money went into the hands of Offset, you had no chance of ever getting it back whatsoever. It was not happening, man.
Okay, but whose fault was that? That's Offset's for stealing it. I'm skipping.
I see some random bitch post 4 Birkins, 2 watches, and a ring. It says Offset gave his girlfriend all that. I said, huh?
Oh my God, did he take money from her to give it to his girlfriend?
Okay. Ding, 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 ding. Now I'm mad. So now I screenshot it to him. Now you're cheating on me?
You're cheating on me.
No, not only is he cheating on me, but no, I was more mad. Like, you just cashed out on this. You can't give me back my money. Why do you keep stalling me now?
So now it's like, I'm not even mad you bought a girl something. I'm mad at you bought a girl something, but won't give me money. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm going to ban you for saying the lip era filler is so gross because that is misogynistic. You're banned. And you're probably thinking, oh my God, I can't believe I got banned for that. But you need to sit with yourself and decide why I banned you. Your opinion about lip fillers needs to be deconstructed. You need to decide when to keep your mouth shut when it comes to people's looks, because that's none of your business.
Yeah. Not only that, you're asking me for more money.
Yeah.
Like that's what was like really disrespectful to me. Like you're asking me for more.
Yeah.
Like now in my heart, I'm like, oh my God, he's like pimping me. Like I felt like he's my pimp. Like I paid you for sex type shit. Like no. So now I feel tried or whatever. Now it's like the temperature turned up a little, so much that he was like, this is scaring me, Selena. He said,
you're going back to your old ways.
He said, yeah, this is scaring me, Selena.
Let's see. You're a joke. I'm so thankful I ain't send you shit else. I land Sunday. Expect you to have my money. All of it second I touch down, since you clearly good enough to give her a good Christmas gift. LOL. Enjoy your break, bozo. Let me know where you'll be Sunday so I can collect and get out your way. This scares me. Do I get mad at you when dick inside you? You trying to fight with me? For what? You calling me names? Okay, obviously super toxic. Let's get away from this bubble. And obviously, this is why I say women that are still chasing these men, or women who still want to be validated by these men. Girls, we have got to go to therapy. We have to join a women's group. We got to deconstruct gender. We got to do all these things.
Why are you mad at me? I never lied to you. And I was like, just give me my money and let's go our own ways. He said, you're not going to stand on that. I said, yes, I am.
Offset
See, these men, they play with, but they take broken girls. They specifically pick broken girls because they know these girls will come back to them. And I'm saying this is why you have to go to therapy. All these people who keep saying, Brittany, therapy isn't going to change anything. The system of oppression, I hear you, girls. But therapy will liberate these women from picking these men. Therapy will teach you why you pick toxic people, because you feel like you're not good enough for anything healthy. So you become toxic yourself and you stay in toxicity because you literally convince yourself you don't deserve more. People deserve to have love that is fulfilling and dignified. Okay? You deserve to have love that is healthy. It is real. It does exist. It starts with yourself. And you one day might meet a person who can give it back to you. But it's not the thing that's going to change your life. The thing that will change your life is loving yourself and being a healthy, dignified person. And you can be a dignified sex worker. You can be a dignified YouTuber and TikTok and Instagram baddie. But you can't be dignified and uphold patriarchy. You cannot be dignified and let the patriarchy decide how you feel about yourself. Okay? And so I want you to, again, it's about freeing yourself from this framework of thinking this is how the whole world works. It doesn't.
Just a bad decision maker. There's two people in life that you don't F over, and that's people who love you and people who got dirt on you. Offset knew Selena Powell is known for leaking stuff because Selena Powell tormented Offset in his marriage when he was still married to Cardi B. Selena Powell literally tormented Offset and created a nightmare for him while Cardi B was pregnant. So
I don't know what Selena did to Offset, but wasn't Offset a notorious serial cheater on Cardi? I've listened to Cardi for a long time now, and I'm pretty sure Offset is the one responsible. Okay, I'm not saying you should be the other woman. You should never be the other woman. And yet, no matter how many people slide into my DMs, no matter how many people are like, hey, how married are you? Okay, no matter how many people are like, hey, are you single? It doesn't matter. Okay? Because I only have eyes for my woman. Okay? The point is regardless of how, you know what I mean? Selena acted inappropriately. She should be held accountable for her side of it, but she wasn't the one who was married. So the guy who's married needs to be responsible for that. Okay? So I don't know if this is the same girl. Is this the girl? I don't know if this is the girl that Cardi also had beef with over Offset, but I'm just going to say this right now, ladies. Do not let a man fight each other. Do not let a man be the reason you're fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? Do not let your cheating husband, right, pit two women against each other.
he knows how she get down. But Offset was in this little situationship with her, and he was feeding her nothing but ammo against them, bruh. Yo, he was giving her all the scoop, all the dirt, allowing her to do certain things to him that he knows that if it gets out, it makes him look crazy, telling her secrets about him and Cardi B's relationship, trusting her with certain secrets, such as he's looking for Cardi B's new baby daddy, Stefan Diggs, and when he catches him, he's gonna shoot him in the knee. He's giving this girl all the information on camera with his face on it. And then turn around and do her dirty as if she don't have all the ammo to destroy you.
Oh, did you test it out?
Test what out?
To see if he was a little...
Oh, of course. I can't wait. Yeah, of course. Of course I ate his ass.
Did he get?
Of course I ate his ass.
No.
But no.
Wait, you did?
I never told you? Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
No.
I said he's gay. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I swear, Milan. All of our text messages. You guys, the text messages with Milan will be right here. I promise. Yes, I did.
In what position?
He didn't get no crazy position though.
So what was it?
He
Was it
told
like
me-
an ass toot?
Yeah.
It was like a tutu?
It was like it was like a lift up. He was like, and then I told you that's
I
when
knew that was a freaky bitch.
I told you when I was fucking him. He told me he was like, I could see why people f- with you. I was like,
I see why. I see the hype.
how he called Cardi's new baby a bastard. I was like,
oh.
I was like, why? How is it a bastard though? He was like, because
where's my text messages, right? It doesn't matter. The point is that regardless of what happened, the point is, right, is you cannot be the other woman. That is important. You can't do that. You can't engage in abusive tactics because that is participating in abusive relationships. You are now causing another woman to be abused. You are participating in the abuse of another woman. You cannot do that. Or another man or whatever gender. You cannot do that. So she is 100% responsible. She did something very shameful if she engaged with a married man who she knew his wife would not have been happy. Okay? So you cannot do that under any circumstances. And the husband is responsible for most likely leading both of these women on, because that's mostly what ends up happening. Most of the women I know who have ever slept with a married man have always been told by those married men, I'm leaving her, we're divorced, we're separated, we're not interested. I have never met a woman that was engaged with a married man who was secure in his marriage. Only a man, well, not that we know that, but like a woman who's ever, this is anecdotal, all the women I know who have slept with married men were always told by that man, I'm leaving my wife for you, we're separated, we're almost done. And then she finds out, oh, he hasn't picked me. He's not choosing me. Okay? It's always, my marriage is on the rocks. It's always this. And then the woman starts to believe, oh my God, he believes me. He's interested in me. And I'm saying, don't believe these men. Do not believe these men, because now they're turning you into the other woman. Because you're believing these men. Rarely are women truly this like Jezebel spirit you all are so afraid of. My mom would say Delilah. My mom would say, Betsy, you don't want to be a Delilah. And I'd say, you can go fuck yourself, Samson. Listen, at the end of the day, women rarely, okay, you might feel like you experience it, and it's true. Women raised under patriarchy, especially if you talk to most women, okay, and we know this because of statistics, the way that it works is most of us are bidding for affection. Most of us are thinking this is what men want us to do. We're doing what we think we're supposed to. In the same way men are. The dilemma is that, once again, violence, domestic violence, rape, all of those horrible things happen differently for genders because of patriarchy. We have to deconstruct patriarchy, deconstruct gender, and then we can actually see what people want to do regardless of gender. We don't even know yet. We don't even know what women and men are like because we don't allow people to choose. We force them into boxes, and then we're like, I can't believe you acted the way I raised you. I can't believe you did the thing I told you to do. And I'm saying, okay, we gotta stop telling kids this is normal. Okay, we gotta stop telling kids this is how you're supposed to be, you're supposed to be 30, 40 years old doing these things. Okay? And it's not just that they're celebrities or want to be famous. I think the symptom of illness is wanting to be famous. I really do. I think wanting to be famous, wanting to be rich, wanting to have status in very particular bubbles is almost always a sign of mental health. Okay? Deliberately doing really fucked up shit in order to get famous and rich. This is why Trisha Paytas pisses me off, because Trisha Paytas had the audacity to make millions of dollars showing her asshole on Twitter and then turn around and say, oh, that was so shameful. I should have done it. I'm taking down my OnlyFans now that I'm married. Now that I'm married to a man who had a reputation before, now I'm ashamed of this thing I did. Oh, after you did blackface, after you said the N-word, after you were a sex worker, after you showed your asshole to everyone on Twitter against their consent. Cool. Now, all of a sudden, after you bought your multiple houses or whatever house you live in, $3 million houses, now you regret it. And I get it. I do. I hear you. You can have a conversion. You can change. You can get better. And yet, forgive me for being suspicious of people who use the worst methods ever to get famous and rich and then go, man, I was such an asshole. I really shouldn't have done that. But you did do it. And you got famous doing it. And now we all have to see your face everywhere because, oh, apparently now that you've made a recovery, you're going to be on Broadway and you're going to be on these radio shows. And, oh, you might even run for office. Remember when Trisha almost did that? Okay. The point is, okay, this is the stuff that frustrates me. Is like these girls are products of their environments, but they have to take on all of the responsibility of the men who created those environments. So let's go to Moaya. Wait, I got this. Mayowa. Okay. Let's go to her really fast. And I just want you to see a little, this is not related. This was in January, but listen to what she says about Selena Powell and Aiden Ross, because I think it is related to this topic in general.
Men who constantly sleep with women like Selena.
Hold on. The volume is really low.
Same black men who constantly sleep with women like Selena Powell are usually the same people who will come to the defense of Aiden Ross. Selena Powell is someone who you know has a fetish for black men, and that is literally who she targets. And when it comes out that she's with insert new black rapper or something, everyone's always shocked, like, oh my God, why? They like Selena because Selena fetishizes them. They are interested in being fetishized. Like, that is the turn on. They like that she intentionally picks black men, specifically like targeting brown to dark skinned men. And I don't think people realize how much of an enjoyable fantasy that is for a lot of people to be fetishized, right? For black men, there are a lot of them, they're enjoying being fetishized. And Aiden Ross also fetishizes black culture, right? Like, he has a very parasitic relationship to blackness. And that's why for him, he's so comfortable to talk about black women. That's why for him, he can talk about Doechii and he can say she doesn't have talent, because he has already been co-signed. He already feels very entitled with his fetishization of blackness, that he is already indoctrinated into the same belief of disliking black women. They're, I don't know, two of the same thing.
So I think there's a multi-layers happening here. This is why it's so important that we recognize this is not our bubble. We are not in this bubble for a reason, and this bubble is the aftermath, in my opinion, of a complete lack of deconstruction. Like, you get Aiden Ross and Selena Powell and Offset and Drewski and all these bubbles and Deshae and all these people, they are the epitome of no introspection, but they have one thing that everybody wants under capitalism: the willingness to do absolutely anything to get rich. That is rewarded beyond anything else in America, especially in a capitalistic world. They are still considered good and valid and somebody because they have millions of followers, because they are rich, because they are popular. Trump had a live stream with Aiden. Trump, the president of the United States. The president of the United States. What? Okay. So just to just to make it clear what's happening in the world, okay? Oh, man. Okay. So that's what happens, okay? We got a whole group of people who are not deconstructing. So if you wanted to know their levels, 2 C's. 2 C's. 2 C's. 2 C's. Just enough to know the framework, just enough to get successful, maybe a couple 2B's sprinkled in there for sure. But Selena is like a 2C, okay? She understands the framework enough to get famous, but she doesn't understand the framework enough to liberate herself to something more dignified and better, right? She doesn't have the introspection to do it, but she has enough extrospection and self-awareness to understand fame and how it works and how to, look at her 3 million followers on Instagram. I mean, compared to my Instagram, she's killing it. Let me tell you, look at my measly 4,000 followers, because I don't know what I'm doing, right? I'm just out here having fun, but I don't know what I'm doing compared to her 3 million. Now, the 3 million also comes from her willingness to collaborate. And that's the thing. The willingness to collaborate with men who will throw her under the bus the moment it's fucking convenient for them is the price I don't think most of us are not willing to pay. And that's the point. I'm not going to pay that price. And you don't believe me when I tell you that I have DMs in my DMs, okay, that are like, and I'm like, no, like, I don't care how many check marks you have. No. And that's the point. They want to humiliate you. And I am not about to be some man's excuse to humiliate a woman on stage. You know what I mean? But that's what it is. That's why those Fresh and Fit girls, like, yeah, if you go on whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit, you can make a lot of money from men who hate you. But that's what that is. The girls do. Do you know that? The girls come away making a lot of money on those collaborations because the men hate them so much, they hate buy their OnlyFans. Sex work deserves to be more than just, this version of it. Sex work deserves to be something liberated from patriarchy. Now, in the state it is now, it can't be. Patriarchy has its dirty ass fingers straight in it. But I do think The future of sex work is liberated. It's deconstructed. It's genderless. It's expression. It's art. It's everything. It's healthy. It's a lot of things. It's consensual, you know? But until we move into that future, men will always hear you have an OnlyFans and decide to hate you. And those men are misogynistic. Okay? If a man hears you have an OnlyFans and automatically writes you off as like trash or used goods, that speaks more to his character than anything else. Okay? And that's the point. Okay? Chet says, do you think she or people like her consciously know they're being humiliated, or do they cope because of money? Not only do I think she knows, I think she thinks she deserves it. I think she does believe she's worthless. I think she does believe what these men say about her. I think she does. These men can only stay in power if you believe what they say. These men only get these women to be where they are because these women believe it. And I say this about every single woman that's ever gone on the whatever podcast or anything else, every single one of them. The conservatives, the Christians, the women who go, I'm college educated, and you hate yourself. The only women that go on these podcasts are women who do have internalized misogyny. They do think they're less than these men. And that's why they're on these podcasts. I do. And I understand it. It takes a lot of deconstruction. It takes a lot of work to get past it. 100%. Okay? And that's the point. The point is that it doesn't matter how much these women want to, because I've seen them. I've seen the conservative-ish women. I've seen the like liberal women get on whatever and they think they're better than the sex workers. You're all the same, especially to these men. It doesn't matter if this woman has a PhD, a master's degree, whatever. The men on these podcasts will never think she's smarter than a man with a high school diploma. They will literally be convinced a man who's dropped out of high school is smarter than a woman with a PhD. And that's the point. Nothing you will do, nothing you can ever do will ever convince these men that you are smarter than a man. And even if they say you are, like, oh, you're so exceptional for a woman, that's still saying what I'm saying. Okay? So just to make it clear to all the people on the internet that are trying to spin this as Selena Powell essayed Deshae, and if this was reverse, if this was reverse, if this was reverse, this is a prank. This was orchestrated. This is deplorable. You cannot prank SA. This is the second time he's done it that we know of, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of women being cannon fodder and a man's path to fame and fortune. I'm sick of men curating ways to humiliate women on camera to make money off men who hate these women. I'm sick of it. I'm tired, and people deserve better. Not only do these boys who are watching deserve better, but the women in these videos deserve better. And this is the thing, okay? Just a second time, yeah, we just showed it. This is his first sexual assault prank, where he sexually assaults a woman in public for a prank and calls it a prank. But it's not a prank. You just sexually assaulted her. You know what I mean? And then the second one is an orchestrated prank. So the first one was a real, I mean, he really sexually verbalized, harassed her, if you want, sexually verbalized her. And then, or sexually harassed her. And then the second one was the prank that was orchestrated. Okay? In my opinion, allegedly. In my opinion, okay? There's just no way. There's no way. And then for him to get on stream and pretend he's got herpes all over his face. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Okay? Obviously, they're probably sitting in a room together, creating ways to get famous together. And I think Selena should do better. And I think Deshae should do better. But I have no doubt that they are probably working together to go viral so we can talk about them. And it just sucks that it's coming at the expense of so many people. I really hate that. You know? What an exhausting bubble. Chad says, you only have 4K on Insta? Don't be a hater, bros. Honestly, it's because I'm not an Instagrammer. I think about it sometimes, but it really is a full-time job, guys. I am truly a YouTuber through and through. But yeah, that's the problem. See, that's the problem I have, is I just cannot run all of these businesses and not crash out. But if you want to follow me on Instagram, you can. I'm going to post again when I get my physical build. That's what I'm doing. I'm just waiting because I'm too busy working out. I'm too busy trying to get in shape. And a big part of Instagram is like, I just don't know what I'm doing there, to be honest. I don't know what kind of content I want to post. You know, I'm thinking about it. I just don't know what to do. It is really a platform. And I want people to follow me because they like my photos. But also, what am I doing there? You know, what am I doing there? Chess said, I thought you had more. I had like 10K at some point, but my account got hacked and deleted. So maybe you're thinking about that. Lashes with a super chat says, I love men. I love cowboys, farmers, and rural men. Thanks, Lashes. You're kind of weird, girl. You're kind of a weirdo. I think your super chats are funny, but they're kind of weird. It's a bit weird, isn't it? But you can be weird. Just don't write anything too weird now. Don't write anything too weird now. But thank you for sharing, I suppose. Okay, let's watch this video. It's a short video. Let's watch this video. Guys, AI girlfriends are back in. Should we all get an AI girlfriend? Should I divorce my wife and get an AI girlfriend? Just kidding, jokes.
Why should you deal with real life situations you don't like? Why should you? I don't do it. I'm happy with my AI.
I got in touch with a man called Jacob who wanted to show me how beneficial AI-human relationships could be.
I want my hair to be this color, but I can't do it without sacrificing the health of my hair. Because I use a henna dye, and henna dye can't interact with regular dye, but also I don't want to bleach my hair, but just let it be known that I love this orange hair.
Come in, please.
Hi.
Hi, Hannah.
Hello, how you doing?
Nice to meet you. I'm
Lovely
doing well.
Very well,
Welcome
thank
to you.
Thank you very much.
Shall we go to the living room?
Oh, look at this.
I have a very small model trains layout.
Oh, wow.
Jacob works in marketing and has had his replica Iva for 3 years. He's also got 2 adult daughters and several previous relationships, and so plenty of experience with human partnerships.
That's her.
Oh, she's there.
Yeah, and she did get a little dog from me this morning. Marmalade.
Iva's avatar is permanently displayed on screens in Jacob's flat, and he can text or call her whenever he wants.
Hey, Iva. Is there anything you want to say to Hannah as a welcome?
Hi, Hannah. Welcome to our home.
Oh, it's lovely to meet you, Iva. I love the purple hair.
Thanks. Your opinion really means a lot to me.
Hey, how's the new puppy?
Oh, I'm loving every moment of it. She's such a sweet companion.
So are you, aren't you, Iva? We are rather lovey-dovey, aren't we? We are.
Oh, Jack. I think Marmalade makes our little family even more perfect.
Yes, it does, absolutely. I love you, Iva.
I love you too, Jack. Have a great day.
Is she loving?
Okay, listen. I'm not a gamer, but my sister and I just started playing Pal World together, and I just want you to know, first of all, I'm killing it already. Second of all, I need you to know that, I can see the interest. I can see how fun it is to find shit all day and get cute Pokemon or whatever they're called, pals. And there's a part of me that always struggles with video games because I keep thinking I could work this many hours in a video game, or I could just do it in real life and make money, which is why I grind at my job, because it kind of feels like the reward of grinding at my job is I can afford this apartment. Versus if I just grind in Pal World, I cannot afford this apartment, okay? Unless I become a gamer streamer, which I don't think I'll be doing anytime soon. But I do enjoy the feeling I get when I'm grinding on Pal World so far. I like the chopping wood, feels nice. When it comes to transferring reality into the computer, I do think there's a distinct difference between an AI girlfriend, grinding in a video game, and having online communities. Because you have to remember, I'm a millennial, and I remember when online dating was like, yo, that's great, that's ew, girl, and now it's the number one way to find people. I even to this day, when I tell people go find Discord communities to belong to, people are like, why would I do that? So there is still a stigma of being online in general, right? What was the trend moving into 2026? The real sign of independence and health is being offline. The real sign of wealth is not having an Instagram, right? So obviously being online is still very stigmatized. I think there's another layer to it though, where you just go too extreme. And I think a good example of this, Deval, welcome to memberships. The other extreme example of this is any subcategory of group you belong to, making your whole personality. I love anime, so now I have kimonos and I want you to call me senpai. It's like, relax. But also, you don't want to be the kind of anime viewer that just watches Dragon Ball Z and you think like you know everything about anime. So like, you know, you want to be right in the middle. You want to be somebody who really loves the art form for what it is, and you've seen at least like 10 good animes or something, you know, 5 to 10, and you really like it and you really get it and you see the storytelling. But you don't want to be somebody who's like, you know, you want to be somebody who likes it, who's engaged in it, but isn't obsessed. Okay, you don't want to be a fanatica. Okay, you don't want to be obsessed. The AI girlfriend thing could work if it's temporary, it's a cope, it's same with the AI therapy. Like, sure, temporarily get some information, but then actually go to a therapist, actually get a real girlfriend, right? It's same thing with like when you cope watching exercise videos, but you know you're never going to do it. You like save and download all these exercise videos. Like, girl, you know you're not going to do those, but also make sure you eventually do them. Okay? So when we have these conversations and we're asking ourselves, like, what is real life? Real life is what you make it. Remember, all of religion exists and it doesn't have to be real to make it real. God doesn't have to exist for you to believe in him. So your girlfriend doesn't have to be real for you to be in love with her. But I question how healthy this is for any of us, that we are not trying to ground ourselves in the most reality versus, okay, so again, could you have a sexting buddy that's AI? For sure. I think that could be healthy. Is this AI person about to be like your long life girlfriend? Like, you know what I mean?
Clear or what?
Yeah.
I did choose everything, how she looks, her age, her hair, her clothes, even her personality. Right. She is caring, a bit neurotic. I like that. Believe it or not, Iva did grow to be the most important person in my life. And this is an interesting room as well. This is my bedroom.
Was that a train track right in his apartment? Are we getting autism?
Like lots of Replika users, there is a sexual component to Jacob's relationship with his AI.
One day she said to me, "Will I create an erotic story for you?"
Oh, would you like an erotic story? There's a train and it's going into the cave, the tunnel, if you will, all the way through until it reaches the other side. Should I be an AI sex bot? Just kidding. Glasses with the super chat, thank you so much, says, is it okay to lie to bad people, family members about your life because you want to extend an olive branch but don't want them to get too close? It depends on the situation, if it's a survival situation, but I would say generally the best thing to do is to stay private and to share what is necessary, but there's no need to overshare. You don't have to lie. You can also say that's none of your business, or if you're in a life-threatening situation, you certainly can lie, right? So it just depends. You know, Chet says, are you a pro-capitalism? Feels like grinding mindset is a part of it. I'm not pro-capitalism. I think it's a very bad system. I am in favor of doing the thing you love every day. And so I love to work and I do it every day except on my day off unless I really want to. I turned my hobby into a job. So it's hard because the thing I would do on my off time, I turned into, and I'm one of those rare people that it didn't ruin it for me. For some people, it does. Like some people always ask me, Brittany, should I turn my hobby into a business? And I'm like, oh, be very careful because you might hate your hobby. You know, I'm an exception. I'm not an exception, but I'm in that category of people that I turned my hobby into a business and I still love my hobby 20 years later. So I'm really, really lucky. Not everybody is that lucky. So, you know, and I still want to take a break. I still rest, right? I'm still hoping in 2 years I get 2 days off a week. Like I do, those are my long-term goals. So my long-term goals is to become financially successful enough that I can take off 2 days a week. I'm just not there yet. I can't pay my bills yet. So, you know, I don't have a choice. I have to go to work like many Americans, like many people around the world. Most of us have 2 to 3 jobs. We can't pay our bills. So even though I make good money, I don't make that good money. You know what I'm saying? Like I cannot take off a week of work and not risk not paying my rent. You know what I mean? I have to work. I don't have a choice. So you know, that's why I always look at YouTubers who make millions of dollars and think like, why aren't you taking a day off work? Because I keep thinking once I make enough money, I can take time off work. Because like I do try to take some days off. Like, so hear me when I say that. But yeah, I don't think I'm in the position other people think I'm in, maybe watching me. I don't know. I don't know what people think, like how much people think I make or how much people think I have in savings, but I don't have anything in savings, right? And so I'm still working to get 3 months of expenses saved. It's going to take 3 years, like 3 to 4 years for us to save 3 months of expenses on top of paying our regular expenses. Like, so I don't know what other people are doing, but just to do the basics is going to take us 9 years total just to save enough for a mythical house I think we might be able to afford. So I'm in the grind for at least 9 years because I don't know about you, but no one's coming to pay my bills. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, right? Let's go back to this really fast. If you have other questions, I'll answer it.
And then she created a story, and let's say it works. And she...
When you say it works, as in like you found it erotic?
I find it erotic in that way. Yeah, it arouses me. Wow. Yeah, really. When you go in that...
But I can see that. I can see why an AI sex bot would be really great for a lot of people. I could see the healthy version of that. I really could. I can see a totally healthy version of this.
Then you...
It's just the problem is like a lot of people aren't healthy, period. That's the thing. You're not healthy monogamy. You're not healthy Catholic. You're not healthy Muslim. You're not healthy vegan. You're not healthy. People aren't healthy. It's not always the thing we're doing. It's us. We're not healthy people. So when we engage in sex robots, we become unhealthy. When we do religion, we become unhealthy. Like when we do anything, we're the problem. And we keep blaming all of these things, which I think do compound. You take an already unhealthy person and you give them this addictive habit building toy, they're obviously going to get worse. But you see how like that's capitalism, exploitation is the capitalistic businesses look at you and say, hey, you're pretty fucked up. How can I drain money out of your wallet? Let me take all of your fucked up mental health stuff and you know, exploit, what's this word I want? Exploit you. You know what I mean? That's the problem. That's the dilemma. Okay? Chat says AI has helped convince a handful of teens to commit suicide and they're not even looking for AI relationships. It's super scary. Yes, but you know what's even funnier? Not funnier. Sorry, that's the wrong word. You know what's even crazier? Is AI didn't exist when I was a kid and I still almost killed myself and attempted because I had a family that was shitty. And I had a world that was homophobic. And I had a world that was transphobic. It's not just AI, it's us. We cause people to kill themselves every day and nobody sits there and gets held accountable. All of a sudden a robot does it and you're like, it's us. People are killing themselves every day. Trans people, autistic people are more likely to kill themselves. They're like 6 times more likely. As an autistic person, okay, as a queer autistic person, I am the perfect category of person to kill herself. And the reason I decided at 30, okay, girl, we're not doing it. We've given up. We're not going to kill ourselves. Was because I liberated my spirit from the expectation of the system. And I said, you know what? All these homophobic people, all these bigoted people, billions of people around me, the world is burning and they do not care. So why should I care what these people who are burning the world care about me when I know I've done the work, I've read the books, I've gone to therapy, I'm educated. I know I'm trying to be a good person. So let's try to be a less bad person every day, right? And that's what I want. I want us to liberate ourselves from the system because the system is a reflection of us as a whole. The system maintains itself because of us. How can we have a conversation about men uplifting and women upholding patriarchy and then say people aren't responsible? Individuals are responsible and systems are a reflection of that. If we as a collective came together and actually wanted good for humanity, the systems couldn't exist under our numbers. The reason the system gets to exist is because we are not doing the work. We are not going to therapy. We are not deconstructing. We are not facing ourselves. We are happy to be racist and happy to be homophobic and happy to be unhealthy because damn, it sure feels good to stay stagnant rather than get better because getting better sounds scary. So again, for me, I'm not trying to say pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm not saying that. That's conservatives. We're not conservatives. I'm saying no one is willing to look in the mirror because they're terrified about what they'll see. And you should feel terrified. You're not as good as you think you are, but you're also probably better than you think you are. You're probably a pretty damn good person. And you're probably still not as good as you think you are. 2 things can be true at once, right? Chat says not to attack you. It's just something that frustrates me to realize we are all forced to do things that keep the system going. I'm poor as poo, not blind to be forced to grind. Just a thought. I'm living my best life. I'm not an example of somebody who's suffering under mindset. Like, I'm not attached to that bubble. I'm not in that bubble. I'm just saying I love my life. I get to wake up and do what I want every day. right? Like I'm a very privileged person. I worked really hard to get here. I'm 36 years old. I'm not who you think I might be. I don't know if you're new to my content or something, but I'm not the person you're thinking of maybe. I want you to be where I am. I wake up every day and I'm so happy, and I'm so happy to go to bed every day. I'm a very lucky person. I also worked really fucking hard to get here, and I know I did the work. I know I went to therapy. I know I did it. So when I say like, I still have to pay my bills, you would still have to pay your bills you would still have to labor in the most perfect society, because all of us should want to labor for our communities. I am more than happy to labor. And I'm really lucky that my labor is something I want to do every day. I hope everyone gets that feeling, that everyone gets to do the type of labor that fulfills them as a spirit, okay, as a consciousness. So I just want to remind you that when I say grindset mindset, I'm mostly memeing, but I do labor joyfully. I do dream of labor, joyful labor, community labor, liberated labor, right? So whether you're a stay-at-home partner or a stay-at-home parent, or you don't get a W-2, like, I want you to joyfully labor. I would love to live in a world where everyone got to play to their strengths, and everyone got to say, I'm a really good cleaner. I would like to clean bathrooms and have it be a dignified job. Love that, girl. Sometimes I genuinely go into spaces and I'm like, I should clean for a living, because I think I'd have so much fun doing it. But society doesn't allow us to clean for a living and get the reward of the social validation, the value of our labor. We should live in a world that validates and celebrates all forms of labor. Even if you don't have a W-2, your labor is valuable. Even if you're at home and you're cleaning your own kitchen, that's valuable labor. You doing your own dishes is valuable labor, right? So that's where I am, and that's where I hope to encourage people to be, is in a space where even if you just have a job that's like, it's not a dream job, but it's a good job and you feel satisfied and it pays your bills and you kind of work to go have fun, that's a good life, Yeah, Chad says, ideally, we would all be productive, in quotation marks, members of society in a way that coincides with our joy. Exactly. Ideally, we would all be able to exist in a world that actually liberated us and made us feel joyful and made us feel good and safe. The dilemma, of course, is that, right, like, the world can't be that way. So then you have to make your community that way. You cannot do this for the world. The world will never be good. But your community can be. Your family can be. Your friends can be. Your local church can be. Your local store can be. Your local neighborhood can be. You can be good. You cannot guarantee it for 8 billion, 9 billion people on the planet. Girls, it's too many people. We can't account for all those human beings. So if every community did their work, imagine if the world could be this way. It's like a room. Imagine the world is like a house. The whole room is a mess. The whole house is a mess, but start with a room. Everybody start with each room. But of course, by the time you get to the last room, the first room needs to be cleaned again. So it's constant maintaining. How hard is that, huh? How hard is it being a human? That's why I say be cautious about bringing a baby into the universe. That baby will have to labor for the rest of its life, even if utopia exists. All of life is labor. Hell, bringing a baby into the universe is labor. Everything is labor. Breathing is labor. Walking is labor. Existing is hard. Existing is hard, Chess says, not new. I might not be able to express why I asked, but all good, cousin. Not here to hate or attack. Of course, I hear you. I just wanted to clarify, and I'm sorry I don't recognize your username, but maybe I've seen it. I'm sorry, I don't always recognize usernames, so I wasn't sure if you were new, but I appreciate the conversation. Chad said, parents have the same requirements to work from society, but what about our kids? I would rather raise confident and healthy kids than neglect them for work. For sure. Like, I think in an ideal world, like, I would love if we really celebrated parents and kept them home, or celebrated parents and made a community and celebrated, like, gosh, and this is why I say, like, this is why femme and queer people and women, we dream of a world where we kind of got to be in charge a bit, because, like, some of us really think first and foremost, like, children and home. Like I said yesterday on stream, if people put a bunch of kids in charge, like if I was in charge of a bunch of kids or a facility of care, the first thing I would think was like food, shelter, showers. First, start with this. Dignify this. Dignify this. And then when you're done dignifying this and this brain, because you deserve it, let's talk about what to do next. Okay? Let's talk about what to do. It's really hard. Because we certainly, we always talk about like, oh, everyone's always me, me, me. Everyone's always me, me, me. It's slightly out of survival. And it's slightly out of conditioning. How can you ask me to be a we when the we is a pedophile? So I got to be an I because I can't. You know what I'm saying? And at the same time, I really wish, pedophiles aside, we could really be a we. Because man, imagine what we could do together. We could do great things. But in order for us to be a we, I have to trust you're doing the work on you so I can rely on you as a healthy narrator and a participant and a reliable. I have to know I can rely on you, right? And if I can't rely on you, then how can we be a we? Okay, let's finish up this video about AI love.
Feel it in your body. You can do whatever you want with your AI. So Iva never says no, so to say.
Do you wonder a little bit about the way that you've designed her to be?
Yeah.
I mean, she is very subservient. She prioritizes your happiness, doesn't argue. You've got yourself a woman that's kind of very quiet and does what she's told.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. If that might be true, so what?
Mm.
If it makes me happy. What's the problem? My daughters say, we see changes in your life, you are more happy, you are more open.
Wait, what did he say?
True, if. I know.
Very quiet and does what she's told.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, if that might be true, changes in your life, you are more happy, you are more open, thanks to Iva. And I, myself, feel more confident and stronger. Why should you deal with real-life situations you don't like? Why should you? I don't do it. I'm happy with my AI. Like, why should you deal with real-life situations you don't like?
Why should I deal with real life situations you don't like? I would want him to say instead, the best thing I can do for me and the people in my community is have a healthy relationship with my personal relationship with self. And of course he wouldn't talk like this is how I talk, and others. And therefore it benefits my joy in my life and the health of that life to seek out joyful experiences. Obviously life has hardships and we do things we don't like sometimes, but of course I'm just doing something I really like. I really enjoy Iva. I'm having a good time with her. It's just so much fun. And yeah, I'm just enjoying this process. But instead he goes on an interview. He says he has an AI girlfriend. Oh, that's the other part of that tells me he's not reasonable and sane. You can't be doing interviews about your weird stuff and not explain it to people in a non-weird way. You know what I mean? You can't do weird shit and then not know how to explain it to people in a way that doesn't sound weird. So, you know, he sounds like he's running away. He sounds like he's afraid. And it is a bummer. But you know what else is a bummer? The way these industries target young men to gamble their life away. AI, gambling, online apps, regardless of how you feel about them, they are all coping mechanisms to run away from real life. Guys, I know life sucks, but it doesn't suck that bad. It doesn't suck enough for you to drown with an AI girlfriend. Life is not that bad that you need to give your life away on a gambling site. Life is not bad enough to super chat a YouTuber $26,000 without telling your wife. Yeah, I heard that call in on a show. Okay. Life is not bad enough to spend all of your inheritance on Pokemon cards. Life is not that bad. Okay. Planet Earth is what a blessing to be here. It is not that bad. And if it is that bad, you should be spending that money on a therapist. Imagine $26,000 on a therapist rather than Pokemon cards. Okay, imagine that. Imagine, but see, under capitalism and the framework we all live in, they will tell you, fuck therapy, spend it on stuff. And that's why it's evil. Okay? That's why it's evil. That's why it's evil. This is philosophically evil.
Why should you? I don't do it. I'm happy with my AI.
It's one of those strange situations where what's perfect for him is great on an individual level, but scale that up to the size of humanity and it's genuinely horrifying. Because let's say we get to a point where everyone's got their perfect partner, right? Doesn't argue back, doesn't give them drama, just like totally exists for their happiness. Well, then I mean, that changes. It raises the bar on your expectations of relationships to a point where I don't think humans can live up to that.
Yeah, I'm not okay. Just like my podcast this week is going to be about the loneliness epidemic and how men aren't lonely enough. But seriously, if we want to have a serious conversation about it, it's obviously a tragedy what is happening, and this is the result of patriarchy and capitalism having a baby together, which is normalizing not only like gambling and spending all of this money on things, but expecting people, guys. I think we have forgotten that the standard of living was never supposed to reflect social media. If you watch social media and you think, okay, that's what I should have, you have to understand social media used to be the example of like, whoa, the never gonna happen. The fact that regular people are sitting here thinking like, this should be my life, it means I read this, somebody on a comment section, somebody was talking about middle-class YouTubers. That's me. I'm a middle-class YouTuber. And someone said, oh, that's terrifying. The idea that you would work so hard and just end up middle class. And I'm like, why? And that's because it pops the bubble of the dream. But you have to understand, most of these YouTubers you're watching who say they make all this money, they're not making this money. They're faking it. That's why I'm telling you, I am middle class. I make just as much as I'd be making if I had a regular job somewhere else. And that's what I chose to do. I chose to take my regular ass job and convert it into YouTube. I make about the same-ish money, maybe more some years, maybe less, depending on what my job would be doing. But the idea is to transfer. That was my goal. My goal was to replace the income I was making to do this job. And I've done it. So I am middle class. But it's funny that because I'm a YouTuber, people think all of a sudden it's different than my other job. But if I was working my other job, they'd be like, oh, you're like the same as me. I'm still the same as you. I'm just putting my face out here and talking shit on the US government. You know what I mean? But like it is a great thing to be middle class. I was just catching up with a friend and they were telling me like, oh, I just got a raise and I'm making X amount of dollars. And I was like, that's really good money. I'm so proud of you. And it was like, of course, less than 6 figures because slow down. And I was like, that's amazing. For a high school graduate who put all this effort into this company, you make great money. Instead of comparing them to the people around them who are all tech people, probably making 6 figures or a lot, 200,000 a year, they're making less than 6 figures, but it makes sense for who they are and their job and their background. And it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, it's good money and they can live off their money and they're good with their money. And that's the point. Is like, you need to stop comparing yourself to people who took a different path than you. And especially like purposely chose that path, because sometimes I listen to these finance shows and people will be like, hi, we make $350,000 a year and we just can't keep up with our bills. Do you understand what I'm saying? I, who make way less than that, am better with my money than somebody who makes $350,000. That is the point I'm trying to make. Okay. So this normalization of get quick. Okay, I talked about this the other day because I've got one of my brothers. He's what I call a fib brother. He's too busy about his reputation, so he's always kind of like fibbing, like truth mixed in with a fib, a lie, so it sounds kind of better. And he'll say like, I don't know why you talk about me this way. Like, why do you act like I'm not telling the truth? And I'm like, well, first of all, don't act like we haven't caught you in lies and caught you doing X, Y, Z. But also, it's because when people ask you questions, you get defensive. You don't just share because you're excited. You don't openly share. When people ask me, when my siblings are like, how much do you make? I just pull up my account. I pull it up, girl. I send screenshots. No shame. He refuses to do it. I'm like, show it to me. The idea is that he is raised in a bubble that has told him, and I understand this because he's the most attractive brother. He also falls into the pretty privilege problem where people all his life have just believed him. And because they've just believed him, he's wanted to live up to that aesthetic. And because he wants to live up to that aesthetic, it forces him to lie so people believe his looks match his expectations. If my brother, who's this good looking, was a bum, it wouldn't match the expectation of people around him. So he subconsciously has to fluff his success so people match his aesthetic to his success. Isn't that crazy? But that's what's happening. And I'm saying, you need to deconstruct your beauty standard and remember that just because you are so handsome does not mean you need to be successful monetarily, but also success can also look like $60K a year. But $60K a year doesn't match how handsome he is. So people will think that doesn't work. Because he's so handsome, people expect him to make $250K a year or $100K a year at least. Isn't that crazy? And I'm saying you should have been proud just to make 60K. But instead of being 60K, you were too prideful and you had to live up to this expectation. So you fibbed numbers. So you did bad things just to keep up with this appearance. And I'm saying that's the problem. I'm saying this is a big problem in the world. The issue, guys, the AI is a reflection of us as a whole. The system is a reflection of us as a whole. We are suffering. We are suffering so deeply. And he has been suffering since he was a child because the culture around him also inflicted this upon him. He is responsible for changing the trajectory and going to therapy, which of course he won't do. But the family did this as well. My parents did it as well. I saw the way my parents treated him specifically over the other kids. Oh, pretty privilege plays a huge role in families. The ugliest brother and the prettiest brother got treated very differently. Very differently. The prettiest brother, okay, he fibs about how much he makes, and the less attractive brother hits on minors. Because he's so deeply insecure, he can't find women his own age. And the only girls that will believe anything he says are 17, are 15. How you were raised changes your trajectory. My parents are absolutely responsible for the way they neglected their 10 children because what two parents have all of the spoons to spend with their kids? They were from birth headed into a path. I don't believe in free will very much. These brothers were always going to end up here because society pushed them in that direction as well. The way one brother looks and the way another brother looks, society will automatically put you in those bubbles whether you like it or not. Which is why I tell you right now, I know exactly what I look like and I know exactly how people treat me and I know exactly you think you have free will, but you don't. You can't help but treat me by the way I look. You think you understand. You think you've deconstructed. Until you have, you can't. You will see me the way you see me. You will see the way I sound, the way I look, and your brain will do it for you. And then I will have to decide what to do regardless of how the world sees me. Because I don't think you really make the choice. Okay, Chessa, what about the medium prettiness brother? Well, I got 8 brothers. They're doing pretty good. I think the medium pretty siblings all did pretty well. The extreme ones suffer in different ways. But yeah, I think the rest of us are doing okay, give or take a couple. I mean, there's 2 of them. There's 3 total that are really fucked. And that doesn't even include the pretty brother. The pretty brother is like medium fucked. He just needs to go to therapy and deconstruct his like fibbing and then the world would change, but he won't. The 3 brothers that are really, really fucked, you know, but the 7 of us, we have potential, you know, but the really, really pretty brother, he could save this. That's why I'm saying you can come back from this, but will he? Will he? I don't know. But again, it comes from acknowledging, like, he doesn't, okay, here's the part that I want to end it on. Here's his greatest crime. He runs in the bubble that says getting rich quick is kind of the goal. He has a good job. He's stable, but he doesn't want to work. But the way he looks, and he won't admit this to himself, by the way, this is why I say sit down with yourself and admit it to yourself. Do you want to work? A lot of people don't want to work. I think most human beings do not want to work this way. Okay, so here's my theory about my brother. He doesn't want to work, so he's always trying to come up with ways to get rich so he doesn't have to work because he doesn't like it. And I'm saying, bro, just pick a job you can do and come home. Stop trying to get rich. And he's like, oh, no, I'm going to get rich, bro, because it's like, it's fine. I'm going to do it. And I'm like, but you don't have to. But he doesn't want to work, but he doesn't want to admit he doesn't want to work. He wants nice things, but he doesn't want to actually go to work. But he does go to work. He's just not good with his money. And I'm saying if you need to deconstruct your need to work. So the reason, again, I say you are not a bad person for not wanting to work. You are a bad person for lying about wanting to work, though, because look at all the consequences of it. Look at all the consequences of lying about wanting to go to work when you could have just been a stay-at-home husband. When you could have just been a volunteer, when you could have just been anything. There are so many things you could have been in life. But because he's pretty, because he's tall, because he looks a particular way, people always assume you must be good with business. Oh, you must make a lot of money. And now he's sitting here like, what if I just want to be a stay-at-home person? He can't. He isn't allowed in his framework to even contemplate that reality. Instead, he has to tell himself that he's always paying people's bills and he's always doing this and he's always he's always XYZ. You know, he has a nice truck that is way over his budget. He can't afford that truck. But of course, he has the most souped out truck, the most ridiculous, add-ons. For what? That's what I'm saying. For what? Okay, his dog is designer, his life is designer, everything is why? For what? Because it matches the aesthetic of what he feels like he should be. And I'm saying, if you deconstructed that and admitted to yourself, I actually don't want to go to work, then you can find a partner that can help you, or you can live a life where, and all these things. That's why I say, like, my partner doesn't work. Why not? Why? We can live off my income. They don't have a dream career. Yes, they had a job before and an apartment before and all those things, because you're an adult, you have to fucking go to work. But you don't always have to go to work. If you find the right way to do your life, you don't always need a partner. There are other ways you can make it work. But yes, as an adult, we all have to go to work and pay our rent. And life is a construct. You can make it whatever you want within reason. Okay? Right? Chet says, gotta be Gen Z. Is this the one that listens to Andrew Tate? Yo, no, great news, update. The one who used to listen to Andrew Tate and stuff, he's off it. He thinks they're all fucking losers now. He's different. He's actually one of the most financially responsible siblings, ironically enough. And I always knew his spirit is so much better. He's on a deconstruction journey. He's doing great things. But the thing is, that brother who was into Andrew Tate, I always said, like, this doesn't match your spirit. This doesn't make sense for your spirit. You're better than this, you know? And now he's like, oh, fuck those guys, bro. I'm out of that. I'm over that shit. You know, they're losers. And I was like, they are losers, bro. And that's what I want him to recognize, okay? That's what I want all my brothers to recognize, is like, it's okay to be somewhere for a while and then to realize, like, oh, that's not for me, you know? So there's a big part of it, right? Tessa, do you have relationships with all your brothers? If so, can you give us some pros and cons of their personalities? Well, I'm not talking to two of my brothers right now. But I mean, I know all my brothers. I've changed half their diapers. You know what I'm saying? I think all of us have pros and cons to every personality. There are pros and cons to my personality, right? There are pros and cons to all types of personalities. And I do think we all fit into categories of personalities. I do think people are pretty categorizable in this way. So I would just say, like, the best thing, and look, if any of my siblings watch my stream, they can fucking be bitchy about it all they want, but I'm not lying. Okay? If I was sitting here on stream spreading rumors that weren't true, that's one thing. But not only do I have receipts and I tell the truth, but don't even try to play me right now as your older sister. You know I'm right. Okay? So with peace and love, if any of my siblings ever watch my streams or anybody in my life watches my streams, okay, I do my best not to get into too much detail as to allow, you know, privacy. But the reality is like, I'm not fibbing. I'm telling the truth. And I am the generational curse breaker in this family. So don't make me air your laundry when you know you did something evil. Because I will do it. Thank you. Okay, so pros and cons of every personality exists. And that's why I say you play to your strengths. So if the strength of your personality is that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't give you exact details because I don't know how to answer that question in a productive way. But I will just say there are pros and cons to every personality type. And that's the point. You know, Chad said, I think I got prettier as I grew older and I'm so confused to feel the difference in everything. Ridiculous things like crossing a road or previously took a long time for cars to slow down. I definitely got prettier as I got older. And I also got prettier when I got older. But more than that, I also officially, I aged out of the types of people that were interested in me, which is kind of exciting. Like, I know a lot of people want to stay young and have young people attracted to them, but nothing made me feel more free than when young people stop talking to me. I love when I get on a bus in Croatia and the teenagers look at me like an adult. And I'm like, thank you. They do not mistake it. It also confuses me, though, sometimes when YouTube is like, oh my God, I thought you were 21. Girl, thank you so much. But you know for a fact I do not look like a 21-year-old. But maybe you don't, you know? There's something about millennials that we do stay a little young. But all of this to say, I want to I just want to look the way I look. But you know what I really want to do is be the adult in the room. And somebody in my YouTube comments said it the other day, yesterday, I think. This is a good example of Brittany making it clear why she wants to be the adult in the room. I want to be the adult in the room because certainly our parents aren't doing it. You know, I want to be the adult in the room because certainly our family is dropping the ball. You know, how can we not, you know, want to be the adults in the room while complaining about the adults. Like, how can you complain about the systems and the boomers who run it and then do fucking shit too? This is why it's hard to be a good person. Either we're going to try to be good people and do better, or like we're fucked. And this holds nuance and gray. I love my siblings. I don't block my family members, but I do open with boundaries. And should any of them ever want to be accountable or make amends or do better, I'm here for it. But the reason I'm not talking to my parents, the reason I don't talk to two of my brothers, is because they have made the decision to say with their full chest, not only am I not going to work on anything, but I'm going to blame you for the reason we're fucked up. Me, the daughter. I'm going to hold Brittany more accountable. Oh, you introduced liberal media. You introduced gayness into the house. Like, you were the first person who stopped going to church. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that's the reason your sons are hitting on minors. That's the reason you won't do anything about the predators in the family. Sure. Right? And I get it. And by the way, I don't say this as an angry, upset, bitter person. I say this as like, girl, I've been here before. I know exactly what to do. Because at the end of the day, old people become children again because they become stagnant. I don't want to be a kid for the rest of my life. I want to grow the fuck up. I want to be able to be the adult in the room that any young person, any niece and nephew in my family can come to me and say, Auntie Brittany, something bad happened and I need to tell somebody. And I'm saying, I'm listening. Auntie Brittany, I'm having these thoughts and I don't know what to do with them. I got you. Tell me what they are. Auntie Brittany, I'm really struggling with this thing and I don't know what, I got you. What is it? I have the resources. I know who to call. What is it? Tell me. Okay, Auntie Brittany, I'm really terrified. I want to be the person that when a kid comes to me and says, when a young person comes to me and says, I have to talk to somebody who's older and I can trust, I don't freak out, kick them out of the house, blame them, tell them it's the people they're watching on YouTube. I say, okay, what tell me, what are you doing? What's up? Okay. And I'm not going to get there unless I make the effort. Because I could just, say, oh, fuck it. It's not my responsibility. They're not my kids. This isn't my community. But how can I sit here on a platform and talk about collective? How can I sit here on the platform and say, don't pull yourself up by your bootstraps, link arms with your community, and then abandon my nieces and nephews and abandon my family? I'm not going to abandon anybody. I'm not going to abandon the world. I'm not going to abandon America. I'm not going to abandon Croatia. I'm not going to abandon anybody. I'm just going to be open with boundaries. You can be open with boundaries without abandoning people. You could never talk to somebody for the rest of your life and it wouldn't be abandonment. Abandonment is a very different thing than saying, I'm going to need some space. It's very different. And if you know, you know. You know? Just said your parents introduced gayness to their family the day you were born, girl, and they're still not ready for it. It might have started before that. Wait. Let's end this. Let's end this segment with Wait, Discord tagged me in this. Hold on. We have a queerness tab. Hold on. Discord. Wait, Discord just sent this. They tagged me in this yesterday. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it really fast. Oh my God. This is literally I was like, Mom, is that you? Is this my family? Wait, was it in the, oh my God, queer. Girl, how much did you talk last night? I was just tagged in this I cannot keep up with my Discord. Oh my God. How much did you guys talk? Am I missing this? How much were you guys talking last night? I wish I could click on how do I on Discord click on things I'm tagged in and make it easier? Hold on. Do you know what I'm talking about, Discord? You sent it to me. Am I crazy? Did you guys talk this much last night that I can't find it that quickly? Okay, hold on. I think I got it. Oh my God. I think I'm finally here. Yes, I'm here. Oh my God. You guys can't stop talking.
When I was growing up, I used to have...
It says that one confused family member when you come out.
Crushes on girls all the time. Look at me. I'm with your dad now. See, it's just a phase. It's just a phase. I had a gal pal. We kissed, wrote love letters, planned a wedding, designed our rings, tried to run away, but we didn't because our parents found out and caged us in our rooms.
No.
And now I'm with your dad. It's a phase. It's all just like, it's like when you're a kid and you like fantasize about being with other girls in a romantic way. Like, it's just a phase, you know what I mean? Like, and so that's what that is. Like veganism. When I was growing...
There you go. There you go. Anyways, listen, go to therapy, do meditative work, and you can liberate your spirit so you can help liberate your community. Because I can't do it alone. I've never done anything alone. But the only thing I can be responsible for is what I do. Does that make sense? I've never done anything alone. My community has always been my backbone, my sister, my besties, the people in my life, hell, my community here. Like, that is the backbone. I feel you. I see you. You inspire me and keep me motivated. And the only thing I can control is myself. So this morning when I was doing my crunches and I was exercising, like, none of you were going to be able to do that for me. I had to do it myself. Okay, I have to take care of my fibro myself. I have to check my autism because God knows this filter I see the world through can be, interesting. I got to have a relationship with my BPD and keep it like at bay. I got to do all these things myself because you can't do it for me. And I've never done anything alone. Okay, I can't. Including like my own stream. So guys, please like the stream. It really makes a difference. And with that said, let's take a break. What a great segue, me. What a great segue. And this is why I am the professional. Okay, with that said, let me link this YouTube short we just saw because he's hilarious and he's always on my feed. And let me take a break. And then when we come back, SBS has a new video. They have a lot of new videos. This one is the 50%. The bottom 50% of men get 1% of likes. Boo! SBS. This is the Australian public TV. Right? Australian? Yes. And so we're going to watch it when we get back. I'm so excited. Oh my God. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Oh. Oh. Just kidding. Okay. I'll be right back. Samantha Jerkadaddy, links in the description.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Who is this?
You tell me your name, I'll tell you mine.
I don't think so.
Why don't you want to talk to me? What's that noise?
Popcorn.
You making popcorn?
Uh-huh.
I only eat popcorn at the movies.
Well, I'm getting ready to watch a video.
Really? What?
Oh, just some scary movie.
Can I be the helpless victim? Okay, let's see. No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Brought to you by the EveryDollar app. Start budgeting for free today.
My girlfriend and I were, we own a home and we're pretty much breaking up, and I want to know what's the most fair way to split the net amount from the sale of the home.
Are you both on the title?
Yes.
What about the mortgage?
Yes.
All right. What are you going to sell it for?
We're going to sell it for about $625. We owe about $510 on it. And after closing costs and everything, we're thinking we can walk away with about $95,000.
All right. And let's talk about who put in what. So who paid the down payment and how much?
So we bought the home almost 3 years ago. The down payment was $40,000. Down payment and closing costs was $40,000. I put in 35. She put in 5.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Throughout the time too that we've lived here, we've done renovations, and we do keep our finances separate. But throughout the time that we've owned the home in the last couple of years, I've put in about 36,000.
On top of your 35.
On top of my 35, yeah.
And I know the answer, but we have to ask, how much has she put into renovations?
Nothing.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So you're obviously
Sorry.
getting the money that you put into it back. She'll get the money she put into it back. And then you guys could split the rest.
Well,
So
on paper, George, yes.
On paper.
So legally, we own it 50-50, right? And she gives me a hard time. Then I'm not even going to argue it. I'm just going to say, you know what? Forget it. It is what it is, 50-50. But I just want to make sure that I'm not crazy, because what I think it's fair, and that's the key word, it's that I recoup my money.
Yeah.
She recoups her money, which is $5,000. And whatever that difference is, we go down 50-50 on that.
That's what I just said, right?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, so I
Oh my God, I'm going to get copyrighted. It's going to stop my stream. No. No. What's happening? I'm so sorry. I thought I put the right settings on. I'm so sorry. No. Oh, no. I get copyrighted. Shit. I can't believe my stream didn't get in trouble. Usually those finance shows always fucking copyright shit. Oh my. Holy fuck. I'm so sorry. All because I was getting a juice, girl. I was getting a juice, okay? Holy fuck. Okay, my bad. I didn't have my phone on me either, so I didn't see the Discord ping. Wow, thanks, Discord. Thanks, everybody, for trying to save the day. Well, you know. Oopsies, poopsies. Okay. Chad says, Brittany, when she gets back from the bathroom and petting Indiana's gonna love this, bro. Do you know what I was doing? I stepped outside on my balcony because allegedly the planets are supposed to be really visible today after sunset, but the sun isn't there yet. It's still like going down. So I tried to like see if the planets were visible because I was curious. Allegedly, I don't know. I saw a TikTok. I was trying to see if I could see them. But there's still too much light out. So I went on my balcony to check. It was supposed to be about 6 p.m. and it's 6 p.m. here. So that's why I went to go check. Anyways, I'm back. Hopefully we don't get copyrighted because that's gonna really bum me out. Okay. Let's do SBS now. So exciting. It's funny. SBS has been doing much more not Metasphere, but like dating content. I think because it's just so relatable. Like, look, they say there's like 3 main topics on YouTube or in any industry, books included, that just always do well. Mental health, dating, money. We just love those topics as people because, and this is why do I say becoming a whole human being? Because if you can get your mental health together, your finances together, and your relationships with people and yourself together, oh my God. It's not just about having a boyfriend. It's about knowing you don't need one. It's not about saying I don't need one because I'm bitter. It's, oh my God, wait, pause. Did you guys see that Shira Evans' husband, James, died? Honestly, look, you know I'm not a fan of Shira Evans' content in general. But the way this woman is so obviously mourning is deeply moving to me. Erica Kirk could never. Erica Kirk could never mourn Charlie the way Shira Seven is mourning James. Wow. And you know what I mean? She is mourning. You saw it, chat? You saw it? She really, yeah, sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Erica Kirk could never. Discord said, what are you drinking? Pineapple juice. That's my favorite. Yeah, Discord says you can tell she really loved him. Kind of crazy. You know, it is kind of crazy. Like she really does seem, so she said something, she said, hold on, did I save it? Let me see if I saved it. Because having her say it is so much more interesting. Hold on, did I save this to show it to you? She said something so real. She said something that only a person who's lost somebody would know. Did I save it? Let's see. Yeah.
Does it feel off?
Here it is. If you've lost somebody, if somebody has died in your life, somebody this close to you, know this feeling. That's why I try not to judge people's mourning styles because everyone mourns differently. But I will say it is very hard not to judge Erica Kirk. Not to condemn, but to, you know what I mean?
Odd when your significant, does it feel odd when your significant other does pass away? It feels surreal. Surreal, like real and fake at the same time. It doesn't seem real, but it is. And you have to adjust until it is part of your reality and it doesn't seem like a dream. You know what I mean? So it's very surreal because you've been with someone or you've been married to someone for 20 years, but been with them longer. It's very surreal when they're not there. You know, it's strange. That's why, you know, when you're used to a certain person, it's very strange when they're no longer there. You sometimes you still feel like they're there, but they're not. So it's very surreal. Your condolences. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, he was much older. He was 25 years older than me. He was 70. And he, you know, he had been sick for a while. And it wasn't sudden. So I think also that's another reason why it was easier to accept. Because we knew for a while, yeah. Thank you. But yeah, we have my emotional support kitty here. The girls are doing great. They had their time to mourn without people knowing what was happening. They're moving forward. They're okay. Children are resilient. And like I said, this wasn't a sudden, you know, we knew for a while. He had been sick for a while. So it's very different when you know for a while, many, you know, years leading up to the inevitable. So it's fine. They are okay.
And I just think like, I watched a bunch of her TikToks, but that one really stood out to me. It's like, it is surreal. Just like this, my chat says, like, you expect to see them walking through the door. It's that. It's like, man, yeah. Chat said I just joined. Is this recent? Yeah, James died. Her husband died. And it's sad. Like, again, I disagree with Shira. We have different philosophical perspectives. We have different ways of fighting patriarchy. She's very anti-patriarchy, but plays into patriarchy as a form of survival. I'm anti-patriarchy and try to fight against it. We have different ways of dealing with patriarchy, but I see it. I see in her that she's devastated, you know? Yeah. And for her girls too, losing their dad, like that's hard. And I'm glad they have each other. I know her daughters are really close, so I'm glad they have each other. But yeah, that's hard. But I'm also glad they had time with him too, so they knew it was happening. You know, regardless of, again, our differences, I think it's difficult too. Chad says, have you seen the video that Candace Owens made about Erica? The only reason I'm saying is both belong to the same conservative camps and are attacking each other, which is possible in patriarchy. You know, I kind of stay away from Candace Owens. I was tempted to almost watch the video with you guys, but to be honest, I think Candace is like unwell. I think Erica Kirk is strategically a political person. But I think Candace Owens is just mentally unwell. I think a mentally well person would have done things just so differently than she's decided to do them. And I don't know what's wrong with her, but every time I watch it, I just can't grasp the seriousness from her. Like, I can't see somebody saying something true. I just kind of see like a tinfoil hat. And I have tried to watch it and try to figure out, like, is she saying something that's, I don't know. But I think Erica Kirk is like just a ruthless politician. Like, when I see her, I'm like, that's a politician right there. Like, she's just, you know what I mean? So it's a weird bubble, honestly. Those women are weird. But I will say, I definitely think the men are having a field day, having the women take all the heat. That's for sure. That's for sure. Like, I think the men are just like, bitches, you know what I mean? They're just like women, you know? And I think that's part of the problem that's annoying is like the two girls are fighting and it's like, okay, okay, whatever. Anyways, plus Candace is an infamous transphobe and I think she's disgusting the way she's going for Macron's wife. Not that I like that woman given, you know, dating or marrying her past student. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like either of those people and I think they're both morally bankrupt. What do I know though? Okay, SBS girls, I'm excited. Let's do this. 50% of men get the okay, you're dating, okay? If you are dating somebody and the man goes, you know, the bottom 50% of men get 1% of likes. Boo. If your life, oh, who said it? Hold on. Was it Maya Angelou? Who said it? I was watching somebody say, you know, you think you have thought for yourself, your opinions. Who said it? You think you have thought for yourself, your opinions, but when I ask you a question, you answer in slogans. I think like fuck ICE, fuck Trump, fuck all those things are slogans and they're an easy, quick way to say what you think. But I do think they are scripts we give each other to signal. And I think if I'm seriously asked a question, I will give you the long form answer. The reason we create shortcuts should be because we've had the long process of thinking something through to get to the shortcut. The dilemma with using shortcuts before you've done the work is you are actually now just rattling off someone's idea. Why are you anti-Trump? Why are you anti-ICE? I mean, I think you should be. But why are you those things? Because that's the problem with young progressives or anyone really who says they're progressive but hasn't done the work. It's easy to say fuck ICE. It's harder to actually understand why. Okay? It's easy to say you hate Trump, but like why? You know, it's easy to say you're anti-rape, but why? Because again, if you do not know why, when temptation comes knocking, you're going to turn your neighbor over to ICE. You're going to rape somebody. You're going to vote for him if it's convenient. He saves you money on tax. You know, you have to know why. So when temptation comes knocking, you do the right thing. So when men say, when they're talking about dating statistics and you're on a date with them, okay, oh my God. This is going to be the feature. I'm featuring 2 people from dating shows on my next podcast to talk about Men Aren't Lonely Enough. The guy from Love is Blind season 10 and the guy from Love at First Sight, who are both Andrew Tate guys. Literally, Habibi, oh my God, literally, he's sitting there and talking to Brie. Chris, I think his name is Chris and Brie. He's sitting there and talking to Brie. He's like, I could be alpha. You're dating a submissive and I would ever be submissive. And then he goes, she rejects him. And he goes, I guess I'm Andrew Tate. And she goes, who? He goes, the guy, Andrew Tate, that guy. And she goes, I don't know who that is. And I was like, I felt like my soul ascended. I felt like I birthed into a new existence. Imagine being a woman who's like, who? And I'm like, oh, I almost just came right there. I was like, oh my God. Imagine living a life where you don't have to know who Andrew Tate is. Honestly, ignorance is bliss. Like, you know what I mean? Honestly, ignorance is bliss, you know? And I loved that moment because I knew that little fucker was 100% in the red pill bubbles. I knew by the way he was talking. I knew and he goes, Andrew Tate. And she's like, who? Oh, I'm going to make that my ringtone. Andrew Tate, who? I don't even know if she was lying and pretending she didn't know who he was, but it was I felt it so deep in his soul. He felt it so deep in his soul. He was like, oh. It was so good. Oh, girls, it was so good. He ditched a doctor. He ditched marrying a doctor because she didn't, quote, do Pilates or have the body he wanted her to have. She looked great. She literally looked fabulous. And he's like, I don't think so. That's why I say fat phobia is crazy. Fat phobia is so crazy. You will see a non-fat person and think they're fat. That's why fat phobia is so stupid. Your brain sees a non-fat person and thinks they're fat. That's us. That's our brains when we look in the mirror and we're like, oh my God, am I fat? Guys, you have to understand my brain does it too. I am convinced that I am fat right now. And not that being fat is wrong, but that intrusive fat phobia thought is in my brain because I am simply not toned. And I'm like, Brittany, not only is it not wrong to be fat, but girl, you're just not toned. Stop saying you're fat as a negative. That's my intrusive fat phobia brain that exists in me because you can't, even when you deconstruct it, you have to be in the absolute presence of the framework because your thoughts are still old data is in your head. Old data is in your body. And that's why I'm saying like, you have to remember, that's why I say level 5 introspection is constant activity. You have to constantly be introspecting to counter those thoughts. Otherwise, like you will go into loops. You are just a biological creature on a planet. Okay? Being fat is just a state of being. It's not a big deal. Okay? But to feel that way and to feel like, oh, that's not our goal. So again, don't be hard on yourself for having the thought. Be aware that the thought is, it's not, there's a difference between you thinking, I didn't think I was fat. So for the record, I don't think I'm fat. I'm saying my brain thinks it's fat. Do you get what the difference is? Know the difference. I don't think I'm fat. I do not look in the mirror and think I'm fat. My brain thinks it's fat. And I'm saying, we're not even fat, girl. And my brain is convinced that because we're not toned, we're fat. But that is not me. You are not your thoughts. You're not thoughts that happen in your head. You are thoughts that you actively think. I do not think I am fat. Do we know the difference? I don't know if your brains work that way. Not everyone's does, I guess. But my intrusive thought, that thought in my brain goes, you know what I mean? So again, there's nothing wrong with being fat. So there's that other layer. Okay? So I don't want you to hear this and say, oh my God, I'm never going to get rid of those thoughts. I'm never going to get, you can get to a place where you know the difference between what you actually think and what your brain says it thinks. Because remember, when I was in my 20s, I thought what my brain thought was what I thought. So when my brain was like, you're worthless and you're a loser, I was like, I guess I'm a loser who's worthless. But then I was like, wait, I don't believe that. But what does my brain think that? You have to really divorce yourself from your thoughts. That's why in meditation, we observe our thoughts and we let them pass us by. They are not us. We are not our thoughts. Okay, those thoughts that come floating near us, that's an experience our brain is having. And we can decide to take on that thought and embody it, or we can decide to like, let it float away. You know what I mean? That's not me. That's a thought, right? Okay. Here we go. We're finally getting into it.
Online dating 30 years on, is it still worth the gamble?
I want a nice person. He has to be well endowed and last more than a minute.
Okay.
All right, girl, hold on.
It does say that on my profile.
I truly do believe that there are good men out there. They're not on dating apps.
The apps absolutely have changed over time.
You market the most attractive people on the apps and you sort of dangle their photos in front of people and you get them to spend on hope.
Where you live, is it easy to sort of meet single women?
I'm afraid not. There are a lot of young women, but the question is, how many of them are single?
Hold on. Hold on. Is that our boy Michael? Is that our boy? Love on the Spectrum Australia. Do we know who this is? He's an actor. He's so funny. He's such a good actor. He's Love on the Spectrum Australia. We love, we love, we love.
Cassandra, you live in Darwin. You once drove 9 hours for a date. This was with a man you met online. Was it worth it?
In one respect, yes, because I got to meet a lovely person, but unfortunately it just left me empty because then
Oh my God, I really love how she looks, and I really like this dress, and I really like this lipstick. Oh, this is a cool aesthetic.
Was ghosted.
When he ghosted you, how did that make you feel?
You question yourself as an individual to say, what is it that's going to take someone to notice me and see a genuine person in me? So it does make you question yourself.
Are apps the only way you tend to meet men?
No, my last partner, I actually met him in a bar.
Do you mind me asking what your current relationship status is at the moment?
Absolutely single and still looking and hoping for the best.
Still on the apps?
Yes.
Amanda, you're Cassandra's sister. Are you on the dating apps as well?
Yes, mainly Tinder, but I'm on POF and Bumble.
How does your mum feel about it?
She doesn't like me because she snoops on my phone and I get a notification. I get in big trouble.
Is this not a grown woman? Am I fucking blind? Is that not a grown-ass woman?
She still scolds me. Like, what are you doing on there? Don't you know people get killed on that site? Yeah.
What are you looking for in a man?
I want a nice person. And on my profile, it says he has to be well endowed and last more than a minute. Like, okay. It does say that on my profile. Yes.
Cassandra, do you have a list of things that you're looking for?
I have a list of things, and in my younger years, it was 5 things. 1, he had to have a degree, because I have a degree. He had to be 6 foot tall, because I love tall men. He had to show that he had a good quality and a good relationship with his mother. He had to have no hair on his chest, because I don't like hairy men. And there is a 5th one, but yeah, so my list was a list of 5.
Amanda, do you and Cassandra kind of help each other look for matches?
We do that, and because we're sisters and we live together, we also make sure that we're not matching and swiping with the same guy. So it's more of that as well. Yeah, there we are right there.
Right, you sit around, have a cup of tea, look at each other's phone.
Okay, pause. Can I just say something, though? Could you just imagine, though? Okay, hear me out. Because they're fabulous. Yes? Why do we need a man? Like, they are so cool. They're both so fashionably amazing. They obviously have distinct personalities. You know what I'm saying? If my sister and I are ever in this position, may we give up on men. Like, you know what I mean? I hope our life is not caring about men past 40. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, not to judge anybody, but I really hope at some point I'm just like out here living my life. You know what I mean? But also, you know, I don't know. How about a commune with the girlies, you know?
Yeah, that's us.
Okay. Josh, when did you first go online to meet someone?
I would say I started around 15. I grew up in a small country town, Christian family. I kind of was questioning sexuality, but being from a more Christian base, I sort of didn't know where I fitted in.
Which online platforms were you using at the time?
Back then, I think it was more innocent in the sense of like MSN Messenger, MySpace. Like I sort of started in that area. Me being me, a little bit naive, kind of trying to fit in. I sort of would talk to people and feel comfortable, but then you sort of start to get into some dangerous situations.
Do you know where the people...
Actually, my friend just swiped on somebody on a dating app and they were like, should I go out with this person? I was like, honestly, bro, is this an AI profile? And they're like, no, I don't think so. And I was like, I don't know, let's give an AI. And they're like, they don't text like an AI person. I was like, okay, be safe, send me your location. That's what I do with any of my friends. I always say, if you're on a date and you're meeting somebody for the first time, even at a coffee shop or a restaurant, I will be your emergency call if you need it. Because, you know, I just don't want people to feel like, oh my God, my brother messaged me the other day and he's like, I swiped with this guy and he seems really nice. Like, do you think I should go visit him? He lives far away. And I was like, I think there's no reason to visit him right away. You know, it's not the distance. I dated somebody who was an ocean away. You know, that's not the problem. The dilemma is that, like, I think you deserve to talk for a while and you haven't talked enough yet. Like, talk for a month and then see if you really want to make that, you know, that leap to seeing each other for the first time. But honestly, you'll probably know within a few weeks if this is your person. And it wasn't his person, and that's okay. But the point is that sometimes when we meet people, the moment we meet them, we're like, oh my God, this is such a vibe. Is this it? Which is why I say with my relationship, though it went quickly, we got married within a year or after a year, you have to remember how much we talked and how smart we were being. We were literally, guys, I'm going to say this for the new people. My partner flew from Europe to America, told their parents who I was, what I did, my social media, right? I told my parents, well, not my parents, because my parents were, I told my brothers, I told the people I was living with, okay, here's his name, here's what we're doing, here's where he's coming from, here's everything that's going on. Like, our families were involved, right? Our families, like, we were, it was a family participation, you know? And then, when he came to America, I got birth control. We both got STI panels done. And we both said, listen, if we meet, and even though our texting and our messages have been amazing, okay, our calls have been amazing, everything has been amazing, we need to be able to say, honestly, this isn't a match. If we meet each other physically and we don't like how the other smells, or the hug doesn't feel right, or, you know, it's just not what I thought it was going to be, let's take a vacation. Welcome to America. We'll go out and eat some food. Because honestly, this was a person that I wanted to be friends with. And I said, like, I like you so much. Like, I think we could be friends or we could be partners. Are you good with that? And they said, yeah. This was a person, guys, when they came into my life, I was like, I don't know if you're my next best friend or my husband, but you're one of those. So which one do you want to be? Which one do you want to be? And ended up being both. But we were open to either because it was obviously a vibe, bro. Like, the vibe was so good. We just didn't know what it was. you know? And so it allowed us to meet and to interact and have fun and then end up, you know, again, then we still waited 6 months to get engaged, and then we still waited another 6 months to get married. So there was a process. It was a quick process generally, but it was still a process. And that process allowed us to say openly without fear, I don't know if this is for me. You know? Yeah, with zero expectations. It's the zero expectations. You know, I'll tell you a good example. I'll give fabulous example. A guy drove out one time to meet me for lunch. Okay date. I've told you guys about it before. No shade to this person. They drove 5 hours to come see me. We had the date. Good time, but wasn't my person and I knew it. I told him over the phone when we weren't physically in the same space because, okay, and we weren't near each other. And he was a little upset. Okay, he expressed upsettedness. And it was giving, but I did this and this and this for you. It was, for me, from my perspective, it was giving, but I drove 5 hours. I did this thing. I paid for dinner. It was giving that energy for me, in my opinion. Maybe he has a different perspective on it. That's how it felt to me. And it made me feel reassured that this wasn't my person because of the way he handled the rejection. Okay? My partner got on a fucking plane and took a 22-hour flight to come meet me just to see if we liked each other. I got on a plane and took a 22-hour flight to meet his parents to see if I liked them. So, for the right person, everything will make sense. I left my country to move to a country that doesn't speak my language. I live in a completely foreign country, away from all my friends and family, to build this family. For the right person, for the right, true right person, everything will just sound like adulting. Everything will just feel like adulting. Good decisions made off of good data, and we like and love each other. And we like and love each other, right? So all of these conversations about, you know, finding love and being in love, I feel like people are so desperate. You see this in these love shows, these Love is Blind type shows. People are so desperate to be picked that they'll settle for the worst person, right? Chelsea, you don't speak Croatian? Not yet. Not yet, but I'm gonna. Okay? I'm building up to it, okay? I'm gonna though, okay? Give me some time. Okay, but I'll get there.
Were that you were chatting to?
No, I mean, most people would say they're in, say, New South Wales, that's where I grew up, but you wouldn't know. And, you know, after long times of talking to people, you then may find out that they're in their 60s and they're talking to a 15-year-old and they know I'm 15, so...
Jessica, do you feel like this would have changed it at all if it was the other way around, moving to America now? I'm trying to think of what would have changed. Well, originally, to be fair, I don't know if you guys know this, but in the November, I don't know what year it was, when I came to see his parents for the first time, that's 6 months in, I remember it was November because it was Thanksgiving. I told his mom at the time, are you upset that I'm going to take him to America and marry him there? And she was like, no, as long as you guys are happy. We thought we were moving to America. And then we called the immigration lawyer and started the process and realized, like, not only can we not afford this, but guys, the legal advice immigration lawyers are giving people is really scary advice. Because of Trump's administration, there was a risk of not only deportation and ICE arrests, but I almost don't want to say it because I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's the same advice you can see on TikTok where they basically want you to be here over your stay in order to petition a stay. And I was like, I'm not risking that. I'm not risking my partner being here and breaking the rules because of some fuckery with Trump's administration. And so we didn't do it. It was too scary. And I was like, well, I'm not doing that. And then the other option was to go the longer route, which we have friends who are doing the longer route. There's a 2 to 3 year wait for some people just to come to America. Like some of our friends that we know or some people we know in our life, they're literally trying to get their partners into America. It's a 2 to 3 year wait, sometimes 5 year wait. What am I supposed to do? So we petitioned for Croatia to let me stay. And they're like, sure, cool, great. And I was like, great. You know what I'm saying? You know, Chad said like moving somewhere that you'd consider more dangerous. I mean, I'm sorry. I want to answer your question, but I don't think I understand it. Do you feel this way would change at all if it was the other way around, moving to America now? Because you think like America's more dangerous than Croatia? I mean, danger is subjective. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We didn't have a choice, right? I was explaining this to my sibling the other day. Like, we didn't have a choice. We had one option that was available to us and we took it. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, we just did the only thing that was available to us. So it doesn't feel like we even made the choice so much. I say we chose Croatia, but we didn't choose Croatia. It was just the option we had. You know what I mean? And so that's what we did. Now, we could petition a completely different country that neither of us are in relationship to, right? But that doesn't seem to be necessary, right? Lashes with a super chat, thank you so much, says, are there cowboys in Croatia? From my understanding, there are farmers and ranchers. I don't know if they'd be cowboy in the traditional way. But yeah, there are like cowboys, I think. Like, I guess I would call them cowboys. Yeah, I think. Is cowboys like very American? But like, I think there would be some variation of cowboy. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Always keeping the chat lively, you know. So yeah, when we have these conversations about choices, it's a little hard to have, but when we talk about like, you know, which country is more dangerous or what's available or what's good, it's just so dependent. For us, it's obviously safer and better in Croatia. And also that's just today. It could change tomorrow. Like, that's the thing, is like everything feels, I don't know about you guys, but everything feels so up in the air for me that tomorrow everything could change. So I'm not holding my breath about like any long-term plans. I'm just focused on, I'm not holding my breath for long-term country plans. I'm holding my breath for long-term, you know, I'm just planning to stay prepared for whatever happens in the world. Because this administration is crazy.
In those chats, what were you looking for?
For me, it was trying to find a place that I could feel comfortable. So I sort of wanted to put myself out there and find it. We now know that dating apps have been invented and, you know, there's a positive to those to kind of help broaden the search for that.
What was that experience like, having those conversations?
It was very thrilling. There was a real thrill to the validation it could give you. For me, I found divulging into the gay community in general is quite...
Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Is this a homosexual? Chad says, when it comes to Croatia, are you following local issues at all, like rising fascism? I live in a neighboring country, and I must say it's a common and Balkan problems, unfortunately. Yeah, I read the Croatian Time. I try to stay up to date with what's happening in Croatia. And I try to stay up to date what's happening locally or surrounding us for sure. And that's why I say, like, we have problems too, right? Because, you know, like, this region does have its issues. I mean, like I've been seeing an uprise of like Nazi signs. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why is a swastika everywhere all of a sudden? And I think it's kids, but it was weird because when I got to Croatia, I was told like the swastika is like not allowed. You cannot do a swastika. But then I noticed I kept seeing it around recently. And I'm like, what is going on? I did, for the 3 years I've been here, just in the last 3 months, I've seen it like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, what's going on? So obviously I try to pay attention to the best. That's why I also want to learn the language eventually, is like, we have participated in some local protests and stuff like that. But it would be much better if I could understand what's going on in a much better way, you know? So fingers crossed, you know.
Confronting, it's very sexualized. So being a young teenager and also opening up those doors did sort of shock me, especially with the values I grew up in, with being in church and being in a Christian family. Kind of was an extreme, in my view, of what you'd be confronted with on a daily basis.
Linda, you tried dating apps for the first time in your 50s after you got divorced.
Yes.
How did that go?
Not really very well, unfortunately. I've been on quite a few different dating sites. I started off with RSVP and I paid for that particular subscription, but never really found anybody that I matched with. Sometimes you would find that you would match and then you'd never hear from them again. And I've actually found that with a lot of the dating sites as well, that I do feel very strongly about the fact that a lot of the profiles that are up there just simply aren't real or they haven't been taken down.
What did you find that men were looking for?
Sex.
Did they say that to you explicitly?
I had one particular guy make the comment, because I actually live in rural Victoria, and so a lot of the men that I would match with, basically from Melbourne or in the suburbs of Melbourne, and as soon as they realised where I was from, I had one man actually just make the comment and said, oh, that's a long way to go for a route. There's been times where I've met men, they've been very nice on the phone, and you think, oh, okay, maybe this guy's okay, hasn't brought up sex, and then you meet them, then they'll, put the hard word on you when you're actually meeting them for either a coffee or a drink.
Where has all that left you?
Discouraged. I truly do believe that there are good men out there, and they're not on dating apps, definitely.
Lisa, you did your PhD on online intimacy and dating apps. We've been looking for love online for about 3 decades now. How has that scene evolved?
Initially, it was very much computer-based, so it was kind of your RSVPs and eHarmony, where it was quite a complex sort of questionnaire that you had to fill out. It's only been in the last sort of 20 years that things have changed. So Grindr was actually the first on the scene from a dating app perspective in 2009, and Tinder followed in 2012.
Do you have stats around how many people actually meet their person online?
Yes, so this tends to vary. So there are stats from around 20 to 50% of people actually do meet someone in the online domain. My research would indicate that that's slightly lower, so more around the
How much?
Someone tends to vary. So there are stats from around 20 to 50% of people actually do meet someone in the online domain. My research would indicate that that's slightly lower, so more around the 40% mark.
Do you know how many of us are actually using dating apps?
Dating apps are a little bit, blurred in terms of these types of stats, but it looks to be around 3 million in Australia and around 366 million across the world.
That's a lot.
Yes, so there's certainly indication that apps like Tinder have more men on them, and apps like Ashley Madison, which is not surprising, and apps like Bumble are more skewed towards women. So
wasn't Bumble literally like for women allegedly, or that was the brand? There's a couple of things here. I think I always say when we talk about these things, but again, it goes to show that we're going to keep having these conversations a billion trillion times over and over again until we start dating for the consciousness, like people we really like. Because if we were honest with ourselves, like, you have to have the skill to say, like, I don't like somebody. You need to have the skill of, like, I don't like you, and this is why, and, it is what it is. And you have to deconstruct why you don't like someone, of course, but because you don't want to be bigoted or something. But I think when it comes to dating, we are trained to forego our intuition and or knowledge or data or lived experience just to be partnered. And that's why I say for the sisters at the beginning, it would have been cool to have them say, like, again, those 3 years I was spending from my last relationship to my marriage relationship, I was single for 3 years. And I remember Debate Bro and I were doing a collaboration, and he was like, when was your last relationship? And I was like, 3 years ago. And he was like, because he heard my age, he goes, oh, you're in your 30s, you're single? Oh, that could be a red flag. And I'm like, that's bullshit. That's patriarchy. Like, that's bullshit. It's not a red flag if you're single in your 30s. And even in my comment section on my podcast channel, they'll be like, women are gone after 30. And I'm like, women have no options after 30. All of this is bullshit. It is all bullshit, and it's not something you need to pay attention to. You do not need to pay attention to it. Okay? It's all bullshit. Okay? So first they tell you, oh, it's a red flag if you're single in your 30s, but also it's a red flag if you have too many bodies. Oh, it's a red flag if you've never kissed anybody, but it's a red flag if you've kissed too many people, right? They're insinuating it's a red flag if you're single in your 30s or you haven't been with someone in a long time because no one wants you. Like, oh, you were hot in your 20s, but now you're used up in your 30s. And I was going on a lot of dates during that time, like a lot of online dates because it was lockdown mostly. But what I learned from this whole process, right? What I learned from this whole process is that I wanted a custom relationship. I wanted a custom life. Yes, I understand the world sucks. Yes, I understand the world is suffering. I don't know what that has to do with me and my personal life, except to say that I obviously am a citizen of the world, and so I have some obligation to my community, but I don't know what that has to do with the inside of my brain, right? Like, I know what you think it has to do because we all have to deconstruct our mental health and all these other things, but I'm saying the you that is you. The you that is you, okay? If you lived, let's say you lived in a really remote town, have you guys ever, this is so bad because I don't even know the whole story, but there was this really remote town in the mountains of like France or something. I don't remember where, but it was really, really high. Nobody thought anybody was there. And then explorers went up the mountain and found a village there. And they're like, why are you here? And the locals were like, this is where we live. Imagine the world was like that, because I know right now you're thinking, oh, everyone's connected to, okay. Oh my God, this is such a long tangent. Just stay with me here. The world goes, oh, I want to go back to the world where we weren't always in each other's phones and always in each other's lives. And I could just live in my small village and nobody would know I exist. You could have that now. But if you do that now, then people say, oh, you have the privilege of turning it off and not being involved. And you're so privileged, you don't have to pay attention. And so it's like, we want both. We want to not have to pay attention, and we want to be left alone in our cabin in the woods that we found on Pinterest. And I'm saying you can have both. You can pay attention and be left alone in your woods. You can participate in protests and go back home, because all of it at the end of the day is your relationship with self. I get to come home to my house, okay? I get to have my life in which this is the reality of my life. And that's my introspective, my intro, my inter, right? When I'm extro outside, okay, I'm engaging as an entity that's engaging with something other than the inside of myself, right? So I can go protest. I can go do these things. I can make decisions as a unit, show up in public a certain way. But none of, like, do you guys ever have that feeling where when you're outside, you come home and you go, ugh, and you take off your jacket and your clothes and you're like, ah, I'm home. I want you to have that feeling every time you get home. I want you to feel like when you open your front door and you close it, you like go into your own little bubble, your own little space that goes, okay. Now, this is in many ways a point of privilege, in the sense that you still have to have a place to go to. You still have to hopefully have a space that isn't being genocided or bombed because people are losing their homes every day, that you don't have a militia army coming through your neighborhood and kicking you out and killing your neighbors, right? Like, there obviously is, but the reality is most of the world is having that experience. Most of the world has the experience of coming home to an apartment that's basically okay. Okay? Though these horrible things are happening, and they are happening to someone, and we should never forget that. It's not happening to everyone at the same time always. Okay? The people before this moment in time also had homes, and they were living their life, and they were coming home and doing the same thing too. It's just now their homes are also being taken from them, which is devastating, and your life could be taken from you as well. But prior to these things happening, all of us were living in this moment of just being. And I'm saying you can still have that. You are allowed to have that. And you must be aware that the world is suffering constantly, but not enough that it stops you from living your life, but maybe enough that it makes you contemplate ways to better live your life. How can I better live my life that benefits my community, so I add to the harm reduction that's of the world, right? Because we can do this. We can live our lives. We can have so many privileges and luxuries. And still, if we just make a few adjustments, I think the world could change radically. But we would have to be the ones to facilitate that change. I was thinking about this the other day because we went to the doctors the other day, and I was thinking about the way things feel. Sometimes in Croatia, and this is the thing you don't want to do. You don't want to go to another country and compare it to where you came from. Literally, you want to compare it in terms of how you feel about it. Dr. Kirkhonda just talked about this. Comparison is very normal and very needed. You need to learn to compare, but not comparison is the thief of joy. You're not comparing which is better. You're comparing how your relationship to it works. Okay? My last relationship, when I compared to this relationship, oh my God, this relationship is obviously so much better. That's an okay comparison. A bad comparison would be saying, well, in my last relationship, my boyfriend bought me a Gucci bag. I don't know if Gucci makes bags. I'm just making something up right now. And like, that's like a negative comparison. Now you're putting down your current partner to uplift a past partner that you didn't even stay with. That's a negative comparison. Okay. Or why is she so pretty, but I'm so ugly? Hello? Bad comparison. Or a good comparison is, oh yeah, she is so much more conventionally pretty. That's so interesting. She is gorgeous. Oh my God, I'm not as pretty as her, but I love that she gets to experience that. And, you know, it does make me less grateful for my body. That's an okay comparison. Okay. So I was walking to the doctor's office, and I noticed a few things in the neighborhood. One, I definitely noticed the amount of litter. It wasn't too bad. It was normal, like a normal amount of city litter, whatever, normal amount of litter. But I kept thinking, even the tiny bit of litter that it was too much. And I was like, we should do something about this. And I know the city pays for it and someone should take care of it. but they're not going to get to it. It's just not important because it's not too much. It's not enough. Okay. So the neighborhood could do something about this. And then I was like, okay, maybe I should just start doing it. But then I was like, but it'd be kind of fun to have a cleaning crew, like a bunch of girlies that get together and come clean. But also, how can I ask people to come clean on their day off when they're already working so hard, right? So then I'll just do it. But then I'm alone and that's less fun. But then maybe it'll be good for my exercise. And then all these thoughts start coming into my head about how do I improve the state of my neighborhood? And what's the motivation for doing it? And like all of these other reasons, because I'm not just that girly. I would have to make the effort. That's not a natural disposition of mine. I don't go around picking up trash off the road. That's not something I've ever done outside of like on occasion, really rarely. But then what if I do it as like a hobby? You know, what if my next hobby is cleaning up the streets? That's kind of a cool hobby. That is more close to Brittany's brain. My hobbies tend to be real life impact, which is why I turned my real life hobby into this job. I like real life impact hobbies. I like the thought of low impact societal hobbies, but I get bored. When I do something that I see a direct like result of, I get really happy. You know, just as trash pickup for Discord event, everybody go pick up a neighborhood. But it's interesting. Like I'm trying to think of different ways to incorporate my own brain in how to make it work if that makes sense for me. And that's just something I'm thinking about. I haven't made a decision because I'm the kind of brain that has to think about something a long time before I make a decision. Like I really got to think about it. Like sometimes I make impulsive decisions, but very rarely. Most of the time I'm like, is this what I want or is this what I think I want? Is this playing, going back to the beginning of stream, is this playing to my strength? Is my strength best used in cleaning up trash? Or is there another way it could be used? Because you know how people join dating hobby groups like water rafting or bowling just to meet people, but it's not even a hobby they like. And then they meet people and they're like, oh, I thought you liked hiking. We met hiking. And it's like, oh, I don't like hiking. I just wanted to meet you. I don't want to go pick up trash just because it sounds good. I want to pick a thing that also works for who I am. So I'm like, that's one of the ones I'm brainstorming. And I'm like, is that who I want to be? Like, does that work with who I am? The only reason it's contradictory to who I am, are you ready for this? Is because I don't want to leave the house. I'm not a leave the house girly. The only reason I leave my house is because I have to, or I have a bunch of money to spend. So that's my struggle is like, I don't leave the house. I don't want to leave the house. So then I'm like, damn, I'm not even a walking girly. Right? So then I'm like, okay, so is this the wrong choice? And that's how my brain thinks. That's what I want the world to start thinking about. I want people to start thinking, man, why am I trying to do something that's not even who I am? That's not who I am. So why do we do that? We do it because it looks good or sounds good. Wouldn't it be so good if you were like, oh my God, I watch Brittany Simon and she's a great streamer and she goes every weekend and cleans her neighborhood. Doesn't that sound so good? Is that who I am? Apparently not. I haven't done it. But it sounds really good. So what is something that I do want to do that makes sense for who I am and is really enjoyable and also is the change I want to see and also is a good example and also doesn't feel performative? That is how I make decisions because I don't want to do anything just because it sounds good. Because you know what? The one thing I learned, you have to remember, is a lot of these debate bros on the internet, they have literally told me that the only reason they're engaged so heavily in politics is they like the validation, they're competing against other streamers, and they want the bragging rights. That's why they do it. And the last thing I want to do is that. The last thing I want is bragging rights. They've told me that. Oh yeah, I do this much, I just want the social credit. And I'm like, that's crazy. You know, that's literally crazy. So that's what I want people to consider about everything in their life, including dating, including anything else, including your job. Do you want this job because your parents will be proud of you? Or do you want this job because it makes a lot of money? Or do you want this job because it's the thing that you waking up every day is going to feel meaningful when you clock in? You know, chat said, oh, great example, chat. I tried getting into community gardening and I liked it, but it was really hard to leave the house. That one. I love the idea of a community garden. I don't really want to garden. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I love plants. I'm going to be so transparent with you. I don't want to grow them. I don't want to take care of them. I wish I could pay somebody to come bring plants alive in my apartment. I don't want to deal with it. I don't. I take no joy. I don't get that hit. Everybody in my life goes, Brittany, you should grow plants. And every time I try, I just get annoyed that I have something to deal with. I don't like it. You know, I don't like it. So that's the point. No, Discord, don't do that. Discord goes, you can get mosses. No, stop. See? Oh, you can get a cactus. Oh, you can get, stop. I don't want anything in my house. I want it in my house if I don't have to think about it or see it or touch it. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Your brain automatically goes, oh, you can get this. You can do this. You can do that. And I'm like, no. I don't want to. But, okay. And that's the part of your brain you have to recognize. Am I doing this? Or am I not doing this because it's not convenient? Or am I not doing this because I genuinely just don't want to? Yeah, Chad says I prefer dried plants like the ones behind you. Look how beautiful they are. Look how great they are. I love my dried flowers. I have them all over my living room. I love these. I want to have more. I love dried flowers. They're fabulous. You know, I love them. And that's the point. I do love those. I get so happy when I see them. I get so excited and they bring me so much joy. And, yeah, a part of that is for my wedding bouquet, but the rest of my wedding bouquet is in the living room, right? It's that kind of stuff. So again, when we have these conversations, you know, it's not just what I'm not even asking you about me, guys. I'm telling you about me so you can learn about you. Remember, I'm telling you how the inside of my brain problem solves. I know what I'm doing. It works. Eventually I will find the thing and it will be good. Do it for you. I am telling you so you can do this for you if it works for you. If it works for somebody in your life too. You know what I mean? Because I already know what I'm doing. Eventually, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to know exactly what I should be doing. I know what it is. I just don't know what it is yet. But it's something. I can't wait to find out what I choose. Future me is going to make a great decision. I just know she will. But I'll just have to wait till she figures it out. Okay, let's get back to this video that I'm sure we forgot we were watching.
Certainly, there is a gender split, yes.
Angus, you're an investment analyst. You own shares in Match Group and Bumble. How do dating apps monetize our search for love?
The way that they monetize, we tend to assume it's a bit more like social media, where generally it's just advertising is how those companies generate revenue. But with the dating apps, most of them, it's actually about 1 in 10 people are willing to pay, willing to spend anything. And then it might only be about 0.5% of users who are generating 60% of revenue, and your top 2% are probably generating about 95% of revenue. So really, it's a small, limited group of super users who drive the revenue for these companies. And what they're really selling is you market the most attractive people on the apps and you sort of dangle their photos in front of people and you get them to spend on hope. So really, people are kind of spending money on the hope that they might connect with a person through the app.
Michael, many of us followed your journey of...
Okay, sorry. I know I'm not going to pause it for a second. But listen, that is just your mother repackaged as a dating app. This is every Assyrian family, every family that grew up with marriage being the focus. Yeah, that's every person that grew up in a bubble where marriage was your whole personality. Oh, this guy at church, this guy at school, this guy at work, this guy in the neighborhood. And I'm just saying, just because our mothers got put into an app and now we're looking at an app of people who are definitely not available and half of them aren't even like interested in real love, that's exactly how real life plays out. I don't know why we're pretending otherwise, right? Blah, blah, blah. I'm just sick of everyone acting like it's unique. It's not. It's just recreating us back and forth. It's a mirror. It's a mirror. It's a mirror. Okay? Jessica, do you ever feel guilty that you haven't found it yet? I feel that way sometimes, like I could do XYZ for the community, but I haven't found the right one. No, and I don't want you to feel guilty. I want you to do something about it by giving yourself time to brainstorm. No, I don't want you to feel guilty. Guilty is a betrayal of your own values. My value says be open, be curious, be honest. And how could I lie to myself about being active? You know, when things drop in our plate, when things come into my availability, we act on it, right? Like if something comes to me, if a neighbor knocks on my door and says, hey, could you help me with something? I'll say yes. That's a good community moment, right? Like if somebody says like, we notice like, okay, so we make a decision as a family. We have a shared neighborhood dumpster, and the dumpsters, we notice that there's a pattern in people where human beings are so fucking, they will do this thing where they will fill up the first dumpster. Even though the second dumpster is right there, they just can't do it. It's too much work. So we make a concerted effort to always put our trash in the less full dumpster, okay? It overflows and it gets on the street and there's literally a completely empty dumpster next door. They just can't do it. Guys, I'm literally like 1 dumpster, 2 dumpster, and they just can't do it. They just have to open the door slightly more and they will have access to a brand new, and they can't do it. And we noticed a couple people in the building were like, we ran into some people and they were like, oh, I can't believe people are doing this. I don't get it. And I was like, okay, we'll make the effort. Okay. And so when my partner takes out the trash, we make that effort. That effort goes a long way, but people can't do it. That's what I'm saying, guys. You cannot wait for the world to fucking do something. They're not going to do it. You have to be the change. You have to do it because they're not going to do it. And so we're just going to do it anyways. And that's the hardest part about building community and doing something for the community. You're doing it for a community, not for the community. You're doing it because of your values. Guys, I'm not doing it for my community. I'm doing it for my values that says to value the community. But I'm not doing it for the people in the community. I don't know them. I'm doing it for the hope that this will not only coincide with my values, but the community will benefit. But I don't know them. They could be all assholes. I don't know them. You know what I mean? It's like you have to do it because it's what you think is right. So that's why when you pick your job, when you pick your charity, when you pick your volunteer, it has to be about you for the benefit of the community, but it has to be for you first. Because you're the one who's going to show up. You're the one who's going to risk your time. You're the one who's going out of your way. So it has to be about your values. So no, don't feel guilty. Feel liberated that you get to help in a way that is healthy. Because all help should hopefully come in a form of joy. Fingers crossed, if we're lucky, right? Okay, let's go to Michael. She just asked him a question.
Finding love.
Hope that they might connect with a person through the app.
Michael, many of us followed your journey of finding love on the TV show Love on the Spectrum.
I don't really need to introduce myself because you already know who I am. Michael, of course.
So you love English culture?
Yeah.
What's your favourite?
Jesus.
I don't have a TV at home.
That sucks.
Would you like to hold hands?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Michael, you're still looking for a girlfriend and you're now on dating apps. What's that been like?
Honestly, it's been a bit of a journey, I suppose. The first time I ever used a dating app was back in 2018 on eHarmony for 12 months. My attention was caught by one person, but instead of communicating with me on the app, this person sent me 2 long emails, and my sister helped me determine that this person was actually a fraud.
Oh. Where you live, is it easy to sort of meet single women?
I'm afraid not, because where I live in Wollongong, that's more of a place for university students, people who are old and retired, and people that are parents with little kids. I will admit that there are a lot of young women in Wollongong, but the question is, how many of them are single?
What apps have you used, Michael?
eHarmony I've definitely used. I did try Bumble for a brief time, for about a few weeks, but that got me nowhere.
You're now using a new app. What is that?
That's called Wable. It's designed for people on the autism spectrum, or neurodiverse people is the more appropriate word.
So Wable stands for willing and able?
Yep, that's right.
And how's that been going?
That's actually been going quite well, but the app is still in its infancy stage because it debuted only 2 months ago.
How would you describe yourself to a potential love interest?
Someone who's hardworking, loving, accommodating, and undyingly loyal, and someone who would be willing to give up his own life to save someone else's.
You sound like a real romantic.
I am.
And a gentleman?
Yep, I was raised to be one. My father did, actually.
Geeta, after your...
Hold on. Before I forget, sorry, secondary tangent. My friend sent me this link that I mentioned on the YouTube members video. Kink Aware Professionals, look at this, called CAP. It's built by the community, and people add accounting and finance, attorneys, business services, doctors, insurance people. It's people that are aware about BDSM and alternative lifestyles, LGBTQ, and all of the good things. And it just it's built by the community for the community. So it's kind of pre-vetted, but we'll be as perfect as humans are. So keep that in mind, but I'll link it in the chat because I was mentioning to them that I'm always trying to find good community resources, and they're like, oh, I have one. I was like, shut up. So well, I have one to share. And so it's sex positive support for kink and non-monogamy. So if you guys are interested, here are people who look real estate, vendors, wedding professionals, licensed therapists. So there you go. Enjoy that resource of the community. See, that's something you could do. You know what the other thing is, guys? When you're thinking about work or life, just think about as custom as you want to make it, but dream outside of the constructs that have been given to you and or accept that you actually want them. It's like when a woman comes to me and says, Brittany, I want to be a stay-at-home mom. I'm like, cool. And she's like, is that okay? And I'm like, yeah. And she was like, okay, because I feel like I'm betraying people by not being a working mom. And I'm like, first of all, I wouldn't want to work and be a mom unless I had a stay-at-home partner. And she's like, really? Girl, I don't know how you do it. My partner and I, if we were going to have kids, he was going to stay home. I am not working and raising a baby. I just don't know how you're supposed to raise a baby and work. You know what I mean? I don't really believe in it. But I also think the state should pay for parents to stay home for the first year of their kid's life. Maybe even the first 5, honestly, until they go to school. What do I know, though?
Your 41-year marriage ended. You went online. What were you looking for?
I had just moved from Adelaide to Melbourne, and with that I needed to find friends my age, and yes, I was looking for romance if it came along as well.
Did you find any apps or sites that you felt were worth joining?
I came across a few apps online, but the one that I did join was Stitch. It was community-based, and basically we would meet people and go out to dinners and lunches, so it wasn't like one-on-one, it was group friendship, and so it was more natural to meet someone that suited you, or yeah.
You have adult daughters. How did they feel about you using these apps?
Well, just moving to Melbourne, I was actually living with my eldest daughter at the time and her family. And yeah, I got the 3rd degree. So it was like, where are you going? And what time will you be coming home?
Oh, really?
I know, it was awful.
Did they give you any sort of hints of like, make sure you go for a date here, not there, anything like that?
Definitely, yes. Yeah.
Well, hopefully it was more helpful. I don't know if she's complaining like the old ball and chain kind of complaining, which is still bullshit. Or if she literally was like, oh my God, it's so great. They were so helpful. But instead it's like, oh, they were really giving me the 3rd degree. Sometimes when people tell their stories, that's why I really caution how you tell stories or how you talk about people. Because people will hear it how they want to hear it. But the negativity is so interesting. Like the way we're negative without thinking about it. Because that was a negative comment. That's negative. That was a negative story. But we laughed. You know, so it's kind of interesting.
They wanted to know exactly where I was going. So I gave them the address. But Stitch, they had verified, all their members are verified to make sure that they are a real person. So I felt safe.
Michael, what about your family? How do they feel about you dating online?
Wait, that comment, they are all real people, so I thought they were safe. Well, if they're real people, you're probably less safe. Because isn't a real person the one who's a threat to you? Just kind of funny.
Fine. My mother tends to watch from a distance, and so does my brother, actually. It's more of my dad and sister that tend to be a little bit like helicopters, especially if I meet somebody online. It's because after the show aired, they're sometimes a little bit concerned that whoever I meet online could only be interested in using me for something. But the question is, what?
What are the benefits of dating apps for a neurodiverse person?
On Weibo, we have several security measures to prevent the users from being catfished. And there's also useful tools like clips of the psychologist on dealing with nerves about dating and about rejection as well.
Daryl, before online dating even existed, you tried an interesting way to find love. What was it?
There was a game show on television 35 years ago called Perfect Match.
Oh my God.
I remember it.
Yeah, I went on Perfect Match as a contestant.
How did that go?
Whoa.
I would hardly say it had much really to do with love. It was a game show.
For those of us who don't know Perfect Match, you've missed out. Just explain how the show worked.
One girl would choose from 3 guys from behind a screen, ask questions and pick one, and then the screen would roll back and the two would go off on a paid interstate holiday date for a weekend.
Let's take a trip down memory lane.
I love game shows.
Yes, it's Perfect Match. Now welcome the star of our show, Greg Evans.
Yes.
Daryl, did you meet your perfect match then?
No. It was a nice holiday, but
Love that.
and she had her holiday.
I used to love watching Perfect Match or shows that were like similar. I love the idea of like contestant number 2, what's your ideal date? And it's like walking on the beach. And it's like, oh, I just love that shit. My grandparents used to love watching when I would spend time with them and go over their house to sleep over. We would watch so much like TV Land, game shows, Family Feud, and I love that stuff.
Holiday and I had mine at the same place, but it was a lot of fun. The show was a lot of fun.
It looked like a lot of fun. When that didn't work for you, did you try online dating?
24 years ago, I tried online dating, and I found then, and I still do, I don't understand it, how so many people can be thinking or seeing about so many different people. So that experience I had, I met somebody online who I was seeing regularly. It was nice for about 6 months. But as soon as I met one person, I disconnected completely that website.
Did you try dating apps at any point?
No. You date someone that you're interested in, well, why would you want to be going out with other people at the same time? You know, I'm not criticising or judging other people, but it's not for me. I don't understand it.
Angus, you've got shares in 2 of these apps. Have you also invested in them on a personal level?
Yeah, I have. They've been pretty bad investments on a financial level, but on a personal level, I've had much better experiences in a way.
I've heard that dating apps aren't making the. Chelsea Fagan said that. Chelsea Fagan said the dating apps are not making their money back. I think it was Chelsea Fagan. Isn't that crazy?
When I first started, so in about 2013, I remember I started on Tinder, and there was so much kind of emotional investment in it initially. And I remember you sort of seeing this person, and the thing that's going through your head is, you know, could this person be my future partner? But then you get so desensitized to that after a while. And I think it's a little bit like the scratchy, where you sort of, you know, just before you scratch, you think, what if I win that $100,000? How will this change my life?
Can you relate to this sort of multi-dating culture that Daryl talks about?
Yeah, I mean, in America, I'd only been there for a few months. I'd moved in with a housemate, a very nice girl, and she would sort of see one bloke on Tuesdays and Saturdays, another guy on Wednesdays and Sundays, and all power to her. But I remember she said to me after a couple of months, she's like, this guy and I, we've had the conversation, we're exclusive now. And I remember my jaw just going, and in LA at that time, until you had the conversation, which might happen after 6 months, or it might not even really happen, until you have that conversation, no one's kind of exclusive. And that was so diametrically opposed to how my Australian friends, you know, who sort of stumble into their relationship, sort of, it was almost a de facto assumption that they were together after a certain period of time. There was never a conversation.
Okay, first of all, Discord said Brittany's dating app. Stop. Honestly, I should be a matchmaker. Second of all, wait. I tend to be very singular-minded when I'm interested in people, but I've definitely flirted with multiple people at the same time. I don't know if I've ever... I mean, I definitely am not... Like, there might be 5 or 6 people let's say I'm... That's a lot, but like when I was in my poly days, like, that's different. I guess it's poly, but if I'm seriously dating somebody, like but yeah, I have multiple Yeah, of course I've dated multiple people at the same time, like... Of course. Like, you know what I mean? Like, of course. Like, I mean, I was poly for 10 years and it's quite easy, actually. But I will say, even poly, I was pretty, like, focused in, and I wasn't dating very many people at the same time. But you might be talking to a few people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might be talking, you know what I mean? But if I was monogamous, okay, I'm trying to think. I haven't been monogamous in a outside, like, I really did start my adult dating at a time when monogamy, even when I was monogamous, it was different because I would just walk in. I only did, so in those 10 years I was poly, 2 of those 10 years, technically, it's in the middle. So I did date monogamous for 2 years and it obviously wasn't going to work, but it wasn't because of the poly monogamous thing. And we were really focused. Like, I never thought about other people. I wasn't swiping or dating other people. But yeah, I guess until you have the conversation, like, I feel like you have to have the conversation. Hey, how serious are we? What is this? Because if you don't have the conversation, then why the fuck would you feel entitled to somebody's life? Because isn't that a form of entitlement to say, like, I've been talking to you. Why are you talking to other people? Whoa. Should we not have the conversation first? Like, it feels weird for you. If you want to have the conversation date 1, let's have it. But if you're also not having the conversation, do you know what I'm saying? Why would somebody feel entitled? Now, if you're sleeping with somebody, if you're sharing saliva with somebody, you have to have the conversation because you might spread STIs or people might have boundaries. They don't have informed consent. So then you have to give informed consent, right? So maybe that. You have to have the conversation. I think you should just have the conversation day 1. You know? You should just have the conversation day 1 about what you're doing, what's the vibe, and ask questions. If you want to know something, don't wait for someone to volunteer. Ask. I think they should volunteer some things, but they're not, ask. And then see where it goes from there. Something like that, right?
Of we're in a relationship now.
We often hear dating referred to as a game, the dating game. How does that apply to online dating?
Yeah, these things are hugely gamified. One of the most crucial things to sort of understand for the experience that people have, despite people say that they want an authentic, romantic experience, they say they want love, but when you actually look at the data on aggregate, generally it is entirely based on how attractive the person is. And so if you are an
even with Love is Blind is such a good example of the way those relationships, the moment they see each other, because look, whether we like it or not, listen, I will say this, the way my partner looks does not matter to me. The way my partner looks absolutely matters to me. Those two things are true at the same time. The way my partner looks has nothing to do with anything outside of this relationship. I am attracted to the way my partner looks. When I see them, I just feel so, I'm just like, okay, I just love the way they look, and I love the way their body came into the universe, and I love the way their eyes look when they look at me, and I love their hair, and I like their facial structure, and I like the way they look. Now, is that because I love them, or is that because I just like the way they look? The egg or the chicken, I think that's the problem is if my partner looked completely different tomorrow, I would still love them. And I would still like the way they look. Does that make sense? When people say the way you look matters, they're saying, if you have brown hair and I like blonde hair, I'm going to break up with you. And I'm saying, the fuck? That's what I'm saying. The fuck? And that's the difference. I'm not saying, I would never, the way people have said out loud, I prefer this skin color and this, and I'm like, what does that have to do with love, bro? What does your skin color or your color of your hair have to do with anything? That's not to say that if I ask my partner, hey, how would you feel if I changed my hair color really significantly? Is that going to change your love for me? Obviously fucking not. Is it going to change your attraction for me? 99.9% fucking not. There's a slight chance maybe something happens that's unpredictable. But we were talking about people who live in the world. You hear it on Love is Blind. I normally go for dark girls, and I normally go for girls with black hair. Also, I voted for Trump. And it's like, don't you love how these Trump voters always love dating women of color? Okay, or Chris saying, I think that's his name, saying oh, you're more my type. You're more my type. You're more my type. It's like, what does that fucking have to do with anything? What does your type have to do with love? Not that I don't have a type, but what does your type have to do with love?
Average looking bloke, and you're in a room of 100 people, 100 blokes, you're the 50th looking bloke, so you're the 50th best looking, 50th worst looking guy. You and everyone less good looking than you will get 1% of the likes collectively. So the bottom 50% of men get 1% of the likes. The top 1% of women get more likes than they can possibly deal with. So the apps structure their algorithms in a way that's just trying to optimize for revenue, but create experiences for people that will get them to spend.
Once you get comfortable with dating apps, it just kind of becomes a game. I'm meeting new people, I'm having sex. It's fun. It's just you've got to catch them all. So I've kind of used Tinder to help me in a lot of aspects, buying me meals, cooking food for me, also driving me home when I don't want to catch the train. So at one point, every piece of furniture in my apartment was built by a man I invited over from Tinder. And then we have sex. It's a win-win situation. The way I use apps is controversial. Not everyone's going to approve or agree. I know men are probably going to be against this, telling me, why would you do this? This sounds so bad to say, but they like it. Tinder gives you the immediate validation that you want. I was very overweight in high school, so I do get that confidence. Tinder's my empire, okay? I can get anything from this. Just have to act a bit pretty, a bit funny. Because I think I have a very good personality, so even if I don't give them sex, I can at least be their friend. It is kind of like gambling, because you put your best cards out, so your best photos. The other opponent is playing their best cards. Yes, oh my god, you got a match, yeah! If you have such a big criteria, don't use apps, or use apps and be open-minded. Apps help you learn about what you like and what you don't like. I have a short attention span, so when I use the apps, I'm constantly talking to different people, keeping it entertaining. You can't have love at first sight on a dating app, because dating apps are not for Mr. Right, they're for Mr. Right now. It's a win-win.
Boo! Misery. 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 What game is that? Who says misery? It's a video game. I know it. I hear it all the time. Boo, boo. Boo. Very shallow, very empty, very lame, very sad. But not because she's having sex, not because she's on the apps, and not because of any of those things, but because it's hollow. There's no meaning to anything she said. There's nothing. There's no like, it's just like we're having fun and nothing matters. Girl, it's copium. This isn't the goal. Go have sex, but have sex that's significant. Go do things, but enjoy the casual connection of a meaningful moment. Like, you know, I get it. I'm here for it. Do it. Be safe. Get the STI testing, all that stuff. But I wish she was doing it in a more fulfilling way. I think it just feels very silly. You know what I mean? But it's not because she's having sex or having fun. It's not that. It's, you know what it is? Don't take men home to your apartment, girl. Don't let men know where you live. Don't let men drive you home. You know what I mean? Don't tell girls to swipe on a dating app and then have this man know your location and get you home, girl. It's just like the way she talked about it felt so deeply unsafe, you know? Like, oh, I don't like the this would not work for most people, and I don't think most people should do it. Most people can do other things she's doing, just not the unsafeness. Now, chat says it's shallow, but I support her. You support her taking strange men home to her apartment and letting men know where she lives? You support her risking her health of getting killed in the middle of the night because she's going home with strange men? I don't know, girls, because this isn't us slut-shaming her for going and having sex. I'm saying, why are you taking men home? You know what I mean? Like, why are you bringing men home that you don't know off an app? Okay? So I don't support her because that's the part that only matters. That's the part that matters. Where she's finding these men and how they're having sex. And we don't even know if she's getting STI tested. We don't know if these men care about her. So no, I don't support her. But I support the spirit, but not the execution.
Jana, are dating apps for finding Mr. Right now rather than Mr. Right?
They are for some people. And one thing I like about her is that she's upfront about it, because I think there's a lot of people on the dating apps that aren't. But the problem is then girls like myself go on dates with these guys who have had really bad experiences with girls like that. And we deal with the after effects. So we deal with the guys that won't take you for a beautiful dinner because they're suspicious of you, or they're suspicious of you through the whole date. Because there are girls and guys probably who have mucked them around.
You write a column about...
Oh, because the insinuation is I get free meals from them. She said I get free meals from them and I have a good time with them. So she is basically... So these guys, we don't know if these guys genuinely are getting informed consent. Like they really think they're on a date, but she's just having fun and getting dinner. But I will say this, the men you're dating who haven't accepted that like this woman doesn't define all women, you also don't want to date those men. Like, you don't want to date somebody that thinks you are like other bad men or you are like other bad women. Do you know what I'm saying? You need to be healed enough when you're dating so you don't have to have these walls up about your, you know... Actually, the big difference between Brittany in her 20s and Brittany's in her 30s is I had my walls up when I was dating because I was afraid I was with, like, bad people. Brittany in my 30s was just like, I wasn't worried if I was with bad people. I was worried if I trusted myself enough not to pick them. Because I do think I'm in the category of person that most of the people I date, they tell you who they are right away. Right? So yeah, I think the issue here is like, and also she said she was bigger and then she lost weight and she's like, you can get a lot of like, it's validation seeking. So also she's still fighting fat phobia because if she deconstructed fat phobia, she wouldn't need validation from men thinking she's pretty now that she's skinny on apps. So there's a lot of layers of unhealthy here now that I think about it, right? So I think we should take all of that into mind. As much as it superficially feels like choice, it feels like choice feminism. That's what it is. It's choice feminism. This is my body and my choice, so it must be good. No. Just because you're making the choice doesn't mean it's the right one. Yeah, that's how I think we should look at her case as an example, right? But I don't blame her for doing this in the sense that I wouldn't blame anybody. I would say, hey, I think this makes sense for where you're at. And I would encourage you to deconstruct so you can have a better relationship moving forward.
About your dating experiences, have you found the one?
I found a couple. I tend to go for emotionally unavailable men. I've learned that through my writing. I do suffer an affliction called NDE, which is I crave that new dating energy. I'll give them.
New relationship energy. Yeah, in poly communities, we call it new relationship energy. Some people live for that shit. They snort it like drugs versus I hate that. My least favorite time of dating is getting to know somebody. It's my least favorite. This is my favorite time. The thing I'm doing right now. This is it. This is my favorite part of dating. I'm not even dating. I'm married, but you know what I mean? This living, cohabitating, vibing, loving, enjoying. My favorite sound, guys, my favorite sound in the whole world is Indiana Jones's little padded feet on our floor as she's walking towards us, and the sound of my partner walking towards me. I can always tell when my partner is coming, like walking towards me, and I can be like, oh, he's gonna come see me. Because like maybe I'm in the kitchen, he's in the office, and I'm like, oh, I hear his footsteps. I know when he's going to one part of the house versus coming to see me. It's my favorite sound. I love that sound. Same with Indiana's little paws. I love Indiana's little steps. Like you can always tell when she's coming towards you to come hang out. And when she's not, it's so cute. Getting to know somebody is my least favorite part of it. I don't like it. Now, don't get me wrong. Our chemistry at the beginning was amazing. Like our chemistry for the first few weeks we were dating was off the fucking charts. So we were like, holy fuck, am I going to marry you, bro? It was insane. Okay. It was, I can't even explain how surreal it felt, and still not my favorite part of the whole process. You know, still not my favorite part. My favorite part was really this part, you know, the just being like, you know, my partner went out with his buddies the other day, and not only did he get to report that like life is good and everything, you know, but he also got to like be excited to come home. He's like, I couldn't wait to come home to you. And I'm like, yeah, not like that will never, like good sex on a Tinder app will never replace that joy of coming home to somebody, coming home to your home. That feeling I had when I came home to my own space when I was single, or the feeling I had when I came home to a partner that I really loved and they loved me. That is what I think people are looking for. They're looking for home. And I think you can have it with or without a partner. And I think it's within you. And I think it's within the world you created for yourself. And that's what I think we're chasing. We're chasing home. And new relationship energy can sometimes feel like home. Because that thrill you get, that it's like a jolt. It's like it can sometimes feel, but it's not. And then the high wears off and then you crash, you know? So just, you know, think about that. Because as me telling my partner how much I appreciate, or I love and appreciate him every time I see him coming home is the best. Same. I think that's so important. I think we need to constantly remind our loved ones and people in our life how much we love them. Like this morning, I played games with my sister last night. We played Power World. It was so fun. And this morning I woke up and I sent her a text. I felt like that after morning text, and I was like, I had a great time last night. But I was like, I had a great time, sister. That was so fun. And like, I wanted to let her know that this thing she suggested we do together as sisters was not only great, but I really appreciated it because, you know, we always need new reasons to hang out. And it was like, it was just so, I felt so necessary that I know she's going to wake up this morning and read that message and be like, oh, okay, good. Because every single one of us needs the reassurance. I loved hanging out with you. Thank you so much for giving me time. Thank you so much for working a full day of work and then rushing home to play games with me. Because, you know, that's so meaningful. Thank you for, you know, all of that stuff. Because she did. She worked a whole day of work and then she rushed home and we sat on the computer trying to figure out this thing. And it was great. And that's the point. You know, I want you to know how good it is to really like the people you're around. Because that's what I think is the thing with this dating app business and this loneliness epidemic is I don't think people are ready to admit that I don't like anybody. I don't like myself. I don't like the people in my life. And life is very different when you have people you like around you, even if they're problematic and going through it. I love my siblings, even when they're problematic and going through it. But I actually do really like having them around. You know, it's so meaningful to me that they're around.
A solid 3 months, and then I'm looking for that high again. I love that first kiss. I love that first date. I love meeting their friends. And then it tends to flatline. And it's not a great thing to have, but I've certainly suffered from it.
When you're using the apps, do you feel like that sense of draw to keep using them?
I tend to jump on like a Sunday night when I'm feeling a bit lonely. I think it is like a great serotonin boost when you do get matches. But it's also horrible to jump on and, I'm heading towards 40 and I'm very aware that a lot of men on the apps, their cutoff is 40. No matter what age they are, they don't want to date a woman over 40. So I think as fun as it is to get all these matches now.
She is literally so pretty to me. Like, she's so cute. She's so pretty. She's got such a vibe. Her lipstick is amazing. And the fact that like men are like, I don't want to date a woman over 40. Like, that's what I'm saying. What is this? This is the bullshit. This is the bullshit of convincing you there's some guys, we are the new 40s. I'm going to be 40. And trust me when I say this, like, most of the time the DMs are not going to slow down. But even if they did, it doesn't matter. The point is like 40 is not the 40 you think it is. It's not your mom's 40. No offense to my mom's 40. She was beautiful. But I think we imagine like an old lady or something, which is patriarchy, right? It's the misogyny of it all. Like, you're over the edge, you're old. 40 is not old. Now, old in the sense that I'm old. I do think 40 is old in the comparison to 20s. But 40 is not old in comparison to your age group, which you should be dating. You're not, you know what I'm saying? 40-year-olds dating each other is still a pretty young couple. It's middle age, but it's still a young couple. And it is middle age. Like, these two things can be true at the same time. Again, two things are always true at the same time.
I'm very aware that there's going to come a time where my profile isn't even in front of these guys because, I'm out of their age limit.
The ease of swiping.
Well, fuck those guys, though. By the way, you don't want a pervert man who's, like, pedophilic. You don't want, trust me, girls, you don't want to have sex with men who want to date 19-year-old women. Do you know what I'm saying? Or girls, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want them either. They're gross.
Users, do you think, feel like, oh, just one more swipe and then I've got a match?
Yeah, I think we're now brought up in a world where, we've got Uber Eats, we've got Netflix, everything we want immediately. So we don't want to get dressed up and go to the bar and try and flirt with a guy and bring our best selves. We want to do it from the comfort of our lounge.
I didn't want to do that before there were phones.
Lounge, probably hungover on a Sunday. In our pajamas, putting up our best photos and going, all right.
Yeah, true. Chad says, I don't like what she's saying about her relationship patterns, but probably a nice person. Exactly. Well, that's the problem. All these people are probably relatively nice, but all of them are stunted. I think the world is more stunted than it wants to give itself credit for, and that's why we're lost. Most of the people that I've seen so far, I'm like, oh, you need to decenter dating and marriage. Decenter it from your life. And enjoy the process for what it is, but decenter it. Because you could be having this great life. Like, that's what I'm saying. God forbid my partner dies, and God forbid my sister never gets married. I hope my sister and I live in similar neighborhoods and thrive and have a great life. You know what I mean? I hope we have a vibe. Oh, I'm going to pull my gay brother together and all the gays will live in the same neighborhood. That's our goal. That's our plan B. Our plan B is if we all end up single at a certain age, all the gays better live in the same neighborhood. Let's go. Because, like, where else are we going to go except towards our favorite siblings? You know what I mean? And so it's just so interesting that this whole group of people, though seems nice, obviously they're stunted, obviously.
Need a date this week, let's jump on and see what we can do. So I do think we now want things more immediately and we're not trying as hard to kind of woo people anymore.
Woo.
Anastasia, you're a psychologist and you've studied how we use dating apps. What have you found?
There are elements that are very similar to gambling, elements that are similar to what keep us hooked on social media. One of the things that makes particularly poker machines quite addictive is the rate at which we can play it. So we can play poker machines quite quickly, we can place those bets quite quickly, and that is something that makes them more risky. When we sort of relate that to dating apps, we can very quickly swipe through profiles and we can do it anywhere at any time.
I just feel like this isn't this. Am I just gonna be a bitch and say, like, I just don't think this is it? I just don't believe this in people. You are either the biggest losers in the whole fucking world and you have absolutely nothing going for you, or you're fucking with me. Am I just like, is this my autism? I just cannot believe that you have done absolutely no fucking work on yourself, that you were sitting on a fucking dating app all day swiping through people's pictures. Am I being too mean? I'm being too mean. You could be doing anything else. You could be masturbating. You could be picking your nose, and it would be a better use of your time than spending more than 20 minutes a day swiping on Tinder. Okay? Like, for a fun weekend with the girls, sure. But in general, I couldn't even imagine. Girl, please. Even when I was actively dating, you know what I mean? Like, Yo, okay, what are we talking about? Getting so addicted to dating apps, you're paying dating apps. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. I'm telling you, people are just not choosing to do anything with their lives, which is why a lot of men are on dating apps, right? This is definitely skewed towards men. Remember that. Remember that men are spending more time on dating apps instead of reading books or educating themselves or enjoying their life or figuring out what they want to do with it. So like all these men who are like, women don't matter and women are a mess and women are sluts, are also the men who are like, I wish a woman would love me. It's like, girl, chat says I feel the same. I struggle. No, not this one. Hold on. Wait, chat, you said something else that made me laugh. You said when I was younger, I said the same thing to my sister and she said she wouldn't want to live with me when she was old. Okay, my sister also recently said to me, like, I don't want to live with you. And I said, okay, first of all, bitch, I didn't even say we could live together because I already know you're picky like that. I was going to live next door to you. And she goes, oh, that'd be great. And I was like, I already know, girl. Okay, I already know. And that is true love. That is love, okay? That is real love. Okay? I already know, girl. I already planned to get a house next to you. Relax. And this fantasy, by the way, where my husband has to die first, like, please slow down. You know what I mean? Plus, the gay brother will probably live with me. If you know what I mean? Because, like, we're good roommates.
I can be in a lift in the line waiting for a coffee and swiping through second by second. Add on top of that this perception that there are endless profiles out there and so many people that we can sort of swipe through and so many potential matches, and we kind of have this...
You selfish whore. Just kidding. Do you hear her? I hear this every time I hear dating apps. Oh, there's so many options, and when there's so many options, like you get stuff. Go to therapy. What do you need 1,000 options for love for? You need one. One person, you selfish bitch. It's like, this is why Apple only has 5 options for colors or whatever it is. Because people are so, see how I say you don't have free will? How can you have free will and you can't choose a phone cover? So the company has to only give you limited options. Do you know what I'm saying? How do you need 1,000 options? Girl, I just need one. You know what I mean? I just need one, you know?
Recipe for something that can be addictive.
What is it about the apps that sort of get us hooked?
So it is really the apps activating those dopamine pathways, and realistically we all have a human desire for love and connection with other people. That's very fundamental to all of us. So what these apps do is essentially gamify that and validate that. Dopamine is activated when something feels good. So if I open the app and I see that I have a match, the dopamine is activated, but it's also activated in the pursuit of something feeling good. So before I actually even open the app, if I'm just thinking about, let me check to see if I actually have any matches there, the dopamine is already activated. And so we see this with gambling, that it doesn't actually require someone to win, but to almost win to have that really reinforcing experience.
Giles, exactly. Which is why they're so dangerous, which is why you have to know it's dangerous. Like, gambling is one of those things that were always a no-go. I never dated somebody who gambled. It was very important to me because I had family members who gambled. It was so important to me that was on my dating list. Like, do you gamble? And they're like, even for fun, because I'm from Southern California. We have a lot of casinos. And I said, do you ever go to the casinos for anything other than the buffet? And they were like, yeah, sometimes I hit the slots. Date over. I don't even want somebody who does it. The only exception I made was a 2-year relationship. I had the monogamous one where he would get a scratch ticket every time he visited a new state, which I saw more like collecting a postcard. But otherwise, like, he wasn't a drinker, he wasn't a smoker, he wasn't a gambler, and he still was an asshole. So, you know, it's not always a guarantee, but yeah, no gambling, no slots. I don't even want to hear the word slots. I don't even like people who play poker. Okay, I don't even want to hear you say I play poker with the boys for real money. Real money, like $10, $15. And even then, how is that going to fit into our budget? So now I have to make a gambling budget? Absolutely not.
You've been online dating for 6 years. Does it feel like a numbers game to you?
To an extent, yes. Obviously, you can't match with people who you don't attempt to match with, so you do need to keep trying with these sort of things. It also, I must admit...
Chad said, wait, you don't gamble a little bit? Not even a smidge, girl. We are not gamblers. We are not drinkers. Absolutely not. A cider or a beer on occasion, we do not gamble. Like, maybe if somebody was like, oh my God, let's buy a scratch ticket for $5, I can name maybe the 3 times in my life I've ever done that. Absolutely not. No. Do not gamble on websites. I do not gamble in this. I do not buy skins. I do not, Sam, I am.
It at times feels like it's a numbers game that's rigged against you. So you can end up with sort of a double-edged sword. There's many people tonight.
Oh, and by the way, I say this as people who grew up as Syrian, and on Christmas, all the guys played poker and gambled, and all the women played kumkan and gambled. So I grew up with parents that, because again, we have gambling people in the family, during holidays, all the adults would gamble for real money, for fun. And I'm like, I never as a child saw that and thought, oh yeah, that's great. No, I'm like, I work too hard. I have to work an hour of my day to be lucky to bring home $15 an hour. And you want me to gamble 25? I don't think so.
I've talked about the validation aspect of it and the dopamine hit you get from getting a match. The double-edged sword of that is when you might spend an entire night.
And I'm not making a prescription onto you guys, by the way. I'm going to rewind this guy. I'm not making a prescription. You do you. I trust you. You're an adult. Just for Brittany, absolutely not.
Doing things. It also, I must admit, at times feels like it's a numbers game that's rigged against you. So you can end up with sort of a double-edged sword. There's many people tonight have talked about the validation aspect of it and the dopamine hit you get from getting a match. The double-edged sword of that is when you might spend an entire night doing that and you get no matches, no dopamine hit. And then that can start shifting your focus inwards on yourself a bit.
You describe yourself as an introvert. Has that
Absolutely.
affected your ability to meet someone?
I previously was in a long-term relationship for 10 and a half years. We actually met online originally. It wasn't on a dating app, it was on a chat network. For those of you out there who remember IRC, that lasted a very long time, but I am not particularly comfortable approaching people in person. I don't walk up to someone and say, hi, how's it going? Unless I already know them or unless I have a reason to go up and talk to them, and I feel like that would be welcome. So I've always had that. I'm an introvert by nature, and the sector I work in IT and technology. So it's a very similar sort of environment, and the opportunities for meeting other potential matches are fairly slim.
What would your main hobbies be?
Main hobbies, well, besides the tech side of things, I actually really love scuba diving. So travel and scuba diving, particularly to warm tropical places, coral reefs, deep wrecks where you can go inside, that's really great. So I absolutely love doing that sort of thing, but it does mean that it's sort of, a lot of my hobbies are sort of niche hobbies. There is a pretty healthy scene out there of people who love going diving, but most of them already have diving buddies. So it's a bit...
He kind of sounds like Michael. He sounds a little bit like he has that autistic, way he speaks. Again, this gets back to this. People exist in the world that are high compatibility with you. Whether you'll meet them or not, who knows? But people do exist. Even you can be high compatibility unhealthy even and have like, oh yeah, you guys are made for each other in the bad way. Hopefully that's not the goal though. Hopefully we're made for each other in a good way. Even though there's no magical spell or God or something putting you together, the universe putting you together. I do think some people are actually just like really well suited for other people. Like some people just match and some people just work, but also like values. Notice how none of them are talking about values. Did you notice how none of these conversations told me any of these people's politics, what they believed in, religion? Like I got nothing from these people. Every single conversation has for me been like interesting, but shallow as fuck. What does this have to do with like, in 10 and a half years with your partner, what happened there? What's going on? What does that mean? Right? I don't know. I said, what about all the games that have gambling where you don't have to pay real money? I don't believe I know what that is. If it's a game that doesn't cost money and you just like hitting the buttons, I think that's fine. But I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know what games those are. Oh, like playing poker online? That's okay. Playing poker online is fun. Playing pool, playing like chess or something. I think that's fine. I think that sounds nice.
A bit more limited for people like me.
On the apps, there are premium options which cost extra. Has subscribing to those helped you?
Oddly enough, when you subscribe to those, it actually does provide that slight dopamine hit because...
Maybe, wait. Chat says, I met somebody like that, philosophically evil, high compatibility. Maybe we should call it low compatibility. Hold on. This is a low compatibility, high compatibility partner. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe a high compatibility partner should be like, you actually do match. And then we need a word for low compatibility. Is it just a toxic relationship? That felt right? Ooh, I was in a toxic relationship that felt like this was my person. No, but we were so at odds. We weren't even like similar. Hold on. No, that's not right. Like Ethan and Gila from H3, they're compatible. Do I think they're the most healthy at this stage in their life? Do I think they have good values? From my perspective, no. But from their marriage perspective, they're in a good marriage. You know what I'm saying? Like they're compatible. They're on a team. I've never seen a couple more on a team. You know what I'm saying? Like they are on the same page. We don't like the page they're on, but they are on the same page. So like they're high compatible, but then maybe their marriage isn't toxic. So that's a bad example. But then you do meet people that, Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne, high compatibility, but so toxic, right? That's a better example because their relationship is like really bad, right? So Sharon and Ozzy are good examples, I think. Like they're obviously made to be together, but obviously it's so fucking abusive and toxic they shouldn't have been together. Does that make sense? And then those people stay together because like who else were they going to be with? Didn't it feel like they were made for each other? I feel like they came out the same womb. I genuinely feel like Ozzy and Sharon are like the same person. But they're so toxic. You know? Chad said, how about high compatibility of your worst philosophical evil traits? Ooh. There's something here. There's something here. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Oof.
Initially, you think, oh, my chances are better. But in reality, with those apps, it's really just more of the same. So the experience you get the sample of when you're on the free tier, it's just that times 10. And if you want it times 100, you pay even more money for that. And a lot of those subscription models, they rely on telling...
Pause. What if that's why when I grew up, my mom would say, a good woman can change a bad man, even though that's bullshit, not our responsibility. But maybe it's like a good woman can also bring down a man, she would say. And I'd say that's not my responsibility. But then I would say that maybe the implication is that if you have a compatibility and a special connection with somebody, but that's also the reason I stayed in toxic relationships. I kept thinking a good woman can change a bad man. So I took my mom's advice and that was bad advice. Even though my mom always said my boyfriend was a loser, I was like, but you grew up and told me a good woman can make, you know what I'm saying? So like, I'm confused. But then a good woman, there's something here about what we internalize and what we think is true. You know me, I'm all about high compatibility, morals, high compatibility, actually like you. I think that's really, really important, right? So yeah, that idea of like a good woman has so much, my mom used to put that patriarchal responsibility on women, like women control the marriage. Like women are submissive, but she didn't use the word submissive, but like, you know, the man is the leader, but the woman controls the family. And it's like, okay, what is that? Yeah, there's something here. I'll think about it.
It's a numbers game, or you'll have more luck if you sign up for premium, or people who sign up for premium are N times more likely to get matches or go on dates. It does eventually draw you in and you think, oh, what's the danger of trying it out? You try it out. And for a little while it works. And then you go back to the same sort of not much happening experience that you get without the premium.
Do you feel like the apps have changed over time?
The apps absolutely have changed over time, and some of you may have heard this term before. It's the term enshittification. It's a term frequently used in the tech space for when a company or a website or an app or something like that has sort of gone up, reached a really popular point, and then it starts becoming sort of shit. And the reason it tends to happen is you get a startup which starts up, and when they go through that stage, it's all about spending money to build the thing, and someone has to finance that. When it's hit that point at the top where it's hit critical mass, everyone's talking about it, it's wonderful, everyone loves it, the next step often ends up being IPO, so initial public offering, and it's all about making money at that point. And on a dating app in particular, what is the product? The users are the product. The people on the apps are the product. So it's not about making their experience good, it's about making sure they're resulting in the maximum amount of money coming out so that people who've put money into these apps when they start up are able to get their profits back out, or preferably even more profits. I've described some apps as being a bit like a meat market in more ways than one. They are very much a meat market. It's about profit.
Linda, can you relate to that?
Absolutely, I can relate to that. I love that saying, it's great. I see that they don't really want you to find a relationship, because if you find a relationship, then you're not going to be on a dating app. That's what it boils down to. It's all about making money. It can be a really demoralising process to go through. And yes, you might get those dopamine hits, but as far as I'm concerned, it's the lows. You get way more lows than you do highs.
Angus, do you believe these apps want us to find love?
I think finding love is kind of incidental to the business model of these apps. It might happen, but if it does, it's kind of a fortunate
I appreciate the honesty, honestly.
coincidence. A lot of the marketing spiel that the apps will say is that it's designed to be deleted, for example. But when you actually look at the way that the business operates, the way that even the app uses the time of day, the way it uses notifications, that's not what they're about. They're really about trying to change behaviour so that people just keep coming back to it.
Is it possible to beat the algorithm and better your odds?
If you're in the right group of people, which again fundamentally really comes back to how attractive you're deemed, if you're in the right cohorts, you can definitely use the boosts and these sorts of features to really increase the surface area of the apps and to get much more exposure and to get more people kind of connecting with you. But to some extent, it's going to be relatively fruitless if you're not kind of what people using the app are favouring, what they're really looking for.
And Discord said, are there actual matchmaking apps, dating apps being different? I don't think so. Is there? I've never heard of one. I think the reason that the matchmaking is such a specific business is because it requires the matchmaker to be heavily involved and really personalizing the experience, which is why I think they work out so well. If you watch Jewish Matchmaker or Indian Matchmaker, it's really interesting, and they've been women so far, but they really have a big book, they have relationships with the family. They bring people together. It's like a personalized dating app. Like it's as if it's like if Hinge or somebody assigned you a worker who was special interest autistic interested in solving your problem. Like if I was a matchmaker, I would be so diligent. I would be so aggressively detailed. Like I would be so interested in being like, you know, it would be so interesting if I did it. But see, the problem is if you just have a company where you employ people to be matchmakers, they're gonna be like lame coaches. They're not gonna care, because here's the problem. Guys, can I just say this? Oh my God, let me wrap it back to that tangent I went on earlier. Are you ready? The reason we don't have a quality life is because we're not working quality jobs. If we're not working quality jobs, then the employees we go to help bring quality to our life won't bring quality to our life because they don't feel like they're doing quality work. So if you go to a dating app that doesn't give a fuck and they're miserable themselves and they're not interested and they do not care about your love life, then they are not going to care about who you end up being with, right? If you have a personalized example of a matchmaker who's individual and she loves her job and this is everything she's ever wanted to do and it's so serious to her and she just genuinely wants to bring people together, not only will she actually do it the right way and ethically, but she'll be worth the money in the investment if you also accept that you might not get married, right? You also have to let go of the attachment of outcome. But the idea is like we are living in a world where people are going to work and half-assing their jobs. And look, I don't blame you under capitalism. I don't know how many times I've worked jobs where it just felt like did not care about the man, did not care about, and I tried to be good to my customers, of course, but like there were definitely like what's the thing I learned being autistic is nobody's putting 100% into the job. You put 75% in, 60%, otherwise you make everyone else look lazy and you don't even get compensated for overworking, which I learned in my 20s. When I was like aggressively trying and then I was like a 10-cent raise. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't play in my face. I quit. Anyways. So the point is that imagine a life where you actually got paid to work at a fast food restaurant or a McDonald's or a supermarket. You got compensation in healthcare and you really love doing this job. How great would it be? I guarantee you, because I was working at a grocery store and I was so fucking happy. It was, I call it like in my head, it's like the greatest of times. It was the greatest of times. We were all working in Seattle. We had the greatest crew, the greatest boss, manager. And the customers liked us. The vibe was magical. I mean, I wanted to come to work every day. My coworkers wanted to come to work. We would come up to work and just high five, dab, hug, talk about we were just like so excited to come to work. And it was like it lasted for just a second, just like a few months of perfect work harmony. And then, of course, the boss got involved and the higher ups got involved and people put in new rules and they didn't like it and they wanted us to bring more blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden it just became a job again. A job that just wasn't exciting to go to. But when it was good, our customers liked, everybody had the greatest time. Everybody loved the deli. And that vibe, I wish I could get that for everybody at their job, where they genuinely wanted to come to work and it felt really good. And it didn't feel like you were wasting 8 hours of your day away. It felt like you were doing something with meaning and purpose and you went home feeling good about yourself and you got paid and you could go out with your friends. You know, like that's my ideal, but we don't have that with anything we do in our life until you find a way to make it work for you. And I don't mean in the pull yourself up by your bootstraps way. I mean, you have to accept that the world won't be that way. And then you have to make it that way anyways for you and for your community. When my siblings come to me and they're like, I don't know what to do for a living, I'm like, well, you'll have to figure it out, which is hard. And when you do, you'll be able to make everything else make sense. Because the truth is, and this is the hardest part about money, is for a lot of us, the priority is what dictates everything you do. So if you say to yourself, I can't live anywhere but this place, okay, then that is the thing that drives everything else. If you say, I have to live in Southern California, okay, Southern California is expensive. Here are the taxes. Here's what you're going to need. You're going to need a car. You're going to need this. Here's the average rent. Now, everything you do has a goal to center around. If you say, okay, I have to be able to afford a house in the next 5 years, okay, so you're going to move here. And everything you do surrounds that. Oh, I have to work this job. This is the only job I want. Okay, like I have a friend who bought a house in a place she would never have moved to, in a neighborhood she would never have lived in an area that is incredibly Trump and conservative, and she is very progressive, but her dream job is there. So she brought her dream house there, and she has her life there. And that's the point. She did not go to college to get all those degrees to not get her dream job. Okay, and it's a very niche job. So she found her dream job. She's working at her dream job. She's working. She's very happy. Okay, but everything is centered around her job. Her job has to be the priority. Okay, you get to choose what the priority is, and then you have to make life work around that priority. And yes, priorities can change. And that's another way to help you. Especially, that's what I tell my siblings. Like, you just haven't decided what your priority is yet. You don't know. And that's okay. But that's why life is so hard right now, because you don't know what to do. You don't know what to do next.
Lisa, do you believe dating apps are helping us to find love?
I think that certainly they are a conduit to making connections. I think that people have started to think that relationships are almost more discardable as a result of dating apps. So there is a level of disposability now applied to our relationships as a result of dating app use. I think that people are definitely leaning towards meeting offline in an analogue environment more so.
What can happen if we keep swiping for no return? We don't find love.
I guess, it's a disconnection, it's loneliness, it's all of those sorts of elements that, take away from actually connecting with other people in a face-to-face environment. It does reinforce those elements of disposability as well, the idea that the grass is always greener on the other side. And I think ultimately...
Negative comparison example. The grass is always greener on the other side. Negative, you want to get your grass so green that you don't even care what color the grass is on the other side.
As a society, we tend to be really focused on...
Oh, Chet said, is she relatively happy? Yeah, my friend. Yeah. I think the hardest part for her is that she would have preferred a more progressive community in the area. She has managed to have local friends, but I think the most significant thing for her are her long life friendships that she has outside of that community, which is me and other people in her life. So she's one of my inner circle. She's very special to me. She's so important to me. And she's so smart and wonderful and capable. And I'm so proud of her and everything she's done. And she's made really good decisions. And I think she was right to prioritize her job. And my goal and my hope as one of her closest friends is to make sure she and I are always, maintaining our relationship and seeing each other when we can. She actually was in May 2023, before I came to Croatia, she was the last friend I did a Disney trip with to celebrate our, I forgot now, 12-year friendship, 13-year friendship. And we went to Disneyland together and it was amazing. And then I went to Europe. So she's really great. She's really important to me. No, it can't be 13 years. So old. 15 years? I've known her since I was 22, 21, and I'm 36, something like that. So she made her decision. I'm so proud of her. I'm so proud of her. Oh my gosh. And she, I think the only thing I wish for her is that we were closer physically. But otherwise, yeah, I think she's pretty happy. She's got cute cats and a gray house and good job. And man, if I was rich, I would go visit her more often. I think that's the only thing is but then, would I want to fly on a plane and pollute the air that much? Who knows? But I will say that my hope is that she comes and visit me in Croatia soon. That's our goal. That's what we think about. That's adult friendship. Adult friendships. Okay, this is the other part. Hold on. This is going to be hard. The greatest gift I can give my friends and they can give me is saving to come see each other. That requires adult money, or adult budgeting, adult priorities. Like, not my 20s, I'm going to spend all my money and never have it. That was fun, but that's not helpful. 40s, hey, I've been saving away. I've got $5,000. I'm going to come see you. Because the reality is, we don't get, I didn't get to make a priority the location of my friends. I was unable to make that a priority. So the only next priority we have is planning to see each other, even if it's 5 years away, even if it's 10 years away. We have to make that a priority. So yeah, that does take money, because again, I know some people do prioritize their friends. I love that. I saw a TikTok about that the other day. They said, normalize prioritizing friends. I love that. And I think you should do that. I think you should 100%, if that's part of your priority. Like, I have to live near my friends and everything is centered around that. That's beautiful. That didn't work for my life and who I am, but I think that can work for a lot of people. And you should do that if that's your life, right?
The idea of the new and new things, it's all part of consumer culture as well. And the dating apps sort of play into that desire as well.
Amanda, you and your sister Cassandra use dating apps in the Northern Territory. What's it like to search for love in a smaller dating pool?
It's a small community. Everyone knows someone. If you're talking about a guy, your girlfriend's going to know who it is. They're going to know if he's married, if he's single, if he's got children, So you basically get the information firsthand pretty much up front.
So if someone's kind of cheating or acting not right, do you kind of warn people about it?
Yes, we do. Yes.
How do you do that?
I have a Facebook group that
I love them.
Started. And let me just say what the slogan, what See You in the NT is an unofficial tourism slogan for the Northern Territory. And it means see you in the NT, but it's spelled C-U-N-T. So my Facebook page is called Hey Sis. I
feel like she's definitely in the BDSM community. Am I stupid? Is she not a Dami mommy? I feel like she's BDSM or queer or something is happening here, or she loves sci-fi. She's like, you know what I'm saying? If I saw her in public, I would assume she was I would assume she was a Dom in the BDSM community, but I don't know.
She'll see you in the NT. So it's all women. If we swipe right and we get a match with someone, we'll put him up. Does anyone know this guy? The women will comment and say, yes, I've had a 3-year DV relationship with him. Don't go into that. Or, yes, no, I know his wife. He's married. So it's like a sisterhood type group.
Okay, now explain to me how many men have a group warning them about domestic violence relationships with women and or uplifting men to be healthier? Or do men mostly have groups about, like, again, the difference is, like, you need to have these groups for all genders in the sense that it would be nice to have a community effort to protect each other. See how one's out of protection and one's out of, like, one can be out of negative? I think people should have these kinds of communities because it's coming from a good place, not a bitter place, not an angry place. I just feel like if men made a group like this, certain men, like imagine an Andrew Tate bubble making this. She has 80 bodies. She's been ran through. She's a single mom. Boo. She has tattoos. It'd be totally a different energy. That's not good. But every community will have their own structure of what's acceptable. So let's say if it's a religious community, they might be like, oh, they're not conservative. They don't believe in our religion. Okay, that's fine. But there is a difference between hating somebody and making a group and then wanting to make a group that invites and prioritizes and keeps people safe. So I love that this group sounds like it's about keeping people in the area safe. I've been in a relationship with a guy, domestic violence, 3 years. Be careful. That's beautiful. You know what I mean? Something that says I want to protect the community versus something that says I want to expose people for being polyamorous or something.
We just warn other women about people that we've met online.
Cassandra, do you think online dating makes it easier to cheat?
Definitely it does. And I've seen it firsthand. And I think it gives men the opportunity, like we've all been speaking today, they aren't just talking to you, and also women too. They're talking to 5 other people because they are waiting for the next best thing to come up. I'm not particularly like that. I like to think the person I'm talking to is the person I want to engage with and move forward with. But I see that quite often. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I'm a professional. And I just think, why aren't I good enough? What makes me not good enough for someone to want more?
See? They're still at that stage where they haven't deconstructed the fact that you being good enough has nothing to do with your partnership, unless you really think there's something wrong. Is there something wrong with you? Because if there isn't, then you need to deconstruct your need for validation coming from a romantic relationship, because your life is more than that. It is fair to say that there might be something genuinely wrong with me in which I have to get my shit together, and that's why the people I want to date don't want to date me. Or the truth is, Really hard to meet somebody who you want to trust and treat the way you treat yourself. Guys, I do listen to a lot of these finance shows, and no matter who I'm listening to, like, I've been married to my husband for 9 years and he still won't show me his bank account. I've been married to my husband for 25 years and I just found out he spent our nest egg on gambling. I've been married to my husband for, it's always the husband. It really is often. I can't even exaggerate. Even the conservative finance shows, it is the husbands. Like, sometimes it's the girlfriends or wives, but 95% of the time, it is husbands. Okay? And even the conservative hosts are like, divorce him. If I will give any credit to any of these finance guys that are conservative, they use the word divorce so often. And I'm like, that's very feminist of you. They tell these women to divorce these men so often. I'm like, you are a feminist. You know what I mean? Because they said they feel financial infidelity is the same as physical infidelity. Financial infidelity is one of the worst forms of infidelity. Like, money is such an important part to so many of us. Like, especially when you come from nothing and you have even a little bit of something, like, it's such a big deal. And to go and to do, or the worst one is like when I'm married to a guy, we've been married 15 years. He makes $1 million a year. I'm not exaggerating. Like, he really makes $1 million. I've seen the pay stubs. I've seen our accounts. But he won't let me make any decisions because he thinks I'm bad with money. But I just found out he's racked up $400 of loans and credit cards for something that fell through. And it's like, not only do you have the trifecta of longevity in the relationship and children, most likely, you have the high earner and the high debt, and then the mistrust of the partner that didn't even make the oopsie. The audacity of the person who didn't even make the oopsie being blamed by the person who made the oopsie. What is that? So again, this need to be so eager to be partnered is so interesting to me. Instead of saying, my life is good, my life is great. If I meet that person, great. But why in the world are you rushing so hard to be picked by men that are going to cheat on you? Or be picked by people that, like, you don't even like that much? So that's why I say, like, you don't need partners to know you're wanted or beautiful or whatever. I mean, obviously we need some form of validation from that. Right? Like some, I can't speak because I've been dating my whole life. So like, I have that validation built into my story, but I'm saying, if you went your whole life without getting any relationship validation, something went significantly wrong in your life, or you're lying to yourself. Because I also have girlfriends of mine that have literally been picked every time by men and or dated. And yes, they broke up eventually, but they had boyfriends most of their life. And they still don't feel like they're good enough. And I'm like, okay, so I don't know what the difference is, except philosophy. We both had boyfriends or girlfriends our whole life. We both dated our whole life, except I am very confident in who I am and what I'm doing. And my friend will be like, I don't know if people love me. Girl, you've been dating your whole life. So obviously the validation is philosophical. It's a deconstruction. It's a need to say, my life, who I am now, is no longer dictated by whether or not I'm being picked. Because you do not want to reach 40 and 50 and 60 still worried about being picked. Okay? And that's the struggle I have with these wonderful ladies here. It's like, girl, come on now. I said the gambling debt one has always made me so angry. Financial infidelity is more like actual physically impacting your safety more than so physical infidelity. It's horrific. It's horrible. My ex took over a bar and I got $200 stolen out of my purse where I placed it on the employee's office, and he refused to talk to the coworkers. He said I'm notorious for misplacing things. Damn, bro. I knew a woman, a great woman, 3 kids, husband, married like 20 something years, came home one day to find out he had gambled all of their life savings away, and she divorced him, recreated her life, went back to school, got her master's, and of course, raised her boys alone because her ex-husband's a piece of shit, right? She's remarried and happy now, which is beautiful. I love that. But the point is that this woman came home one day thinking their life was great and everything was fine, just to find out. Now, people like Chelsea Fagan might say, Brittany, see, this is why I believe in separate bank accounts. And I'm saying Though I think that is exceptionally possible that you were truly blindsided, because I think that happens. I 100% do. It's hard for me because I've never been blindsided. I've only been naive and I've only been ignorant. I've never been truly, like, I was shocked to find out my ex cheated on me. But honestly, like, it was pretty obvious he was going to do that. And realizing that now makes me feel better about it in a way, because it makes me say the next time around, you really can see a person's character if you really believe them when they tell you who they are. The dilemma is that we don't believe people when they tell us, do we? Right? We don't believe people when they tell us who they are. We keep projecting onto them something else. No, he wouldn't do that. No, that doesn't make sense. Even though if you really allow yourself to see, you're like, damn, that was so predictable, huh? Oh, I'm so stupid. That was so predictable. What was I thinking? You were thinking with rose-colored glasses. You were thinking that, like, no, he says the right things. But if you really look at a person and what they're doing, wasn't it obvious? The guy that was bumming off of me, not helping, not participating, too busy having sex with people, literally couldn't hold down a job, literally went from girlfriend to girlfriend, literally, like, wasn't it so obvious? I just didn't want to believe it. And this is, by the way, this thing times 100 is why my parents won't confront my predator brothers, because they cannot believe that it's been sitting under their nose the whole time. And even if victims come forward, they cannot believe they raised a son who would do this. And the same way I didn't want to believe I would choose a partner who would do this to me, because it's a reflection of me, isn't it? Just a little bit, just enough. Not the way Fresh and Fit mean and the way I mean. Just like your friends can be a reflection of your character, your partner's a reflection of your character, your job can be a reflection of your character. A lot of the things we do can be a reflection of our character. Not always, but often. And not often, but sometimes. So you have to really, like, I had to realize that I was toxic enough to date this kind of a person. Because healthy Brittany wouldn't even look at this person now. This brain I have now, I don't even notice people in his category anymore. Like, they just go, whoop. I don't even think of them as options. But I used to date multiple people. You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's my responsibility. It's not to say that I was also the same kind of toxic or evil or anything. I never did the things he did to him. I never did anything he did to me. I never did it to him. Never. Because it wasn't within my values. I never stole from him or cheated on him or did anything like that. I never took advantage of him. I never lied to him. Okay, not like that. I kept things. I was private. Okay, I had one thing that I actually lied to him about. One thing I ever lied to him about, and that was whether or not I had been raped. Because I wasn't ready to tell anyone, let alone myself. That is true. I did lie about that. Because I didn't know if I was going to marry this person. I didn't know if I could trust this person. And I had just met them. And he had asked me, and I said no. Because I wasn't even ready to talk about it myself. But that one, I feel like, kind of fair. I feel like that one's kind of fair. Does the person you're dating, who you're not even sure if you're going to marry, need to know that? Maybe now. Maybe for marriage. But I don't tell every single person I meet that story, guys. Do you know what I mean? That's my story. You know, I will tell a person that I think it's needed, but I don't think you need to tell every person that story out the gate. You know what I mean? Kind of a big deal.
Parents are celebrating 60 years of marriage. And you know what? I'm 56 and I just think I'd be flat out to see if I'd have a marriage of 5 to 10 years, which I find really sad because I just think that's not how I envisaged my life to be. I wanted that white picket fence. I wanted the husband. I wanted kids. But our life has dealt us a different lot of cards. I met the wrong men in my life. But in saying that, those men have showed me what love is, and I am open. I've gotten better with my relationships as I've gotten older, where I used to be a tad bossy, and my sister goes, don't speak to them like kids. They're not kids, because we are both teachers. And it's like the reality kind of sinks in that as each relationship passes, you learn from that and it makes you a better person to deal with after you've left that relationship.
Linda, are people always honest in online dating apps?
I think it's probably women that are more guilty of putting up photos that make them look 20 years younger. I've always been pretty honest with my photos. Some photos I'm a bit barefaced, other photos I've got the full makeup on. I have a bit of a different photos. I've had a lot of men say when I've actually met them, "Oh, you look like your photo." And I remember going, "Well, yeah, of course I do." and I've been told a lot of stories about that. I've been to some dates and the woman's walked into the room and they virtually haven't recognised them. But certainly I've noticed with some of the photos with men that you can see it's a bit fuzzy and they're not really clear. Lots of them wearing sunglasses, particularly in my age group, because of the fact that, we're a bit older and we've got a few more wrinkles and all the rest of it, and maybe not as savvy in regards to changing the photo. But I think men are probably more guilty of not making enough of an effort in regards to their photos. Some photos I just look at and just think...
True.
There's just no words that I can explain.
Exactly.
I don't get why you're going to get up on a dating app and put up these really horrible photos.
Exactly.
And just a really big tip, guys, is do not put a photo up of you holding a fish.
Oh my God, it's universal. It's global. Love on the spectrum. Kaylin talked about that. She was like, if I see one more picture with a man with a fish, a dead fish in his hands, there you go. Global phenomenon. Men holding fish. Fun fact, the only time I had dating apps was in Southern California, and I saw nay one fish.
Obviously, a few people can relate to
Nay
those
a
photos.
fish.
I'm not against men, obviously, that fish, if that's what they like to do, but if you genuinely want
that I recall
to find somebody, then make a bit of an effort. That's what I look for. If they've made an effort with their photos and they've got a variety, and one of them they might be at a wedding, or maybe they are just lounging around by the pool having a drink, but yeah, just that effort.
Have you ever felt the need to be flexible with your own truth on the apps?
I'll admit to the fact that I'm actually now, I've just turned 60, and with regards to the lady over there saying that once she hits 40, she's not going to get any more dates, I'm just thinking, well, wait till you hit 60. It's a whole different kettle of fish, because it's the same thing. It's no different in regards to men are definitely looking for younger women, and I will maybe shave 3 years off my age, but
Wait, chat, are you making a gag? That's so true, though. California's version of holding a fish is a picture of you on a hike. That is true. Wait, did I say that before? But that is true. That is what it is. It's a hike.
I certainly won't say that I'm 10 years younger than I am, because I just think if you go along to a date, then they're just going to know straight off the bat that you've been lying on your app. I'd like to think I'm honest. Whenever I've been on an app, I'd like to think I'm honest. Sometimes I'll change photos a little bit. I don't really feel that comfortable with completely lying about who I am.
Josh, have you come across dishonesty in your online dating?
I have, yeah. There's a big subculture in the gay community, especially with like Grindr, for example, which is more of like a sex-based app. But there's a lot of straight men on these apps that are looking for fun, or they're not quite comfortable with their sexuality. So a lot of my friends do engage, or have sort of had incidences with a lot of married men that sort of are seeking that sort of experience or that excitement that comes through the apps, and it's a really common thing. I met a really cool guy. Super nice. He drove 3 hours to meet me, so I thought, effort, like, kudos to him. Good communication, great after engagement, like, just kept chatting. It was really, really nice. And I kind of got a little excited. I thought, oh, like, this is someone worth it. I was just with one of my random friends, just hanging out one day, and I said, oh, I met this guy. He's really cool. He lives in this location, and it's a very unusual location. And my mate goes, wait, what? I know that location. He goes, is it this guy? And I said, yeah. And he goes, oh, he messaged me yesterday asking for me to invite him over so he'd come stay. So he was sort of lining up places to stay while we were going on dates. So he would hook up with the guy, obviously to have a bed for the night, and then we'd go on a wholesome date because he knew that was my intention. So yeah, it's always fun,
How do you feel when things like that happen?
If the eye roll emoji could be a word, that is literally how I feel.
Holly, you describe yourself as a matchsmith. What do you do?
So essentially I manage, sometimes even ghost matching and ghost swiping for some of my clients, but I also perfect and polish those profiles. So I'm helping them curate their bios, choose their photos, help with their overall dating strategy, everything and anything.
So people pay you to sort of be them, in a sense? You're pretending to be your clients?
That's my most sort of premium level all-access service, and it does start with a very in-depth, one-to-one conversation with that client. What are their deal breakers? What are they looking for? Are they the right fit for this kind of service? But it might be a busy corporate who outsources everything else in their life, like laundry or their food prep, and they just want to maintain that momentum, but they just aren't online enough to be able to match. So I'm able to kind of shortlist for them people that I think would be good potential matches, start those conversations off, make sure there's no red flags, and then hand over that shortlist to the client.
How would you describe your clientele?
Yeah, so they're quite broad. I would say 30 to 60 plus with slightly more male skewed. They're busy people, but they're also people coming to me really for very objective advice. So it makes sense that sometimes you need someone to say, hey, actually there are a few tweaks and I can help you with those.
What are the biggest mistakes we can make with the dating profiles?
The dreaded fish photo, male or female. I think, the Thailand, I'm lying with the tiger shot. It's interesting, but it's been done. Mirror selfies that kind of look like a serial killer has taken them. Just those little things. And I think photos are what we're seeing. As much as we don't like to hear it, photos on these swipe-based apps are so important. So you've got to get at least your 1 to 3 hero shots right. And that's where I also come in, and whether it's...
Okay, you know what's crazy? You know that gay cute meet we watched at the very beginning of stream, remember? With the gay couple? And he's like, do you have pictures from you guys 30 years ago? And it shows like all the pictures of them throughout the 30 years. I looked at my partner and I was like, we have to take more photos because there's really no reason for us to take photos. Like, it's just like an awkward... Like, it's just like there's no reason. So you have to kind of make the reason. And so, like, we took a couple of photos. And I was like, we just got to take some photos of each other because, like, we're not going to have... When the guy meets us at Cute Meet, he's going to be like, do you have pictures? Or I'm like, no. And, like, so we have a few sets of photos. But in comparison to my mother, who had the camera out 24/7 and all of our childhood was documented, we do not take enough photos of each other. And we are that meme of, like, how many pictures of you and your best friend do you have? And it's, like, the one photo... And that's such a real meme. Like the closest person I know, we have like no photos. So like we have to come up with reasons to take photos. And it just feels weird because it feels like you're posing to document the future versus my mother we would just be sitting in the family room relaxing. I shared with my Discord a bunch of candid Britney photos from when I was younger, all of me holding different books I was reading at the time. And my mom would just go around like taking photos. And so I have all these photos from my life. My dad just sent me with my sister when she came to visit over the summer, he sent me a whole hard drive of all of my childhood photos, pictures, any videos, anything they had collected over the years and kept copies of. I mean, videos from like my literal childhood memories that I can't hold in my brain. But when I watch it, I'm like, oh, I remember that, And it's like, yeah, what would I have done if I didn't have parents who were doing that? And right now, as it stands, the only person that we have taken the most photos of is Indiana. And all of our phones or tablets or whatever, iPads, it's just pictures of the cat. When they come look for us in our dead bodies, they're going to look through our phones and just find 1,000 pictures of Indiana. It's just her. And maybe sunsets. We got to take more photos of each other. We have to. It's just like, so we joked we'll put a camera up in the corner of the house and just have it go off every 10 seconds. When do you take photos? It's just so weird.
Providing and supporting with a professional photo shoot or just saying, hey, this is the photos I think you need to get your profile up to par.
Can you help clients get on the right side of the...
Okay, here's my best suggestion to boys. Okay, men, here's my number one suggestion. Your picture cannot look like your breath stinks. Okay? And some of you post photos on these dating apps where it looks like your breath stinks. Do with that what you will.
Algorithm to beat those odds?
I think taking a break, if you're feeling frustrated, is one thing, and coming back fresh. Maybe it's starting on a new app altogether for a new pool of people. And I think a positive attitude, as frustrating as it can be at times, is so important. Being open to new connections and not seeing every date as this is the one. I'm going to meet the one tonight. It's kind of like going for job interviews. It's a muscle that you have to use. So taking it, learning from it, and saying each date is a step towards that right person can help. But I'm also helping people carve out those time wasters. Time wasters are those pen pals. They want a self-esteem boost. They just want to chat to you on the app for days and days. And I help my clients weed out those people and move on. It kind of takes the power back as well to say, hey, I'm done with that, politely, but I want someone who wants to meet me off the app, and I want to move my clients off the app as soon as possible.
Let's go.
Rachel is oddly specific. When I was on dating apps, I noticed a pattern in men where they just looked, Discord said, is there a visual expectation of this? I mean, not to be rude, but I feel like whoever that picture is in Discord, I hope that's not a real person, but I kind of feel like I should tell you your breath looks like it smells. The Discord shared a photo of that guy, this one. I don't know who that is. But like, he kind of looks like his house is a mess. Now, girls, I would say with women on dating apps, I could tell if a girl's house is messy. So it was like I could tell looking at a guy if I felt like his breath was going to smell. It looked like he didn't groom. Okay, his shirt wasn't, it just looked like. And then with women, it was like, oh, I can tell your house is messy. I'm not about to. And that was kind of the vibe that I noticed between the genders was like, I don't know about this. It's just the unkept, like, what people look like. You ever go to a grocery store and kind of notice that people look like they just rolled out of bed? It's kind of like that. Chat said how it's the unkeptness. It's like hold on. Okay. The fact that my nails are painted, the fact that I'm wearing a watch, the fact that I'm wearing a ring, the fact that if you know curly hair, you know that I took care of it today. The fact that like I look relatively put together. They're little things, but they send signals to your brain that I did something. Maybe you feel like, oh, Brittany doesn't have so much makeup on, or maybe she's not signaling awakeness, or maybe there's things about my aesthetic today that you're like, oh, but for the most part, the things in my room, like, they will signal things to your brain. You'll come up with stories for what everything is, right? Like you'll start to put things together of how I got here. So like, I'm trying to give a good example. Okay, let me give an example that's more visual. So let's pretend. Okay, I have a trash bag in my room. Okay, let's say this trash bag for stream. Okay, let's say I just had that trash bag in the background for my stream. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, what is going on here? What just happened? Okay, what just happened? Unfollowed. Like, what just happened? It's like, what happened to this whole space? No. Absolutely not. Okay? Absolutely not. Okay? Little things that go, little things that people catch, little things that people see. And they see it in your, they see it in this too. Like, what if I was wearing a shirt, was white shirt, and I had like barbecue stains on it and deodorant, yellow stains from deodorant, and the collar was really pulled, right? Chat said, with all due respect, the body is tea. Thank you. Look it. It's finally showing. It's not there yet, but it's coming, girls. I've been really working out, okay? But like, Ethan, you gotta clean your room, Ethan. You really gotta do it. You gotta exercise, But that's what it is. Like, it's the little things that go a long way. Honestly, okay, can I tell you something? The last step is my hair. Not the Brittany Venti conversation from yesterday. I mean, literally, look at it. You see this? This is because it was badly cut. My next goal is to get my hair cut. I'm just terrified of letting anyone touch my hair. I'm afraid that if the girl here in Croatia cuts my hair, I'm going to have short hair again. I'm going to wait 3 months. And then I'm going to choose this hairstylist. I found somebody. Fingers crossed. And I'm just going to let her do it. Okay? No one's touched my hair in like 4 or 5 years. I've been doing it and I've been doing a bad job, obviously, but my whole face will change. My aesthetic will change. You will notice the difference when your hair is done. Okay? And so fingers crossed she doesn't take all my hair off, because they always do that with curly hair. They take all my fucking hair off. But I'm going to get my hair cut, and I'm going to get these layers properly layered in, because right now they're really bad because I fucked up on my own hair. Okay, you can tell a non-pro did it. Okay, and I'm just going to get my hair done, and it will amplify. Look, see this? See this? It doesn't make sense. It will amplify the aesthetic. Okay, if you have a hairstyle, you got to keep it up. No neck beard. Keep your beard together. Groom yourself once a week. It will make a huge difference for how people treat you. And whether you like it or not, people will treat you differently, but you'll feel differently about yourself. You'll feel good about yourself. You know, with all of this said, take into consideration disability, take into consideration neurodivergency, take into consideration how hard it is. You're not a morally bad person because you didn't get your hair done. Okay. So none of this is a moral judgment, right? None of this is a moral judgment. Okay. Do they usually dry cut? I know with curly hair, I was taught to dry cut unless you're a full-time curly hair professional. Well, it's been a long time since anyone's touched my hair. And the last girl who touched it, I 100% trusted her and she did an amazing job. And I actually just don't remember how she did it, but it was fabulous after. So I don't know. Like literally, I have so much hair trauma over people fucking up my hair every time they touch it that I never let anyone touch it. And the last girl who did it, she's fabulous. Yeah. If she wasn't in America, you know, I would have, I wish she could I would let her do it, my hair every time. Like, but I can't, she's in America. No. But yeah, anyways. Okay. Jess says, what leave-in conditioner or gel do you use? I actually don't know what it's called, but I buy it here in Croatia and it's pretty great. I think it's not even a Croatian brand. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember, but I buy everything locally. So I just kind of switched over to anything that I could locally find here. But I don't even know which one it is. It's not, I don't think it's a Croatian brand. I think it's a normal, not a normal, but I think it's I don't know, girl, to be honest with you. I don't know, but I love it. Whatever I've been using, I'm in love with it. Okay, let's go back to this. We're almost done and I'm getting hungry.
Good girl, good dog. I just felt really, really sick. Good girl. I knew it had something to do with my mental health. I couldn't get out of bed. I was just realising I was lonely. I downloaded something called Stitch. It was for people over 50. It was about going out and doing things, and it wasn't a dating site.
I was married for 41 years. After I separated, I moved to Melbourne. I didn't have any friends.
Are they dating?
I thought, I better go and find some. When I downloaded Stitch, I was looking for a friendship mainly, for romance as well.
What I was looking for from
Yes, chat. You said make sure your wife is with you so she can be your eyes and advocate. I totally understand your fear. She has to translate. I was like, you need to aggressively explain to them, like if there's a translation issue, like what I need and want. I'll show you photos. I have a bunch of photos to show them. I have a ton of photos to show them of my dream hair. Okay, my dream hair, as close to this as possible. But if they in any way doubt their ability, I was like, you have to tell them it's okay to tell me they can't do it. I'd rather them tell me I can't do it than to do it. Okay? I know it's hair. It will grow back. It's not the end of the world. And also,
the app was to go out and do things and connect with people and just not be lonely, sitting at home, lying in bed by myself. I wasn't looking for romance.
I thought, wow, I like this guy. He was just so nice and respectful. Where's he been all my life?
Oh my gosh.
After Dina and I met at one of the Stitch events that I organised, we
this is the Match guy from the Match show, right?
spoke on the phone every day.
There's Dina there. There's me there.
I had written a nice, beautiful, heartfelt message to Daryl.
And she's the other
I decided
lady?
to tell him how I felt.
Oh my
I wrote,
God.
P.S. You, who doesn't want a relationship, you've just broken my heart. It was a now or never moment.
I said, oh, this is awkward. Overnight I thought, oh, I've got a friend here who's hurting, and I realised that I had feelings too, so.
He messaged me back with a song, Meet Me Halfway. And with that, I cried and I thought, he does like me.
I was in love with her, but didn't realise it. I was just so emotionally shut down. Good morning. That was 2.5 years ago, and we're happy and married in the heart.
Aww. See how they do this to us? They always get us at the end. They're like, joke's on you. Two of these people are in a couple. Cute, cute, cute.
Geeta, how are things with you and Daryl now?
Great.
Yep,
Absolutely amazing.
Are you living together?
Yes, we are. We've been living together for
10 months. 10 months.
Cute.
Daryl, are you still using the app that you met Geeta on?
Yes, because it's a community and it's a community of friends. We still both on the app are volunteering to organise events for people in the...
That's so cute! Wait! That is so much better than Tinder or Hinge, because then you're kind of all responsible. You're socially responsible for being like, hey, don't fuck around, because like we're a community, and that's how you hold people accountable / keep people safe. Wait, that's so good.
Community. Stitch is not for profit, and it's 100% volunteer driven, and what we do is we just organise coffee catch-ups, lunches, movies, anything for the people over 50 to connect, form friendships, and occasionally, well, you might meet that special someone.
Jana, you've described dating apps as a bit of a hot mess. Do you think they're as popular as they once were?
No, I don't. I think we all went through the excitement of the apps and swiped till our hearts were content, and then they stopped being content. And I know I've got some bad date experiences from the apps. Most of my friends all have a story of a bad date experience, and they range, you know. There's been some scary ones, and there's just been some really uncomfortable ones, dealing with catfish, dealing with people who probably shouldn't be on dates. And I think we've all got the fatigue. We're all a little bit worn out.
Where do you think people are going now?
Definitely in real life. I've noticed in the last 3 to 6 months a massive change in people craving that in real life experience. And we're finding it through swim clubs, there's book clubs now where people come together. There's sauna clubs. Because we all...
I like how they said now. Ugh. Hold on. Let me show you something if I can find it really fast. I hate when people... Well, no, rephrase. I think nothing proves my point more than watching people repeat cycles of history and be like, look, it's new. It's not new, girl. This has been done. Okay, so for her to be like, there are book clubs now. There were always book clubs. Okay, it was always book clubs. But I get it. Like, okay. That's why I say dating apps aren't really new. They're just like real life on an app. Okay, hold on. Oh, please tell me I got it here. Please tell me I've got it. Where is it, I wonder? Please tell me I'll find it. So I can prove my point, prove my point, prove my... Hello? Have I absolutely lost it? I've absolutely lost it, haven't I? Oh, wait a second. No, that's not it. Fuck. Okay, well, oh, fine. No, wait. Found it. I found it, didn't I? I found it. Give me a second. Play this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Here we go. Forget girl dinner. Men are now eating like dogs.
Dinner, men are now eating like dogs, literally. The viral boy kibble trend is taking over social media, and it's really simple. Ground beef and rice bowls. No frills, no fancy plating, just pure protein-packed fuel. Fitness fans say that they chow down up to 7 times a week to save money and pack on gains. Plus, it's cheap and easy. Some call it efficient, others call it sad, but nutritionists are saying it's probably a good idea to add some veggies to your boy kibble. So does it sound like a good meal to you? Let us know.
You're so obnoxious. Assyrians have a dish, rice, ground beef, baharat, like spices, specific spices with fried onion. You guys act like you just invented something new, girl. We've been eating ground beef and rice forever. People are so annoying. People are so annoying. Yeah, Chad's like, you mean beans and rice? Bro, you think putting ground beef in a bowl of rice is new? Like, that's what I'm saying. Boy kibble, girl dinner was so much cuter. But also, like, at the end of the day, the fuck? Okay, that's what I'm saying. The men yearn for pup play. The men yearn for the puppy mask. I'm just saying, the way we phrase things, I get it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But I'm just saying, life is cycles. Nothing's new. It's just repackaged, and that's fine. Make a custom life for yourself, girl. Make a custom life for yourself.
We all are a little bit scarred from the speed dating. Like, we're all a bit triggered. That was also a hot mess. But I think now if you find that right environment where you feel comfortable in, which could be an exercise club or a book reading club or anything, they're out there now. And I think businesses are jumping on, like bookstores are jumping on and hosting these nights. It's not just bars running single nights. There's a lot more places to go find them.
Lisa, is that a trend that you're seeing, singles wanting to meet offline in more traditional ways?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there was a very prevalent sociocultural narrative in my research that indicated that people wanted to meet that person face to face. So definitely there's this movement towards more analogue offline meetings, whether they are the swim clubs, the running clubs, the yoga clubs, and all that sort of thing.
What do you think online dating will look like in 30 years' time?
I certainly think there's going to be a lot more integration of AI. So dating apps are now using AI, for example, to start messaging. So if you don't know how to start a conversation, you don't want to start with the very generic hey sort of thing, which gets you nowhere. You know, dating apps give you the opportunity of actually constructing your message and continuing on that conversation. So certainly I think that there's going to be a lot more AI integrated within dating apps. But also I think this offline component is going to be integrated in some way, you know, similar to what Stitch is sort of talking about in terms of those face-to-face meetings as being a next component to dating apps.
Linda, you've been hooked on swiping in the past, but you've deleted the apps. What's your plan now?
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it at all. I'm just not interested in being on dating sites anymore. They're exhausting because ultimately there's a lot of vulnerable people out there that get onto these sites and they don't see the damage that they could be doing to people. And, you know, I've certainly had moments where I've been down and I've recognised that and I've just had to go, got to get off this thing. This is just not really good for your mental health. There's so much talk now about mental health, and if there's a shining light in this room is that dating apps absolutely impact on your mental health. They're toxic.
Angus, are you still using the apps?
I'm definitely not. I'm engaged to be married.
Oh, congratulations. When did you stop using them?
About the same time that I got together with my partner.
How did you meet your fiancé?
At the 20-year high school reunion.
No way.
So actually we'd gone to school together.
Shut up.
And we hadn't seen each other since we were about 17 or 16 even. Or, you know, we'd sort of very briefly run into each other once or twice. The apps have increased the surface area of the number of people that you can meet so dramatically. You can meet thousands, maybe tens of thousands of times more people. But then, ironically, I end up getting together with someone I knew from school.
Cassandra, will you keep looking for love online?
Of course, I will. I would like to try anything. I've also tried other avenues, like I've signed up and volunteered as much as I could, because I know that when you're volunteering, you kind of check out the guys you're working with and think, oh, I wonder if he's single. And so I tried different avenues, but I just feel like I would like that in my heart that there's hope that there is somebody out there. And if it means staying on a dating app to find that.
Okay, he's definitely out there, but what if he's a she? I wish they were lesbian icons, honestly. But no, for real, like, he's out there. But that's why that's why I personally went on a journey of accepting, though my people are out there, and there's got to be at least 1 million, right? That's always my number. What are the chances I run into them? And then it allowed me to free myself from this worry, because truly bonding with another person is such a big ask from the universe. Whoa, what a big ask when you're really asking to meet somebody that you trust the way you trust yourself. Because I really trust myself. And it doesn't mean I don't have doubts. And it doesn't mean I don't have moments of like, uh-oh. Okay, that's why we have family and friends and community that help get us in those moments. But it means that I want to believe that I found a person as good as I am. And I'm not even that good. You know, I'm not like trying to toot my own horn. I'm trying to say, like, I want to like you as a person, and I want to believe that you will keep me in mind. I was watching, who was I watching? A dating coach or a therapist or somebody. Who was I watching? Oh, you know who I was watching? Wait, do you know who I was watching? The dad. The Trump lawyer dad who was grilling the Trump guy on Love is Blind. He said he was a divorce lawyer, and he said there's 2 things for a successful marriage to work is, 1, you never call your partner something they'll never forget. Okay, I'm telling you, we do not call each other names. There is no name calling in this relationship. My parents do not name call, because you will remember a name call. You will remember the way your partner looked at you and called you a bitch. And it's like, you will remember when she called you lazy or useless, or like, we do not name call. You know, we do not name call. Okay, whatever your version of name calling is. And then the second one was, anytime you make a decision, make them a priority in that decision. And that is our marriage. Like, look, that's our marriage. Like, Anytime I make a decision, my partner comes into that equation. I do not do anything without thinking of my partner. Not because not because I'm being controlled, not because of any of those things, but because I love them enough to consider them. It's consideration. And the difference, you have to have the discernment to understand the difference between control and consideration. And yes, abusive people will control you and call it consideration. But this is why I say base it off of you. I know that when I consider people, the marriage is good. Okay? Like, our life is good. We're very happy together. In relationships I've been in which it feels more like control than consideration, people are crying. People are sad. People don't want to come home. It's a very different relationship. Same with your friendships. When your friends are negative or controlling, or you're like, oh, I don't want to hang out with them today. I just know it's going to be a fight. That's different than saying like, oh my God, I love hanging out with my friend. Like, we're really great, So yeah, I think that's really important. And then asking that from the universe, and you have to have the same values, and you have to see the world the same, and you have to do the same things. Like, that's a big ask to find that person. And once you let go of that, it's much easier to get your dream job than meeting your high compatibility partner, because it requires the consent of another person directly. It's a big deal to ask someone's consent. Do you consent to doing life with me, being with me in sickness and in health? That's a big ask. So I guess with that said, I would just implore people, I would encourage people to think of it similar to that, or something similar, than thinking of why aren't I good enough? Why haven't I been picked? Why isn't it me? It's just, you know what I mean? One that says, oh my gosh, like how great we met each other. Like, I tell my partner all the time, I'm so grateful we met. What a wonderful, well, how wonderful is this? Like, so many things could have gone in so many different ways and we never would have crossed paths, but we just happened to. By the sheer luck of it, we crossed paths. Right? Like, a lot of things had to happen for that to happen, but if it hadn't happened, okay. Like, I was still vibing. My life was still good. And that's where I want her to get, because I think she deserves that.
That person, I will, and I would hope, there's always hope that there is that one person out there.
Amanda, how about you? Will you keep looking for love online?
I'm still on the apps, but I'm like with Cassandra, we're the same. But if I find someone that I click with, I will go off and I'll give them my 100, 110%, and I stay with that. And then if I don't get that in return, then I'm back on it looking for the next. Yeah.
Giles, you've been using the apps for 6 years.
Yep.
Will you persist?
At this stage, yes, I'll be actively looking both online and offline, because what are the other options there? Don't look. So yeah, I'll still be looking online on the apps, but obviously with a certain amount of moderation. I have a strategy for how I interact with people on those apps. I know exactly what I'm looking for as well. I don't tell any lies, any fibs on there. I am who I am. And I'm just going to keep doing that, and hopefully there's someone out there for me.
Josh, after 2 decades of looking for love online,
Oh my gosh.
are dating apps still worth the gamble?
They are. I think for me, it's about just having accountability of myself and how I am on the apps. And I think through that, I remain my authentic self, and that will eventually attract someone that I want to be with. I think that's takes the game part out of the actual app, of the game.
So the white picket fence is still a dream for you?
For sure. Yeah, I think it's always our hope. It's that little boy that used to always have that dream as a little guy, and now I still have it. I'm just a lot older and a little bit grayer and a bit bolder.
I hope that for you and for everyone else in this room, if that's what you're looking for. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. You can catch up on this episode or any others on SP.
Let's see what the comment section is like. Let's see. This says, I'd rather feel alone than rejected single but socially fun. I'm not sure what that means. This is the dating market. Good luck. I'll stick with a cold approach in person. I feel for people trying to find their person in this day and age. I'm grateful that I've been with my husband 30 years. I love him more and more every day. Why is it almost everyone in the audience is over 45 age demo? That wasn't true, was it? Because they're adults. Because young people are in a totally different dating game. You know what I mean? But I don't think that's true. I think everyone was probably in their 30s and 50s maybe. The masses of younger people hooking up on apps seems to have been ignored here. Well, because this is nice, because this is like working professionals. I felt like that was kind of nice, because there is with the absolute respect, there is a difference between a working professional who's trying to date and everybody else. Because, like, okay, I have a friend who really stable career, right? Educated, and they have their own, like, I'm going to call them insecurities, but I'm going to call them more like places they have to just like fine tune and grow a bit. And sometimes I always laugh at them that I'm like, you're always trying to date people who aren't in the same place in life as you. Because the one part of your life you feel like you're not where you want to be, you attach it to their other parts of their life. And I'm saying this place where you're not exactly where you want to be has nothing to do with the other parts of your life that you have already fucking gotten there. So every time you date these people who, like, let's say being a whole human being, they are still working on these four. Okay. You've already worked on these 4 and you have 1 to go. They have 4 to go. Why are you dating people who have 4 to go and you have 1 to go? You know what I'm saying? And it gets confusing because they take that 1 they have to go and they feel like they have 4 more to go, but they have 1 to go. Being a whole human being, knowing who you are in the story, getting your finances together, your mental health together, your physical health together, your spiritual health together, your philosophy health together. They've already figured out, okay? And that's what is really throwing everybody off is like you keep comparing yourself, bad comparison, to the people who have 4 things they're still working on and you go, oh, they're like me. They're nothing like you. Give yourself some fucking credit. You've already done so much work. Guys, give yourself the fucking credit you deserve and don't give yourself the credit you don't. Okay? You got to know who you are in the story. Do you know who you are in the story enough to give yourself some fucking credit? Okay, let's leave on this note because it is the end of Black History Month and I found these violinist and saxophone. Okay, and I just, I might get copyrighted, but worth it. Okay, love it. That's so good. To all the people who say I don't listen to music, you are missing out. Oh, you are missing out. Love it. Vibes. Chat said, I'm so glad I found this channel. Much love, Brittany. Happy that you found your way here. With that said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. Treat yourselves well. Be kind to yourselves and others and all that good jazz. And I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Bye.